Okay, good evening, lovely people. Habari ya leo, how are you? Great to see you. It's an awesome week where we get to meet here live at Mutembei TV. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Wacha nijue unatutazama ukiwa wapi. Karibisha mwingine na mwenzako. Ingia kwa show. Ingia kwa show, ujumbe salamu kwa sehemu gani. Karibu sana wa Kenya. Hii ni show yako. Hii ni show wewe uingie, ujumuike nasi tueleze jinsi siku ya leo imekuendea. Kama ulikuwa kwa maandamano tueleze, je, hali iko vipi? Kuna mengi yaliyotokea tunataka discuss, tujue wewe kama Mkenya maoni yako ni yapi. Asante sana kwa wale ambao tayari washaingia. Kuingia kwa show ni rahisi sana. Hapo chini utaona link umetumiwa na Mutembei TV. Click your link. Hiyo link itakuleta straight kwa studio. Ukikuja kwa studio unaandika tu jina yako, unawasha kamera na mic na unakuwa ndani ya show. Asante sana. Siku ya leo tunajumuika na nani hapa? Naona wengi tayari washaanza kutuma ujumbe mfupi. Karibu sana kwa show siku hii ya leo. Asante sana. Tarehe ni 27 mwezi wa 3 mwaka huu wa 2023. Asante sana. Namuona nani hapa? Dennis Mutahi alikuwa wa kwanza kabisa kutuma ujumbe. Asante sana na asante kwa kufika kwa show. Rapacha, asante, I see you. Asante sana. Unasema they did a mistake. Maoni yako hayo. Au Mondi Ayeko unakuona, unasema it's okay, round 3 is coming. Vito Vyamu unasema take this short song iko na delay nishatoa. Beatrice na Male asante sana. Jen Isa Madenge asante sana. Ninawaona kwa wingi mnajaja kwa studio. Karibuni. Allow me to greet you wherever you're watching me from. Naona nani hapa? Namuona Oyuga Ayaga. Habari ya leo my brother, siku nyingi sijakuona. Happy to see you. Joseph na kuona, asante sana. Joseph Opanda na kuona, asante kwa kuwa kwa show. Mute kwanza, mute. Okay, naona nani hapa? Namuona Nick Makech uko ndani, karibu sana kwa show. Namuona Said Mwayoyo uko ndani ya show, asante sana. Nani hapa ndani ya show? Okay, panelist wangu wamewasha mic, naona nasikia echo kidogo tu. Ninaja kwenyu panelists, naona Kamlesh ako ndani, namuona Mr. Chelimo ako ndani, Cornelo Chuka uko ndani, karibu sana my brother. Karisa ako ndani, Joel, sorry, wacha nitumie, itakuwa rahisi kwangu. Naona watu wanatuma ujumbe. Tuma ujumbe wako, wacha nijue unatutazama ukiwa wapi. Naona Said Mayoyo uko ndani, unasema uko haki iwe ngao na ulinzi. Okay, namuona nani Mchina ni Kadi, namuona Dennis Mutai, namuona Clement Maina, namuona Liz Kwamboka, namuona Hamo EA, namuona Fatuma na Simiyu, asante sana. Alice Namba na kuona, namuona Prophet Steven Wafula ako ndani, Jackson Perimo namuona ako ndani, na wengine wengi. Zidi kutuma ujumbe wako, jumbe ziingie. Wacha tujue unatazama ukiwa wapi. Namuona nani hapa? Gilbert Koech na kuona uko ndani. Kigen K Karis na kuona hapa. Wycliffe Odhiambo na kuona. Manjo Kituinyi na kuona, asante sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Naona nani hapa? Namuona Grace Mwangi, asante kwa kuwa nasi. Nani mwingine? Daddy Sandis na kuona. Hi, ni Jacqueline Akinyi, habari yako Jackie? Namuona nani mwingine hapa? Namuona Rabaya Toto uko ndani. Namuona Jeremiah Ngosi Jeremiah uko ndani. Nicholas Komen uko ndani. Getish D uko ndani. Kigen K Karis uko ndani. Majina zingine ni kali. Patrick Moshiri uko ndani. Isaiah Enoch na kuona uko ndani. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Njoki Njue ako ndani. Edna na kuona, asante sana. Athiambo Fredri na kuona. Daddy Sandy na kuona. Namuona Rasto Foli Party kundani. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi, asante kwa kuingia kwa show, na nakaribisha panelist wangu ambao tayari washajiunga nami. Show ya leo ni moto kama pasi, na kukaribisha wewe. Wacha tusikie maoni yako, wacha tujue jinsi siku ya leo imekuendea. Umeiona vipi? Umeona ni yapi yamejiri? Ni nini unaona imetokea? Je, wewe kama mwananchi umefurahia? Na yaliyotokea yamesaidia chochote? Aidha matakwa ya wale ambao waliandamana, je, yalitimia? Wacha tusikie maoni yako na wacha tujue una yapi ya kusema. Karibuni nyote, welcome all. Today we have a great show lined up for you. I see David Kipkoskei, you are there. You're saying, but Mutembei mko bias. We are not. We are just talking of what happened. Edwin Otieno na kuona uko ndani. Magdalene Nduku Mbivi na kuona uko ndani. Kelvin Arap Okongo na kuona uko ndani. Tumie ujumbe tujue unatutazama ukiwa sehemu gani. Naona tayari hapa nina watu wameingia kwa studio. Ninamuona Cornel Ochuka uko ndani na kuona nani. Namuona Patrick Ondieki yako ndani. Jacqueline leo tayari amefika mapema, ndio best. Karibuni sana panelists wangu. Lakini kabla sijaenda kwa hawa panelists, allow me to play 1 or 2 3 clips and then tutaanza kwa show. Thank you for making this your number 1 station where we allow you to come and speak your heart. Karibuni sana, karibuni wandugu na wadada.
uzalendo, kwa ukombozi yenu. Asante sana sana sana. Hata wakizuia, jaribu kuzuia sisi, haizuliki. Mto Nile itafika Egypt, sawa. Sasa halo, wale waoga leo wametuma majambazi katika shamba ya Uhuru Kenyatta kule Madini. Halo, vile wametuma watu inspector. Sawa, hiyo ni kitendo ya jambazi na ujinga, upumbavu. Sisi tunafanya siasa ya kufuata sheria na katiba. Katiba inaruhusu maandamano. Katiba inaruhusu wa Kenya kukutana, kutembea, kuleta kumbukumbu, fanya maandamano kwa njia ya amani. Sawa. Nimesema. Sasa wacha masalimu nyinyi.
Niko njaa hata siwezi karanga.
Halo. Kibera oye. Mimi nataka muelewe, hawa walagai wako na mpango ya kushika baba. Wakimuguza watakuwa wameguza Kenya. Mimi nawaomba wakikaribia baba, tutatoka sisi Kenya yote. Hatutakubali.
And currently the investigation is ongoing, and maybe anything comes up. So far we act on speed, and we don't have any injuries or casualties, only the properties that were damaged.
Okay, na mengi ambayo bado yanajiri. Leo ni ile siku. Kidogo tu, if you can mute so that we can have a good show. Vincent, if you can mute your mic together with Patrick. Okay. So leo ni ile siku, they promised a maandamano like no other, and we saw it. I don't know if you saw it. Let me know. Wacha nijue maoni yako ni yapi, uliona vipi leo? How was it for you today? Nikusikie wa Mkenya mwenzangu, maoni yako ni yapi? Tuma ujumbe wako, na ukitaka kujiunga nasi kwa show ni rahisi sana. Hapo kwa comments tu utaona Mutembei TV amekutumia link. Hiyo link unaiguza tu, kiiguza itakupeleka mahali panaitwa StreamYard. Hapo StreamYard utaactivate camera, uactivate mic, alafu utakuwa ndani ya show. Asante sana, ninaona watu wamejaja hapa ndani, niko na panelist already. ambao washafika kwa show. Nimewatanguliza kwa kuwasalamia. Zaidi ya yote, acha nisikie maoni yao. Nitaanza na nani? Acha nianze na Vincent. Vincent, unaona aje? Leo imekuaje? Nakuja kwako Cornell tu saa hizi. Acha nianze na wageni ambao hatujawasikia kwa muda. Vincent, sikia leo imekuaje kwako?
Thank you, Chex. Asante sana the panelists. Mimi nimeshtuka sana on what has happened today. And it is so unfortunate ya kwamba the country actually is being led to a very wrong direction. Nitasema ya kwamba siku hii imekuwa siku ngumu sana. Mtu ambaye unaona kweli lazima kuna kitu itafanyika ndio Kenya iweze kuenda vizuri.
Okay.
Jinsi mambo yalivyofanyika pale Kawangware, you could see the move. It was so shocking. And because uliona hayo yote yakitendeka, what is more shocking is what happened actually kwa Northlands. Iyo imesua shida kubwa sana ama mawazo mabaya ya kwamba nchi haiwezi ikaelekea tena kwenye mahali kuzuri. Because even currently I'm watching news na ninaona watu wanapepa kondoo, wanafanya nini, wamekata miti, makari zimesimama tu kwa njia, they are just loading hiyo kondoo, miti zimekatwa, kuna moto. It is really shocking. And my issue is, what then if all the citizens decide ya kwamba wala ambao wanasaidia Raila waweze kuenda the other side and they start doing the same on kwa shamba ya wale wengine kama kina Ichung'wa, kina President Ruto na kina Kashako, what will happen in this country? So the country is spanning. We have to shout it out. Si kitu ya kufurahia, and there is no side to lean on because this is more worse. Si vizuri, Chex, and my friends, it is not good at all. Okay. So despite the fact that the country actually is being led on that direction, we have also to say, please, our leaders actually let us tone down and see what to do, because this is actually inawaangamiza watu. You see today pale Kisumu mtu amekufa. Now who next? If this happens on Friday, what next? Yeah, so it is unfortunate, and I think leaders should actually realize that the country is actually panning down. Thank you, Chex. Nipatie nafasi.
Asante sana. Cornelo Chuka, maoni yako ni yapi?
Maoni yangu ni very simple. Na ni ya furaha mingi sana.
Una furaha siku leo?
Tumefurahia. Sisi tumefanya maandamano. Napenda sana hii wiki tutakuwa tunaongelea vitu tatu. One, tunaongelea maandamano ya baba, hakuna mwenye ameiba kitu, hakuna mwenye amefanya nini. Na sasa ndio baba atasimama tena. Sasa ako imara zaidi. Number 2, tumefurahia. Hakuna venye mtu atatutoa Kisumu tuende tuharibu mali ya Raila Odinga. Hiyo hata mimi nimeshtuka, lakini tumefurahia kwa sababu tunataka wao wenyewe waone. Na wameshika mali ya Raila Odinga, tumefurahia sana, hatuna wasiwasi, lakini tunawaambia hivi bila kuficha. We are coming. People are going to come, and sorry to say, but tunakuja polepole tu, polepole. Sisi hatujafikiria hivyo. Sisi kila siku barabara tunarudi nyumbani. Kumbe kuna mali kwa mashamba ya watu. Nimeona leo sasa tunaenda kwa zile pia zao. Wamekuja kwa zetu.
Umeona mbuzi bwana, watu wanachinja mbuzi hadharani.
Na inauzwa 1000 tena. Anaiba na anauza 1000. Alafu mtu anasimamisha number plate yake iko hapo, anabeba kama number plate iko hapo, jameni. Alafu wanataka tuseme tuko peace. Nataka leo tuone vitu mbili. Nani yako peaceful, nani hayuko peaceful. Unaona kama wamekaa kwa shamba ya Uhuru Kenyatta for 5 good hours. Hakuna polisi ameenda. After kumaliza 5 hours wakaweka moto. Mpaka sasa inachomeka, hakuna zima moto imefika hapo. Unaona? So tukue watu ukweli. Sisi tutatetea Uhuru Kenyatta, tutasimama na Raila Odinga. Bitu Uhuru anasema anatoa matoi, ni sisi. Unaona? So msio na wasiwasi, sisi tumefurahia sana. Tuko na vitu tatu, polepole.
Okay. Asante sana. Zaidi ya yote, wewe wacha nisikie maoni yako. Nina watu wengi ambao wanatazama hii show. Karibuni sana wengi ambao tayari naona maoni yenu ikiendelea. Asante sana kwa kuingia kwa show. Namuona Magda Vingei uko ndani, Nelly Lin uko ndani, Catherine Akinyi uko ndani, Hilga Omolo uko ndani, Grace Mwangi uko ndani, Caroline Munyao uko ndani, Ngetish nimekusema uko ndani. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Joseph Mbinda uko ndani, Solfasa the DJ na kuona uko ndani. Siku ya leo ni ile siku. Wacha nisikie maoni yako kwa haraka jamaa. Unajiita Chelimo. Umeona aje siku ya leo? Chelimo huko? Mr. Chelimo, huyu ashapotea. Aha, Bella, siku ya leo imekuaje?
Habari ya jioni. Nimefurahi sana kujiunga na nyinyi.
Pia sisi tumefurahi kuwa nawe.
Kwangu nitasema siku ya leo maandamano imekuwa success sana. Because tumeshajua sasa ni nani wako peaceful. Tumejua ni nani hooligans, ni nani goons. Unaona? Walijaribu kupaint kwamba maandamano ya Raila Amolo Odinga ni maandamano ambaye ni ya looters. Lakini tumejionea countrywide today, tumejionea who is looting. Because ingekuwa mnasema kwamba walisema mkiharibu biashara za watu tunaharibu mali yenu. Hakuna mtu amesema biashara yake imeharibiwa. So mlienda kuharibu mali ya Uhuru kwa sababu gani? What are you trying to prove to us? Na wale ambao wanafurahia because mali ya Uhuru imeharibiwa, let me tell you something. Inaanza hivyo na Uhuru. Next time wewe na hako kagari kako kavits, hiyo ndio itachomwa next ama itachukuliwa next because utaitwa dynasty na hiyo kidogo uko naye. Mtu wa pikipiki ataambiwa sasa huyu mtu wa vits, huyu ni dynasty, huyu mtu wa vits afai kuwa naye kwa sababu wewe hauna. So wewe cheka leo because ya Uhuru inagawa. Lakini wacha nikwambie, make sure wewe ndio the last person kwa hiyo pyramid. Kama unacheka, lakini kama uko na yako kidogo itachukuliwa na itaenda. Wewe furahia tu, lakini it will go.
Okay.
So mimi nitasema nimefurahi sana because Raila ameanza kufanya watu wenye tuko ushago. Mimi naongea nikiwa Meru Maua. Amefanya watu wenye tuko ushago tumeanza kufunguka macho. Tumeanza kuona kwamba hii maandamano, na ule anafikiria tunaandamania Raila Odinga. Unaandamana kwa sababu ya ile uchungu unasikia kwa ile pesa unaspend. Unasikia kwamba 200 sasa ukienda kibarua yezi kusaidia na chochote. 200 shillings kibarua uwezi, utanunua unga, utanunua nini? Uwezi ingia na shilingi 100 supermarket utoke naye kitu. Hakuna hata tissue paper imepanda bei. So hiyo ndio inafanya mtu anaandamana. Uandamani kwa sababu ya kitu kingine. Lakini wewe unaona kwamba unaandamania Raila, usiandamane. Weka na uoga yako. If your grandparents fought for this country, hata wewe mngekuwa na hiyo shamba 10,000 of acres. Lakini walikuwa waoga kama wewe. That is why kazi yenu ni kusikia wivu kwamba wale wengine walipata. Kazi yenu ni kuwaita mabonyenye. Your grandparents were lazy. Hawakupigania, hawakuenda kupata. Sasa mnataka kulaumu mwenye alienda akalala jela akapigania akapigwa na mayai imeoza akapata. Where was your grandfather at that time? Go and blame your grandparents. Wachaneni na kublame wengine. Na if you don't know, Nabii Ruto anapigania watoto wake. So weka hapo ukifikiria unampigania yeye. Gachagua anapigania watoto wake, my friend. Usifikiri years in the future, what will your grandchildren say? Watakuwa wanaangalia wanaona my grandparents were very lazy. Kazi yao ilikuwa kusema tunapigania fulani. And hata wewe upigania watoto wako, the future generation, that is what you're fighting for today. Na kama uoni hiyo, wewe Mungu akubariki tu. Wacha wale ambao ni waoga wajifiche. Wacha those who are brave. Let us keep on fighting for this country. Thank you very much.
Bella, asante sana. Kaa tu kwa show, nitakuuliza swali hivi karibuni. Wacha nisikie kila mtu. P-Crod, unasema aje? Umeona aje leo? Maoni yako ni yapi? Ongea tu, uko sawa?
Is my mic is on?
Yeah, iko sawa.
Yeah.
Okay, nimekucha late kusikia hii maandamano, but I don't agree with these people because waja niwaambie kitu moja. Hata kama ni kwenda maandamano for Raila Odinga, maandamano in constitution inasema unaanza 6 unamaliza 6. Sasa Raila anakuja 4 at 4 in the evening, and you have only 4, 5, you have 3 hours to go with your maandamano. It starts really making sense. I think Raila has give up while ago.
Okay.
Really, wacha tu tuseme ukweli. I think Raila has give up because really Kachakwa today acting as a president. He was in the office at 5 a.m. in the morning.
Wacha tukukate. Boss, kitu moja lazima
ujue. You can't cut me. Why what you cut me?
Kidogo tu Peter Ndiye.
Lazima tukucorrect.
Kidogo
unapotoka.
Peter Ndiye.
No. I don't like somebody cutting me. Let me finish my
kidogo tu ninakupa nafasi nyote wawili.
Kachakwa
kidogo tu Peter Ndiye unafuata tafadhali. So pidi yako just finish and then Peter Ndiye I'll give you, as I said, kila mtu amekaribishwa, so Peter Ndiye let everyone have a moment. Kama ukubaliani na yeye utasema. Hii ni show yako. Hii ni show yako, utasema vile una feel. So wacha amalize alafu unafuata. Sawa Peter Ndiye. Endelea pidi yako.
But nilikuwa nasema
sawa.
To be honest, kama kuna maandamano, okay, kuna maandamano, but wezi lala alafu unaamuka saa 10 unakuja maandamano. Kachakwa ameamuka 5 in the morning, amekuwa in the office, ameorder officers, blah blah blah, fanya hivi, alafu unakuja saa 10 you want to order like you want to really, you are a loser. Raila is a loser.
Peter Ndiye kinaona unabishana, unadai vipi?
Sasa mimi kwa hii maandamano yote vitu viwili nataka kusema. First, the police are failed because police are meant to protect each and every person, not to decide on one side.
Correct.
Polisi wako Kibira wanangoja wananchi wanaandamana peacefully, but wanaacha Rigathi analeta goons wanavamia shamba ya Uhuru, which was not good. Hiyo kitu imeuma
analeta Mungiki, goons, Mungiki.
But let me tell you guys, don't divert your attention with Uhuru staffs. You are always focused going to State House. How did you focus on Uhuru in Skaden?
Give me my time. Shut up.
Uhuru ni wetu. Uhuru pia ni wetu.
Dogo tu. Patriarcho.
Other Ruto ni wetu.
Kidogo tu Patriarcho, I protected you. Allow Peter Ndiye to continue. Peter, continue.
Another thing, yenye tunaangalia, this is a government yenye wana claim they win genuinely, but now the government has been criminal themselves. Wanatuma Mungiki kuvamia vitu fulani. How will you want us to heal as a country? Tuende maandamano? Hii ingefanywa maandamano ya peaceful. Another thing, Wakikuyu nini sana, wamefanya niumie sana. How can someone put you to fight against your own people? Umeona pale Rift Valley wameenda kuvamia Moi. Umeona Kisumu wameenda kuvamia Raila. Is a shame. It's a shame. Lakini tukienda hivi lazima tujue Uhuru ametoka uongozini juzi. Kwa pale forces bado Uhuru ako na connection, a very big connection. If you want this country to go forward, we don't lie low vile tumeenda leo. Na hii mambo inafaa Gachagua ashikwe na apelekwe ICC, because expose the government as a government of gangsters, not a government yenye inachunga mali na wananchi wake.
Maoni mazuri sana. Asante sana. Nataka kumsikia Maina. Maina, unaonaje maandamano ya leo? Umeyashuhudia, umeona jinsi watu wamevamia kampuni ya Raila na wakavamia shamba ya Uhuru, na pia tukaona gari ya polisi ikichomwa, sijui kama mmeweza kuona hayo, na mambo mengi yametokea. Je, maoni yako ni yapi?
Mzuri sana. Last time unajua tulikuwa tumeambiwa, unanisikia vizuri?
Kabisa, endelea.
Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry, last time ulikuwa unaniangalia results za Limuru ukaniletea nilikuwa na shida ya network. Unajua tulikuwa tumeambiwa na huyu Zakayo mtosha ushuru tutapata internet ya free, lakini mimi natumia bundle, so nikipotea unaelewa ni uongo ya huyu nabii. Anyway, for the topic of the day today, na hiyo siku sijui kama ulipata results.
Nilipata, lakini endelea, tuta discuss hiyo kwanza, endelea.
Okay, sawa, kwa sababu unajua ni kama tukumaliza hiyo topic. Anyway, we'll come for it. What we are saying in very simplified English, because I don't want to be so complicated to Kenyans, is that Mr. Ruto is unable to manage the affairs of Kenya. I want to tell Mr. Vincent and Lawrence to mute. Peter Odiek mute. Big Road mute. Vincent mute. Lawrence Obonyo mute. Hata kusikia masufuria zenyu huko bana. We are talking. So Lawrence mute bana. Thank you. Yes. So I'm saying this man Ruto is unable to manage. I think he thought maybe Kenya is like running a poultry farm. Ni kama vile unapiganga kuku, unazizungusha, unapeleka pande hii, unaziakishia moto. But I think now it is now obvious he is the most incompetent president that we have ever had in the world, because the international media is now crying, saying the former president has been invaded by state-sponsored goons. You can imagine. And he is laughing there. But I think he is not okay, because I've also looked at his health. I think this person wants to die with all of us. We might be wrong, but he might be committing suicide with Kenya. You know, he looks unhealthy. But what I'm trying to say is simple. This Mandamano will take they will take a trajectory. It will take a trajectory.
I came to you.
No. We cannot allow him to continue that way.
No, Vincent, we can't allow him.
No, listen. Why are you not allowing me? This is your channel. Who are you? This channel is for everybody. It is. We have free. We have free.
Listen.
No. Somebody cannot control us. You can't.
Listen. I can't control you because I have allowed you to speak. So allow everyone to speak, regardless of whoever you're supporting. Allow everybody to speak. Everybody will be heard, whether you agree or you don't agree. Everybody will be heard. This is your show. That's why you're here, because this is your show. Clinton, I don't know what you say about what transpired today before I bring back Maina. Clinton?
Yes, Jakes. Niaje?
Go ahead. Asante sana. Poa.
So mi pia nimeketi leo nikifuatilia. Baba kwanza amenilet down mimi kama mfuasi sugu. Kwa sababu nilifaa kwenda kazi asubuhi, nikadanganya mimi ni mgonjwa. Nipewe time niende hospitali, nitibiwe, niingie saa 8. Saa 7 na dakika 40 niko kwa TV, baba haonekani. Sikabidi niende job. Na kulogin kwa job hivi kwa Facebook, Citizen wakashout, watu wakaniangalia wakasema, kuna mwenye anaenjoy Facebook watu wakiwa kazi. So I'll never take another free time to watch baba kama atakuwa anakuja maandamano saa 11 jioni. Jakes, another thing we have to understand, I was telling you yesterday in this show, that we are now being led by two people. Mi Rigathi nimemjua tu akiwa mbunge wa Madhira. Lakini William Ruto namuelewa enzi za Jakaya Kikwete. Wakati tulikuwa tunatafuta hiyo nusu mkate government, walienda wakaandika vitabu kumhusu William. Kuhusiana na misimamo yake mikali baada ya 2007 violence. Rigathi pia nasikia Wakikuyu wanasema sijui Molo kulikuwaje. Maybe si kwa nizaliwa enzi hizo. So these two guys walipima Raila. Wakati Raila alikuwa anafanya hizi rallies za Nairobi, sijui Kisumu, wapi na wapi. Wakampea ile maandamano ya kwanza ya Monday. Wakaona venye ana behave na watu wake. And then Rigathi said on Sunday, venye walikuwa kanisani, eti Ruto aendeshe Kenya, aachiwe Raila. So this guy, I do refer to him as a terrorist. Na hii ameanza tu. Na ameona ikakuwa successful. So we might be in for a rude shock. And again, this KK guys has been accusing Uhuru Kenyatta of purely sponsoring Azimio demonstrations. Uhuru Kenyatta ama mtu yeyote kutoka kwa familia yake hajawahi jitokeza na kusema kwamba no, I'm not sponsoring this thing, because for government to speak, Rigathi is a deputy president. William Ruto is the president. These people receive intelligence reports, if not daily, then maybe thrice in a week. You understand?
Okay.
So for them to tell us that so and so is sponsoring this, kuna venye intelligence report imewaambia.
Okay.
So it is something we have to accept, that maybe wameona mkono wa Uhuru mahali. But now, as a former president, why must you do this if at all he's sponsoring the maandamano thing? So then there are people who also don't believe that Uhuru is now former president and William Ruto enjoys the state powers.
Okay.
So before they take William Ruto down, William Ruto will have taken Kenya down, and even themselves, with the little powers that William Ruto still has, they will have gone down. So we don't know whether we are fighting because of the 2022 elections. We don't know whether we are fighting for the cost of unga to come down. But my last point is this. Go to your YouTube, tafuta the war in DRC. Ukiwatch hizo movies kama 20 hivi alafu uende ulale, kesho hautaenda maandamano.
Okay.
So let us play with the little peace we are enjoying. Then we will be heading to South Sudan, because we will be seeing there as a safe place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lawrence Ombonyo. Je, umeona matokeo ya leo na umeona vipi jamaa? Sauti yako jaribu kukaribisha kwa simu.
We are heading to a wrong direction, my fellow Kenyans. I think Mzee Moi ruled for 24 years. Alikuwa na makosa zake. Alifanya. But when he handed over power, he handed over power peacefully. It is the same Uhuru alikuwa na support.
Okay.
But bad luck to him, Uhuru didn't go through. Kibaki was elected as the president. If Kibaki was a wrong person, was somebody who has got an envy, he would have retaliated on former President Moi and his property. But they said, no, he's a former president, let's leave him. Moi amekuwa former president. The following election, he supported Kibaki. And Kalenjin supported Raila Odinga. And they voted for Raila Odinga to the last man. No Kalenjin went and invaded Moi's home and property.
Okay.
So, today what we have witnessed, Uhuru Kenyatta brought Raila Odinga close. so that they can make peace to Kenyans.
Okay.
What we have witnessed today is not acceptable. It is because of careless talking from the mouth of our leaders. We need to think beyond this. Otherwise, we are going back to 2007 and it will be worse than the 2007.
Okay.
President Ruto is now the president of Kenya. I don't see ile kitu Uhuru alimfanyia sana mpaka sasa this kind of hatred inatokea.
Okay.
Hawa wenye wanapanga goons kuenda kuattack Uhuru's property, those are the same guys waliform nayo government mwanzo. Walikuwa wanamuimba kama malaika.
Okay.
Wengine pengine aliwasaidia. It is not right. Kama ni politics iko hivi, then we need to change. It is not right. Hatuwezi fanya ati you hate somebody. It is now, it's not politics, it's now personal vendetta. Mtu ako nayo. Yes. It's now personal. It's not politics anymore.
Na ninaona wameanza kuchoma tayari, kunachomeka huko kwa
Yes. A former president need to be given his respect. Ali hand over power peacefully. Hakukata hata kama alikuwa na support Raila. Ali hand over power peacefully. Kama alikuwa na ataki kutoka, si angekaa hapo. Wangemfanyia nini? Na alikuwa amiri jeshi mkuu. Wangemfanyia nini? But he decided no, this is Kenya. Let me hand over power peacefully. President Uhuru need to be given respect he deserves.
I
agree. As the former head of state.
Okay.
Gideon Moi supported Raila with his resources. Did you see Kalenjin goes to attack kwake na mali zake? Did you see what happened? Wamempatia kazi ingine, mradi afanye, because that is the son of their own. Hawezi mfight. You don't know tomorrow. This power, today you are in power, yes. But they are forgetting that hii power, hata kama umefanikiwa, is only 10 years and you'll be out of the government. We still do not know who will be the next president.
Okay.
So if somebody yenye uko against amekuwa rais, atakutreat kivipi? So former head of states need their respect. Hata kama ana support Raila, is his right, ana support Raila, huwezi kumnyang'anya, kumkataza.
Okay.
Every Kenya has got a right to support whoever he wants to support.
Correct.
Yes, that's what I can say.
Asante sana. Sam, I don't know what you have to say for this show. What did you see today? Sam, can you hear me?
Yes, Jeka, can you hear you?
Yes.
I've got a question for Lawrence. There's a couple of claims that he's making as sounding to be factual, but I don't know how factual is he regarding the issue of people going and looting, and seems like it was being organized from certain quarters. How factual is it that there are certain people who, because when you come to a show like this and you're telling us you're speaking bold as if you got all the factual, then that one also will not give us a good direction of discussion in the show, because I mean, in politics anything can happen. Even I can hit you and go and report to the police, and then you, as the person who has been affected, you can be arrested by the police, and I've done something, like I've gone ahead of you. So how factual is he with what he's saying? That's my question.
Okay, Lawrence, I don't know if you can answer that quickly so that I can go to the next person.
It is in public domain. They said, Ichungwa said, tutaenda hata kwa hiyo farm yake. Tuende tugawe, tufanye nini? Tugawe hiyo shamba. That's what they did. The goons went there, the police was not there to rescue. What does that one tell you?
Here. Let me help Lawrence. I want a Citizen News. Inasemekana ni goons na wanaongea they are speaking their mother tongue.
Can you put your camera?
Oh,
everybody
I'm saying if I can help Lawrence, ukiangalia news inatoa watu wakisema goons na wanabeba kondo na they are speaking their mother tongue. So some asijifanye ni kama tumletee karatasi hapa kutoka DCI, aende kwa news kwanza, aende YouTube aone ndiye akuje hapa. Asante.
Okay. Asante sana kwa wewe ambao unajiunga nasi kwa mtandao kupitia ujumbe fupi. Ninaona Kilonzo ametuma ujumbe, asante sana. Magda Vingei na kuona, asante. Ishmael Abe, asante sana. Gigi, naona uko ndani. Justin Wafula uko ndani, na Naomi na kuona umetuma ujumbe wako, asante sana. Elizabeth Anyango rather, na kuona umetuma ujumbe. Doreen Bella Wilfred, asante sana. Steven Nyachira, asanti. Adam Stankoi, asanti. Moses Onyango, uko ndani. Gloria Ogomas na kuona, na Kennedy Mutuku uko ndani. Fred Mugo uko ndani, na Simeon Wanjohi uko ndani. Asante sana kwa wewe ambaye unajiunga nami. Wacha nijue maoni yako ni yapi. Je, waliotekeleza machafuko ya leo ni nani? Kuna watu wanasema ni Mongeke, wengine wanawaita Goons, wengine wanasema ni Kikuyu, wengine wanasema ni Wanaazimio wanasema ni KK. Nani alitekeleza machafuko haya? Na kama labda uko na picha ama video ya kutusaidia kungamua haya, tutumie hapo kwa link, tutaweza kusaidia Wakenya kujua ukweli. Asante sana wewe ambaye unatutazama. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I come back to you, Cornelo Chuka. Leo tumeona wakivamia hadi biashara. Before I come to you, Vincent, wakivamia biashara ya Raila Odinga pale Mombasa Road, na wanadai kuwa ni watu walikuja na pikipiki na dakika kidogo tu wakaharibu biashara. Je, wewe unaona vipi?
Mimi first of all venye nilisema unajua atuku idhani watafanya hiyo Kenya walifanya leo. Tulijua watakuja tukutane na wao ana kwa ana, na watuchape risasi ana kwa ana, tujue leo tumekufa watu wangapi. Kumbe the meeting ambaye Raila Odinga aliita conference akasema it was true. There were 1,000 people who were in Karen, who were invited, walikula na taxpayer ya Kenya. Unaona hapo ukiangalia video wako na bus imewaleta. They even have private vehicles. Gari ya 5-seater wameingia watu 8. You can unaweza iona hapo kwa video. I have the videos and nitawatumia. Number 2, kuingilia kwa mali ya mtu ya Raila Odinga, sisi kama watu wa Azimio huwa tutingishiki na huwa hatuogopi, na huwa tunasema asante sana Mungu, kwa sababu inatusaidia kutumia njia zingine ambazo wanaleta. Unajua ukileta moto tunaweka moto zaidi, na ukileta baridi tunaweka baridi zaidi. So unajua hapa Lang'ata tu kuna mahoteli hapa, tunasikia hoteli ya Wados na hoteli ya Wados nothing. Wewe unajua kama gari moja, si wewe unajua hoteli ya Wados watu wanalala hapa, machopa zinaenda hapa, hata wamejaribu hata
Weston inaitwa Weston. Kwani unaogopa Weston? Hiyo tutakula chakula before Friday ndio. Lava sapa there before Friday.
Usitupe mawe kwa nyumba ya glass. Sasa sisi umeshika mali ya baba, hatuna wasiwasi. Baba akona pesa, baba atalipa mambo yake, lakini baba atatutuma kwako, but we will deal with those people. Na they will pay. Na utasikia wanasema sisi baba tutuma haki. Tunakujaga freely na hatuna hata pesa ambayo tunakuja bure
Wapike
na hiyo bure
wapike chakula mingi this Thursday.
wacha venye au wameletwa na gari ya polisi, wameletwa sijui na gari ya mashule, wameletwa sijui na hiyo ni sawa. Sisi huwa tubebwi, hata wewe umeona tubebwi.
Okay. Vincent,
yes,
walioharibu mali waliharibu wakiwa na nia ipi?
Thank you. I just want to contribute by saying I'm a bit worried on what we are supposed to do here as panelists, because Ochuka is actually trying to take us in a very wrong direction. If you want to say you want to know what you will do, or you want us to know what you will do, then that is not good, Mr. Ochuka. My suggestion is let us try to be fair and condemn what is bad, because where we are heading is all about me and you.
Okay.
And as I speak Czechs, I'm at home. I'm in Kapsabet. I was from Eldoret. Nilienda stage. Sikupata magari ya kwenda Kericho mahali nafanya kazi. Because pale Hawasi, magari zimetupwa mawe, watu hawaendi anywhere, so there is no vehicles from that side ya kwenda Kericho. And as we speak, there is vengeance in Kapsoit Kericho. Watu wa Kericho wameanza sasa kutoa the same wakisema ya kwamba if these people are starting there, hata na sisi tuangamisha hapa. Na hiyo vita imeanza Kapsoit, hawajaonyesha kwa TV. But what I want to say, what I want to say, Mr. Checks, is hawa watu wanajaribu kujustify ya kwamba what Raila is doing is good. And what Mr. Ruto and the government is doing is wrong.
Okay.
If what Mr. Ichung'wah said, by extension with the Azimio team, has actually extended their hand to do the same, kwa sababu Mr. Ichung'wah said, how can we then justify that it is right? I think what is happening is assumption. Somebody said hapo nyuma ya kwamba there is somebody ambaye alisema ya kwamba ati Ruto ni mgonjwa, ataenda kukufa na anataka kukufa na watu. Those are just assumptions. Number two, kama watu wameenda wakachukua hizo vitu kwa shamba ya Uhuru, who knows who are those people, na nani anafanya hayo? If then if they want to condemn what the government is doing, wanataka kuirubbish what the government actually is doing by so sending their people to do the same. Somebody like Papo Wino, you know that person is very mad somehow. And what I want to say is, let us condemn what is bad in all the sides. Tusiseme ya kwamba ati yo tunaweza fanyia hivi Ruto nini ama Raila amefanya hivi. Let us condemn what is bad for all of us to exist. Otherwise, asante.
Mama Shivanga, habari ya leo. Asante sana, leo pia umejiunga nasi. Sijui maoni yako ni yapi na yale yote yametokea leo. Tumeona watu wakipora mali ya wengine, tumeona watu wakichoma hadi mali ya watu imechomeka leo. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Hey Jax, leo mambo yalikuwa yamechemka. Lakini kusema tu kweli, kama viongozi wamefanya makosa waambiwe ukweli. Tuseme ukweli tu. Tuseme tu ukweli. Kwa sababu unajua kama mahali ambapo niko sasa tunaanza kuwa na wasiwasi mwingi sana kwa sababu ya kitendo hicho ambacho kimetendeka, haswa kwa kama rais mstaafu. Unajua tangu enzi ya Kenyatta, Moi na hata Kibaki hatujaionea tukio kama hili, kwamba mtu anaenda kuvamia mali ya mwingine bila ruhusa. Unajua hayo ni makosa sana. Na hata pia leo nikiweza kusema kwamba leo tumekuwa na peaceful demonstration. To me it is peaceful. Hapo leo naweza mpongeza kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga. Hata kama kwa walisema kutakuwa na mshike ya huku na hukule, nimeona kwamba leo Raila ameonyesha kwamba kweli tunaweza kuwa na peaceful demonstration, haswa mji mkuu wa Nairobi. Kwa leo mimi sina mengi, ni hayo tu. Asante.
Asante sana Shivinga. Namuona hapa ni Mrs. Power lakini unakaa Mr. Mrs. Power and Justice. Niambie nisikie. Ni wewe unainua mkono. Endelea. Endelea.
Thank you so much for adding me to the platform, and I really appreciate my coming here. I want to contribute to what has happened today concerning these goons. We call them goons because they are unknown people who have done something which is so much strange. Almost Africa, they have done the worst thing. What I want to say, Kenya nataka niambie wa Kenya wenzangu ama watu ambao maybe they are watching this. Whatever these people has done ni kitu kibaya sana. And it is well known. Hii hakuna maneno ya kutafuta eti ni nani ama ni nani ama ni nani. Demonstration has been done in this country for so many years. And it is our constitutional right. Lazima tuende maandamano na maandamano tunafanya. Na tunapofanya maandamano hakuna kitu kama hii. Hakuna kitu kama hii. And if we follow back the maandamano ya 2007, what happens? Kanisa ilichomwa. The same people ambao wamechoma shamba la Uhuru Kenyatta, they are the people who have sponsored the death of those people who are killed in church. We know this person very well. Na tumuogopi, and we are not even afraid. My brother, let me tell you one thing. This thing the world is watching. Leo mtu amekula pesa kidogo, ameenda akafanya mitendo kama hii ili aweze kukomesha rais. Rais ni mtu ambaye alikula kiapo na ameserve country. We respect him. Na huyu mtu, kumbuka hiyo katiba ambayo unasema they are talking that they are defending. Huyu mtu alibeba hii katiba. Hii nguvu zote ambayo anatumia, huyu mtu alikuwa na hii nguvu. Na huyu mtu anaona mbali. Na hawajamaliza, bado atasimama. But mimi nataka niambie tu wa Kenya wenzangu, tunataka amani. This is not maandamano thing. This is a project that was planned. Ilipangwa vizuri, na ilipangwa vizuri katika State House, and the power that we have right now ambayo is not even power. Hao watu ambao wamekaa katika hiyo State House. Okay. Kuna watu wanasema iti azimio. Let me tell you one thing, brothers and sisters. Kama Uhuru Kenyatta ndio alikuwa rafiki yake na amemfanya mpaka mahali amefika, who are you to support him? Perhaps you are the next culprit. Na hata usifurahie unapopewa pesa. Usifurahie. Hiyo pesa hiyo itachukuliwa. Na itachukuliwa kama unalia. Kwa hivyo the fact remains that hawa watu wako katika njia ya kumaliza wa Kenya. Hiyo shamba ilikuwa imeajiri watu wengi na watu walikuwa wanapata pesa hapo. They are not concerned on common mwananchi life. Hakuna job opportunity ambao wameletea watu. Na hakuna siku wametangaza even advertisement kwa ajiri watu. They give rich people offices. They don't give common mwananchi. Kuna wangapi wasomi, they kill common mwananchi and they make them to be bankrupt. What I can say, I condemn what they have done and the world is watching. Mimi nikiwa huku States, I have so many friends and people are watching. Kila mtu anaongea. Let them not think that hii kitu ni Kenya, hii kitu ni worldwide. It will be so much surprised that wataona kama hii kitu itashika Africa nzima. Hii kitu itashika the whole world. They might be threatening some individuals in Kenya, but this thing is ni kitu kubwa sana. Mimi sijafurahia. I'm not much happy about this thing that is happening, and I will never support this. Maandamano ilikuwa ya amani. Na hata wenye wanasumbua watu kwa maandamano ni maaskari. Maaskari kila mara maji, kila mara bunduki, hakuna siku imetangazwa kwa watu wa maandamano wameua. They have not killed. They are just carrying sufuria. Wakigonga wakilia njaa. Kwani wamefanya makosa gani? Si wako na njaa. Si hata wewe kama uko na mtoto kwako wewe umeajiriwa na serikali. Mtoto akiwa na njaa kwani atakwambia baba mimi niko na njaa? Si atalia. Na kama wewe ni mzazi mwenye uko na akili, utajua mtoto analia njaa. Kama ni mama kunyonyesha, mama nyonyeshe. Kama baba kuleta chakula, baba leta chakula. We can't see what is going on wrong na tujijanganye kwa sababu ya hii pesa. Second, I want to condemn the head of police department, the security. Hakuna masomo hao watu walifanya. In fact, they are the most stupid people in the world. Hakuna kitu wanaweza sema ati whatever. They threatening common mwananchi. Hiyo pesa na hiyo uniform ni mwananchi. Kila kitu ambayo anapata, hata hiyo ofisi amekalia ni mwananchi. Alafu ana threaten mwananchi ati ataua. Usikanyage town. Who are you? Kenya ni yetu na hiyo katiba tulitengenezewa. Na Raila alichaguliwa. And that is the fact. Na kama huyo mtu alijua, Raila has really made it clear. He is not even sure of him. Kama aliwin ama hakuwin. Anajaribu kudefend constitution. Mbona hiyo server isifunguliwe? Na tuone ni Ruto alifungua. Na tuambie Raila unatusumbua kando. Mbona unasumbua sisi na ulishindwa? Why are they? Mbona fear ni nini? Fear ni nini? Kwani anaogopa nini? Unajua dhamira inasuta baba. Dhamira inasuta. Na mtu akishasumbuliwa na dhamira zake, atazunguka nchi zote. Recently alikuwa huko UK. Hata wa UK wanamwambia bwana, mbona usifanye tu constitutional right ya nchi yako? Anakuja hapa anafinya watu na pesa, na hiyo pesa anatuibia. Na this man ambaye ameweka project wake, I'm just prophesying. Nasema kwa Mungu wangu, vita yao itakuwa mbaya zaidi ya yeye na Uhuru. Vita yake na Gachagua yake. They will fight themselves when they are out of government. They will fight. Kwa sababu hii ujinga, hii ujangili, hii ujambazi umungiki ambayo ilianza 2007, we can now see it now. Kama mtu Mkenya, wewe uko na familia yako, uko na watoto wako, unaweza nunuliwa kuenda kuiba shamba la mtu, kuenda kuiba vitu vingine. What is that are you doing? Badala hata uende tu uangalie tu kazi ufanye. If you don't want to be in maandamano, kama wewe ni bodaboda man, shika pikipiki yako endesha. Kama wewe ni mtu umeajiriwa kazi, why don't you go back to your work? Mbona sasa ubebe panga na nini na uende kwa shamba la mtu uanze kufanya kitu kama hiyo? Na kama walikuwa wanataka ku recover that land of which they are claiming is for Kenya, there are so many constitutional, wao wako na court wako nao mikononi, of which wanaweza pereka hiyo maneno kotini na ichukuliwe. Na kama wanataka hiyo, hata bunge wako nayo, si wamenunua wabunge wote? Why don't they just follow the legal process? Kwani kumwaga damu na kuchukua mali ya watu, what is that? What is that? Hakuna mtu atakuwa permanent baba. All of us we are going. Even if they kill Raila, even if they kill so and so, kuna Raila 100 leo wamezaliwa. Na kuna wengine pia watazaliwa tu. So we don't afraid of them. Let them stand as a government and tell us what they want from us. Kama wanataka hiyo position isimame, wafungue server. Wakisafungua server immediately, my friend, I will come back and tell Raila acha kusumbua watu. We ulishindwa tena na milioni fulani. Lakini if there is no any clear evidence, ambapo Raila is talking what vile Raila alisema, we have seen. Sasa kila kitu Raila anasema tunaona. Alisema kuna mungiki, leo tumeona mungiki. Alisema kura iliibiwa, tuliona akiibiwa. Alisema hii yote. So whom shall we believe? We have to believe Raila because ni mtu anasema ukweli. Na if there is any proof kusema Raila ni mtu mkora, waseme na waeleze. Hizi maneno ya DCI, kutafuta hizi maandamano ambazo zinafanyika South Africa. I saw them posting in their Twitter. Hii maandamano ambayo inaendelea huko South Africa. This is what is happening in Kenya. My friend, we are not stupid. Hapa Kenya tuko katika njia zote. We are so much intelligence.
Okay,
there are so many ways we can know what you are doing, if it is wrong or right. So thank you so much brother. I'm not happy with what happened and I just condemn Kenyans. Tusimame imara. Kama ni maandamano, acha tukufe wote. Lakini hii ujinga ya kubeba mali ya watu, tutabeba na wao. Na sisi tutakuja kama wananchi. Waacha hao wakuje na mamungiki, sisi tutakuja kama wananchi. God bless you, asanteni sana.
Okay. Honorable Dave, maoni yako kwa haraka. Tuko wengi, jaribu kuminimize maneno, lakini zaidi ya yote umeona nini leo? Leo kumekuwa na mambo mengi, lakini what stood out for you and what really made you happy or angry?
Actually, there's nothing that made me happy at all. Kwa sababu ukiangalia yale yamefanyika leo kwa nchi, yani ina traumatize. Yale baka unaona wanapochoma mpaka shamba la former president. Do you know there is something ambayo happened kwa nchi ya Kenya na maybe watu labda hawajui history. There was a time President Moi akiwa rais akaja katika eneo la Western. Na akiwa katika eneo la Western kuna ukora ujinja fulani walimfanyia na wakachukua jogoo, wakatoa manyoya yote wakatupa barabarani. Na baadaye alipotupa barabarani gari ya Mnyayo ikakwama. So, alipokuwa anapata gari ya kumsaidia ile endelee safari zake, akatoa maneno mazito sana kwa watu wa Western. Nataka nikwambie ukweli, hiyo laana imetesa watu wa Western for so many years. Na nikiongea hivi, there are several people ambao wana understand matamshi gani Nyayo alitamka. So even the former head of state, that man has authority over our country, and whatever that happened in this land, ana uwezo kutamka maneno na ika affect hata nchi nzima. If we go even to the Bible, mtu mmoja kwa jina Saul, this man alitaka kumua David. Tabia zake zilikuwa mbovu na hata alideserve kuuawa. But wacha nikwambie ukweli, wakati Mungu ameshateua mtu katika nafasi ya uongozi, huyo mtu anahitaji kupewa heshima yake mpaka akufe kifo chake. Saul, something happened very funny. Saul anauawa, mifupa yake inatupwa kwenye msitu. David anachukua nafasi ya uongozi, manake Mungu amemteua. Daudi alipokuwa katika uongozi, ukame ukashika nchi ya Israeli for so long. David akaanza kumlilia Mungu, what is happening? Umenipa uongozi, nini inafanyika? Mungu akamwambia, umewacha mifupa ya mtumishi wangu imekaa kwenye msitu, haukuizika katika njia ya heshima. David akashangaa, ili lazima akaenda akachukua mifupa ya Saul akaja kazika. Ndio utawala wa Daudi ukasimamishwa. Nataka niwaambieni ukweli wa Kenya ambao mnanisikiliza, yale imefanyika leo kwa shamba ya our former president Uhuru Kenyatta sio kitu cha kuchukulia mzaha. Kuna uwezekano mkubwa wa Kikuyu waliofanya hiyo kisanga, they are very happy about it because Ichungwa na upumbavu na ujinga wake amewachochea, wamepewa pesa na rigiji, wanafikiria kwamba itawafaidi. Wacha waende wezi wakule hizo kondoo, haitachukua muda mrefu. Most of those people wataenda kukumbana na situation ambaye maisha yao yote itakuwa ni lani yenyewe, watabaki kublema kina Ichungwa. Na hii kitu itarudi kwa watu, it's going to haunt them in a manner they have never seen, na hata kizazi chao. Ombi la moyo wangu tu ni moja, Wakenya wengine ambao tunaona yale ambayo yanafanyika, tusiende barabara hiyo. Let us not revenge. It doesn't matter what has happened. Revenge kwa kipumbavu kama hiyo. Kama saizi nasikia kumekuwa nafuna kwamba kuna issue Kibera. Nimeona kwa social media, sijui ukweli jinsi ilivyo, but kuna issue inafanyika, kuna mambo ambayo yanafanyika Kibera ambayo si mzuri sasa usiku. But ombi tu la moyo wangu ndio kwamba Wakenya revenge kwa mambo vile ambayo tumeona. Wacha wale ambao wamejilimbukia laana wajilimbukizie. Mtu kama IG, mtu ambaye ana mamlaka kwa nchi, anaziona vitu kama hizi zinafanyika, which means wao wanataka kucondemn yale ambayo protesters wanafanya, yetu wao wenyewe ndio wanasababisha maovu zaidi. What we saw today actually inaweza fanya hata nchi kachomeka, na ni wao wenyewe watalaumiwa. So ombi tu la moyo wangu ni moja kama Wakenya, let us not revenge. Let us just stand strong. Kama inabidi ni kuprotest, let us protest peacefully. Na mimi najua God is on our side. One of these fine days tutakuja kuwa redeemed. Na mimi kitu najua ni moja, ukweli hata kama itachukua miaka ngapi itakuja kujulikana. Na ndio maana ombi la moyo wangu, wacha ukweli julikane. Na jinsi hao viongozi wanajipiga vifua, hao ambao wameingiwa na serikali bala watetee wananchi, ninaomba Mungu awasaidie waibike wote. Na wananchi this time round, hebu tuchanuke. Tumefunguliwa macho. Let us be very clever. Tusikubali kudanganya wanasiasa. Wanapokuja na maneno yao matamatamu, wanaongea ABCD, tutafanyia hizi. Sometimes hebu tuangalie record ya mtu. Tusifuatilie mtu because tunafuatilia. Maana pia ukiangalia kusema ukweli, there are things ambazo zilifanyika kule 2007. Baadaye tuliona na macho yetu vile yalifanyika maafa, watu wakapelekwa ICC. Kusema ukweli nimekuja kudiscover kitu kimoja. Hiyo damu, hawa watu ambao wako uongozi, some of them wanahusika kwa maswala. Una tabia ile ya kwanza tena imechipuka ndani mwao, because kufika kiwango ambacho anafanya mpaka wa high goons wapatie bunduki, wapatie visu, waanze kuattack mpaka media, wanafanya vitu za ajabu. I don't think kama kitu ambacho cha kukaa chini na kufurahia. Ukweli ni kwamba hii serikali ambayo tunaiona saa hizi, kuna vitu wanafanya ambavyo kule nyuma 2007 baadhi yao walichangia masuala yote ambayo tunayaona leo wakirudi tena kuyafanya. Tusikubali nchi yetu ichomeke. Wakenya tusimameni kama vile kuprotest, na tuprotest kwa amani, na tuseme haki iweze kufanyika.
Okay. Kidogo tu Patmos, kidogo tu. Magda, habari ya leo? Sijui kama ni Magdalene ama ni Magda, lakini maoni yako ni yapi? Mengi yametokea leo, tumeona watu wakichoma vitu, tumeona watu wakipora mali, wakichinja nyama na wakibeba kondoo za watu, wakiharibu biashara na kampuni za wengine. Magda amepotea mbio. We, Captain, maoni yako ni yapi?
Jex, habari zenu wote?
Salama sana, karibu sana kwa show.
Kwanza kabisa kitu nataka kuuliza Jex, nimekuwa nikirun streamline somewhere, but I have seen you are arranging people. Mtu anaingia wa kwanza lakini unampeleka pale chini mwisho kabisa. I think mtu akiingia wa kwanza lazima afuatane na wewe pale. Haya, usijibu hiyo, unaelewa kitu nimesema. People, these are Kenyans. Ikiongozwa na Jex, Honorable Def, George Odere, Ochere, I think so, Cornel Ochuka, Honorable Patmos Kiplimo, alafu mimi pale chini. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Na ile kitu inaendelea kwa sasa, kwa mtu mwenye akona anajua 1 + 1 ni 2, sio 11, sio mzuri. Na nikisema hivyo sijasema tuite Raila Odinga akuje kwa serikali ya handshake ama serikali ya muungano, hapana. Katiba vizuri imesimama vizuri sana, inasema kwamba tutakuwa na opposition leader na tutakuwa na serikali kuu ambaye ni William Ruto. Tutapiga kura baada ya miaka 5, ambapo inaitwa 1 term ni 5 years. Tutapiga kura, mwenye atashinda kura atakuwa rais wa Kenya. Mwenye atashinda kura na ni namba 2 atakuwa opposition leader, ambaye sasa labda ni Raila Odinga, if I'm not wrong. Lakini sasa Raila Odinga yeye namba 2 hawezi kubali kwamba ameshindwa. Ametuletea hiyo sarakasi inaendelea. Hiyo sarakasi ambapo inaendelea, serikali kuu ambapo ilishinda ya William Ruto lazima ichikakamue na iweke kwa meza ama isimame kidete ya kwamba sisi ndio tuko serikali kuu, tutasimamia serikali na wananchi wa Kenya kulingana na katiba hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Ambapo sasa inaendelea. Ambapo kwa sasa labda kitu moja tu labda imeenda kando kidogo, boma ya aliyekuwa rais wa Kenya aliretire President Uhuru Kenyatta. Boma yake imefahamiwa pale bypass, Eastern bypass. Wamechukua wenye walichukua, mwenye alipata kondoo sawa sawa, mwenye amechukua shamba, na nasikia kuna watu wamejipimia 1, wengine 2, 3, 4. Hiyo ni sawa, lakini sheria itakuja itachukua mkondo wake. Atungekuwa pale. Sielewi ambapo penye tulifikia hapo mpaka kila mtu anachukua kondoo, mara mwingine anachukua pawaso anakata miti. I don't know where we are heading to. Kwa sababu tukienda njia hiyo, wale watu wanaishi Rift Valley wataanza kuvamia boma ya Moi. Boma ya Moi ikivamiwa, William Ruto ambaye ni rais kwa sasa hata yeye ako na boma. Miaka 5 ama 10 itaisha, tutarudi the same thing, kwake pia itafahamiwa. Tusimame kidete na nchi yetu Kenya itachomeka. Tunachoma nchi kwa njia rahisi sana. Yani ile tunasemanga ulimi ni kitu kidogo sana, lakini ile kitu inatamka. Hata sasa mimi mwenyewe vile naongea, ulimi yangu inatamka. Sijui kama ulimi yangu inatamka ile kitu mzuri ama mbaya, lakini naomba Mungu sana na nitamke kitu mzuri sana. Kenya penye tunaelekea sio mzuri. Tumefahamia boma ya Uhuru Kenyatta, ambapo sio ati nilikuwa pale, lakini ni wale ni Wakenya wenzangu, nitachukulia tu ni kama mimi pia. Tumefahamia boma ya aliyekuwa rais wetu, sio picha mzuri. Tuangalie vizuri sana ile vitu tunafanya, ambapo hapo mbele haitatukula akili ama haitatusumbua. Sio picha mzuri sana. Naye baba, ile show ingine tulikuwa nilisema vizuri sana. Sisi tukiwa kwa maandamano ya Raila, wenye tuko kwa maandamano tuangalie wenzetu ni kina nani. Kuna watu wamekuja maandamano kuiba, hawajakuja kutufanya maandamano na wao, wamekuja kuiba wananchi. Tusimame kidete. Kama ni maandamano, unga ile iko juu, haiko juu kwa sababu ya Raila, na haiko juu kwa sababu Rift Valley ati sijui wametoa rais, unga iko juu kila mahali. Tusimame kitete tuseme tunataka unga irudi chini, tunataka maisha irudi chini, stima irudi chini, unaona? Lakini tukisema Raila nini, hapana, hapo hatutapata ile lengo letu kama wananchi wa Kenya. Tuko na lengo fulani tunalenga sisi wote, ambapo tunataka maisha yetu irudishwe chini. Yani kwa mfano chakula irudi chini. Ile unga tunanunua 230 irudi, hata kama tunataka unga irudi 70 vile ilikuwa. Unga irudi 70, mafuta irudi 100 ama 90, stima irudi, sijui stima vile inapangwa, lakini stima irudishwe chini kidogo. Serikali yetu angalia inji za ng'ambo, subsidize electricity, kwa sababu electricity ndio inatumika kwa production. Most of these things in these European countries or other countries outside the country wanatumia stima kutoa chakula, ile mnaita GMO. Sasa zingine mnasema sijui GMO mtu amenea pembe, lakini stima inasaidia production, ina produce vitu mingi sana, itapunguza bei ya chakula, bei ya kila kitu kwa maisha. Tuangalie hapo kama serikali, saidia sisi, saidia wananchi wa Kenya, utusaidie tuone tutafika wapi. Sawa sawa, Jex, naona unataka kunikata, wacha nikijikate kabla unikate.
Watu ni wengi,
tutamea pembe.
Watu ni wengi. Kenya Rebels, sijui umeona aje leo?
Unanisikia?
Kabisa.
Haya. Nasikia watu wanasema sijui Mungiki ilifanya hivi na sijui nini. Sawa, lakini nasema hivi, wacha tungoje tupate ripoti. As of now, hakuna mtu anaweza kusema kwa uhakika ati ilikuwa Mungiki waliingia kwa hiyo shamba ya Uhuru. But overall, it was a disappointing day. Hata kama wewe ni mtu wa Azimio, hakuna kitu ulisolve. Ndio maana jana tulikuwa tunasema, is maandamano the best way we can get the price of unga down? Na maandamano, will it make William Ruto to open the servers? It is not Ruto's responsibility to open the servers. Haezi kufungua server. Hiyo responsibility imeshapita. So kusema ati Ruto afungue server, he cannot do that. Legally, he cannot. Muende kwa ile wale watu walikuwa hiyo wenye server hiyo, ambao walipata hiyo contract ya kuchukua nini hiyo information. That's number one. Haya, hii mambo ya, wacha niingie tu hii mambo ya nini mambo ya Uhuru Kenyatta shamba yake. Unakumbuka vile Uhuru alifukuza watu hapo huko, ilikuwa wapi huko siku za nini COVID? 7,000 people were displaced by Uhuru Kenyatta. And sijui kama mlisoma Panama Papers, hiyo shamba Uhuru, his father, Kenyatta family, walichukua, they grabbed that land. Most of their lands and the business that the Kenyattas have, enda ukasome Panama Papers, are stolen land from Kenyan people.
Uko na proof gani? Na uko na proof gani? Unajua amesema tungoje tuone wale watu wafanye investigation, watuambie kama wale ni wakina nani, na hapa naye anasema na mdomo yake huyu alichukua.
Ndio nakujibu.
Cornel, I was kind, just one moment, Kenyan Rebel. I was kind enough to allow him to speak without him being interrupted rather. So wacha tuache kila mtu aongee. As I said, issue ni yako kila mtu, na hakuna kuingilia mwingine until tufike hiyo wakati wa kuingiliana. Kwa sasa wacha kila mmoja atoe maoni yake.
Sawa, wacha nimalize kwa ufupi. Colonel Uchuka, kama unataka evidence, go read the Panama Papers. Uangalie what it writes down, what they own, hizo mabanki walichukua, and the land that they own ambao walinio. No, this is, if you live in Kenya, you know this. The Kenyatta grabbed land. Sahii mko Azimio mnajifanya ati mnatetea Uhuru kwa sababu Raila alishikana na Uhuru.
No,
but before that, even Raila mwenyewe alikuwa anasema, we know nobody, kama unaishi Kenya, you know that. Okay? So let's not pretend, let's not feel sorry for him when those people go take. In fact, wanafaa waende wakachome huko Ichaweri because he's been stealing land. But I want to keep it short. I don't feel sorry for the Uhuru family, the Kenyatta family. That is long overdue.
That's
Part of the
bullshit, bwana.
Kriegler's recommendation is tuangalia hizo historical injustice, which include land ambayo ilichukuliwa by the Kenyatas and the Moi family. That was part of it. But nitaiwachia hapo. As far as it is, it was a disappointment because 2 people were shot. Na hizo vandalism ilifanyika huko kwa Spectre kwa nini duka ya Raila. Anyway, if you have a question, answer. Ask.
Cornelo Chuka.
My question is, napenda venye unafanya debate na venye una argue, but mi hujani convince enough. But next time ukiongea, usiongea as if you are saying somebody ni evil, waende wachomwe, wafanye nini. Wewe mwenyewe huna proof, baba. Na ulianza kuongea vizuri. Ninapenda venye unaanza kuongea. Umeanza kuongea vizuri ukasema, wale watu wameingia kwa shamba ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, hatujui ni akina nani, tungoje uchunguzi. Wewe pia unanituma nikasome kitu fulani. Nataka nikwambie mimi sitasoma because vitu zinaundwa. I can even make a page na niharibu jina yako na watu wasome wapate ni ukweli. So tukue na facts. Tusikuwe tunaongea tu ati because kifua. Hii utagongwa kifua.
Okay.
Quick response. First of all, hiyo report si ati mtu aliandika ati nani Ruto aliandika. These were international consortium of journalists. Hata ndio maana if it was kama ingekuwa uongo, Uhuru Kenyatta family wangewasu. Remember Uhuru alituambia ati I'll address that issue in a month or something. Did we ever get a response from that? Hakutupatia response. So it stands. Unaona? It stands. If it was wrong, angewasu. So usikuja kuniambia ati wewe unakuja hapa bila facts. I've given you, if you want nikupatie link, nitakupatia link ukasijisomea mwenyewe, the land and the properties that the Kenyatta family has stolen from Kenyan people. Now, ukisema hiyo mambo hatuna proof of who did this today. That's a fair point. Tungoje. But as far as me feeling sorry for the Kenyatta family, no. These people should have been taken to court long time ago for the crimes that they committed on innocent Kenyans. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Okay. Clinton.
Mimi Kenyatta sema ya mwisho.
Okay. Umekubali? Clinton, wacha tupe Achuka dakika tu moja alafu uingie. Achuka dakika moja.
Mimi nasema mtu akiinquire mali na njia yoyote ile na amekaa kwa serikali for over 50 years, tafadhali kama wewe mkuweza kupata shamba, wacha kuingilia wenye wako na shamba. Wewe enda chukua shamba hilo utapewa na baba yako nyumbani, jenga nyumba na ukifanya kazi na nguvu kuja nunua shamba. Wacha kufuata watu. Wewe huna kitu. Hivi ndo maskini wao wanaharibu nchi. Maskini wanaharibu nchi.
Awache hivyo.
Sawa. Clinton.
Okay, asante Jakes.
Jihad nakuja kwako pamoja na Chef. Nakuja kwenye tu saa hizi pamoja na George Ochere. Kidogo tu. Endelea Clinton kwa muda mfupi tu, endelea.
Kuna mtu aliongea akasema kwamba Uhuru ni rais mwenye alikuwa rais like 6 months ago. The guy still has connections in the army. The guy still has connections in the police. And those are the institutions. Bwana, regimes change. Na we pia jana ulinishtua venye ulileta polisi mwingine hapa kutuambia a very depressed police officer kutuambia venye wao hawatapiga waandamanaji leo. So anyway, the Kikuyus that went to Uhuru's farm, I think they just didn't go. It was something that was planned by the Kikuyus themselves. Because Rigathi akiongeanga nasikianga kuna land za Maumau. Hii familia waliwaibia. So maybe they are trying to settle the scores. But William is very wise to let them do it themselves. Yeah? Because in Rift Valley, sijaona maandamano popote. Pengine wanangojea tu kijana yao aguzwe ndio waanze yao, but so far so good. But again, the retired president should also respect himself. The last time he was in Magoha's burial, he somehow showed disrespect to the current head of state. Let us not undermine William as if ye ni rais mwenye hana powers zile Uhuru alikuwa nazo. Unakumbuka tukimzika mamake Mudavadi, Uhuru alituambia rais ni moja na amekalia kiti sawa sawa. Kwani huyu Ruto wetu tulimchagua amesimama? Since tumchague hakuna kiti. Bwana, tuache kumdharau William. Then there is an old man I met today. Told me that Moi was a very good person. Then he left these people to wakamyumbisha akapata reason ya kusema hata hakuna maandamano. Si hata maandamano, hakuna kukusanyana watu zaidi ya 20. Hiyo pengine mnapanga kufanya maandamano. So why are we pushing William Ruto? 4 months after he's been sworn in, angekuwa ashajenga mabarabara, ashatulipia school fees, ashatupea free internet, kila kitu in 6 months. At the same time, the demands we are putting to him are not genuine. Eti tumeleta hackers, wakahack tuliwin. Sasa tunataka William Ruto ndiye atuprovie kwamba tuliwin by opening the servers. Siachukue hizo data from the server achapishe kwa gazeti, then aende Uhuru Park akuwe sworn in as the president. Wapi kwa katiba inatuambia kwamba William afungue server? Then maandamano is also not genuine. Ni mambo ya unga ama tunaenda State House? Then jana nilikuambia mimi sijui Nairobi vizuri. State House naona tu kwa TV. Kwani ni mbali sana na Nairobi? Haiko Nairobi? Mlianza kuandamana sijui lini amfiki. So let us show some respect to our current president. Kenya has challenges. But when we go the DRC way, the challenges might be beyond us. William Ruto won't lose. Uhuru Kenyatta won't lose. Raila Odinga won't lose. Ni sisi tuta lose. But we can't, it is our responsibility to stay home. Everybody goes to work. Kwa sababu Nairobi haijafanya kazi the last 1 week. Na niko sure salary ya William itaingia. Lakini salary ya yule mtu anauza pale nini? Viatu haitaingia kwa sababu the Azimio supporters are seriously scaring them. So baba atulize watu wake wakae nyumbani. But baba pia amenipendeza. Ukifuatilia baba hivi karibuni, baba haongei sana kuhusiana na William. Ako tu hapa kwa Rigathi. So nilikuwa najiuliza mbona ama wanashuku huyu ndio competitor wangu wa 2032 ama nini? Because baba na Rigathi wanakabana kwa ile mbaya. William squeezes isikia kitajwa. So let us just be sincere as Kenyans. Let us know what we want. Kama ni mambo na unga, haitashuka hata William atoke State House.
Okay.
And then we can't overthrow a recently elected government on grounds that bei ya unga iko juu. Baba was happy until 3 months ago kwa serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Hiyo time tulinunua unga 60. Tulinunua unga 70. Let us be genuine. Then I don't like what Rigathi did to baba. Pale Spectra, sijui Spectra. Ile niliona tu mkono ya Rigathi. Tena mkono ya right. Ikirusha mawe. Kwa sababu alijua baba akiharibu businesses zetu CBD na yake pia tunaharibu pande ile. So it was a tit for tat game of which baba will end up being the loser because Rigathi has powers to do it even at night. So we need peace. But if baba can't give us peace, let William use his powers that we gave him by electing him to give us peace. He's our president. He has everything. Hatukumpea sword alalie. Atumie hiyo sword vizuri tupate amani.
Asante sana. Kabla sijakuja kwako Jihad, wewe ndio unaongea saa hizi tu. Wacha tu nisome wale ambao pia wanajiunga nasi kupitia comment. Namuona Miss Jiruta uko ndani, asanti. Martha Ouma uko ndani, Naomi uko ndani, Frederick Mugo uko ndani, Dominic Kosgei na kuona, Wamboi Jacobs uko ndani, Caro C Chela uko ndani, George Nyalo uko ndani, Dennis Ondieki na kuona, Delax Sangea na kuona, asante kwa maoni yako. Evelyn Soyo, asante sana. Gitash, asante. Jihad is on. Maoni yako ni yapi? Leo tumeona mambo mengi, tumeona hadi mali ya watu ikiporwa na vitu zingine zikifanyika. Sijui unasemaje jioni ya leo?
Naam, habari zenu nyote kwa jumla.
Asante sana.
Nafurahia kuongea na nyinyi na kuchangia pia maoni yangu. Mimi kile nasema baba amefanya yale iko kwa katiba. Hakuna kitu amefanya yani kinyume na katiba.
Okay.
Na yeye kama angewachwa afanye vile alikuwa anataka kufanya, angefika hata hiyo State House. Lakini ni vile mapolisi wanatumiwa vibaya na wanakuwa precedents na wanajaribu kuside pande nyingine.
Okay.
Ndio maana tunaona kuna furugu, kuna hiyo hasara, kuna hiyo mambo ya nini za watu kuchomwa, na hiyo yote ni government ndio inachangia. Na hii side shows, hata huyu jamaa alikuwa anaongea sasa sijui ni nani, na hata siko naona sura yake.
Okay.
Unajua mzuri mtu anaongea hapa awe sura yake ionekane, mtu asiongee tu huko nyuma kati na hata tumjui ni nani.
Okay.
So waache kutoa maoni ambaye wanatuonesha ile side wako pande hiyo. Hata sisi tuko side ya baba na tufichi. Naona sisi tunajua haki maliko, sisi ni wa Kenya, tuko kwa hii Kenya makeo yote tangu Moi alikuwa kwa utawala. Sasa nani anadanganya mwingine? Nani anataka kufunza mwingine hapa? Afadhali ufunze mshamba ule hajaona TV, hajaona gazeti. Huyo unaweza mfunza mwambie ati baba ndo ako hivi, ati Ruto ndo ako hivi, ati sijui ndo kwa serikali. Hakuna. Sisi tunajua wazi kabisa hii serikali iliingia kwa njia ya kuiba. Waliingiza mpira kwa mkono au kuingiza na kwa mguu. Walifunga kwa mkono. Tunajua hiyo. Lakini ndio maana kama ni uongo ama kama ni kweli walishinda, basi wafungue sasa. Hakuna kitu ya kusema ati constitution haikubali, ati sijui nini haikubali. Lazima ikubali kwa sababu saa hii kuna crisis. Saa hii sisi hatuna imani na serikali sisi. Ruto ni nani kumwamini? Ruto si yule tunamjua. Ruto si alikuwa kwa hiyo gava. Alichukua hadi ngapi? Aliwahi timiza hata moja? Pamoja na serikali ya Jubilee waliwahi timiza hata moja? Hakuna. Yeye ni mtu anaongeaga tu, hata hawezi fikiria hiyo kitu kweli ni genuine ama si genuine, hawezi hata fikiria, anasema tu na angali. Sasa baka saa hii ni president, bado anatoa promise. Si anafaa kuwa anafanya project. Saa hii anafaa kuwa anaanzisha project fulani ndio watu waone kweli amefanya. Vitu zingine ni vitu yeye angeweza kufanya hata the first week. Alikuwa kwa baada kuapishwa the first week angekuwa amefanya size na hiyo kitu ingeonekana. Unaona? Kwa nini hata kitu moja tujaona ameweza kufanya? Ameshindwa kutoa subsidy, pesa ya subsidy ambaye ingetusaidia leo gharama iende chini. Angetoa subsidy ya petroli ingeenda chini. Lakini amefunga, amekataa, anajifanya hata hataki kujua. Na yeye alisema hii serikali ni ya maslahi. Serikali ya maskini. Serikali ambaye leo itakuwa inaweka tajiri na maskini kwa meza moja. Lakini sasa tukiangalia pamoja na hizo veo wamepeana, nani asila moja kupale? Hakuna. Na amejali huyu hasla amemjali wapi? Mbona hiyo maneno ya hasla bottom up iko wapi? Unaona? Pesa mfukoni iko wapi? Huyu jamaa alichukua hadi ngapi kwa wapi bana? Alisema hii ni serikali ya mama mboga, serikali ya bodaboda.
Screen haikai poa, toa watu wenye wana uso.
Nikitoa hadi nitakutoa hadi wewe.
Tafadhali hata mimi nasema hivyo, toa wenye hawana uso tafadhali. Hawafai kukua hapa.
Endelea.
Lakini mimi baki bwana. Juu
Hata mtoe. Ni huyo mwenye alikuwa anaongea hapo akisema sijui nini alafu anajiandika.
Endelea.
Na anaandika jina ya Kijaluo hapo na si Mjaluo hata. Sasa
endelea.
Sasa watu waache kujidanganya. Hii Kenya hii tuko pamoja. Mimi mwenyewe ni Waria na mimi niko mbali na Kenya, niko mbali na Nairobi, mimi nakaa border huko. Lakini najua nini inaendelea ndani ya Kenya. Naona tusidanganyane. Hii serikali ambayo leo tumeona serikali ya Ruto ni serikali ya kuaminiwa kweli. Angalia hata wale ministers wamewekwa pale. Watu walikuwa na kesi ngapi? Wengine wako na kesi ya wizi, wengine wako na kesi ya kunajisi, wengine wako na kesi ya kuua, wengine hata education level hawana hiyo education. Unaona? Lakini ndio wamepewa maveo kwa sababu ni wale, alafu wengine ni political reject. Watu wamerejectiwa na watu yao ndio wanapewa veo sahihi. Kwa hivyo hii serikali ati tunaiamini, lakini saa hii ni mwezi 8, hata watu wasisabu ati ni 6 months tangu serikali imechukua utawala. Tangu huyu Ruto ameingia, saa hii ni 8 months. Hebu from August ukisahau mpaka saa hii tuko March. Ni 8 months. Ni nini amefanya? Na ni 5 years term. Ni 5 years term. Already 1 year is gone. He should have been doing a lot. Saa hii angekuwa ametufanyia mambo mingi ambaye tulikuwa tunatarajia kuona kutoka kwake. Unaona? Na sisi tulikuwa tunaamini serikali ya baba kwa sababu alisema atajali wale ambao hawana kitu, hawana pesa, hawana kitu, yani watu ambao hawajiwezi. Angekuwa anawapatia kwa mwezi 6,000. Na baba alikuwa na mimi, alikuwa anasema ni ukweli. Kwa hivyo hata tungepata kwa Ruto tungeona kitu kama hiyo imeanza. Baba alisema hii mwaka hii from January watoto wangekuwa wanasoma free shule. Okay. Lakini mbona hata Ruto ameshindwa hata kutufanyia hata free primary school, free secondary school, hata hakuna. Ameshindwa hata kutufanyia hiyo. Na sasa sisi ndio tunaumia. Sisi ambaye sisi hustler ndio sasa tunaumia. Kwa sababu Kenya 40 million wengi wa Kenya wengi ni maskini, ni watu ambao wanaishi kwa jasho yao, kwa mkono yao. Hebu fikiria wewe ndio unalipa stima, wewe ndio unalipa gharama hii ya chakula nyumbani, unalipa rent, unalipa school fees. Hii gharama zote tutaweza kweli? Nchi zingine kama Ethiopia, mimi naishi karibu na Ethiopia hapa. Saa hii hapa chakula sisi tunabahatika tunanunua chakula bei rahisi hapa. Naona mafuta petroli hapa ni 120 shilling. Naona stima hapa ikizidi mtu analipa 200 ama 300. Stima serikali ni kama inakulipia kila kitu. Maji ni hivyo, ni kama free, ni kama bure tu unapewa.
Okay.
Tulikuwa kwa hii Kenya ilikuwa pole. Hii Kenya ilipata uhuru miaka gani? Na hii Kenya iko na rasilimali kiasi gani? Hata ile pesa wako nayo ambayo ile wanarokota kwa taxi ni mingi sana, ambayo ingesaidia watu wetu, ingesaidia hata maskini. Hata tungekuwa tunapata stima bure, tungekuwa tunapata hata maji bure, hata hospitali ingekuwa bure. Hospitali hapa Ethiopia kuja ni bure bro, mimi nakwambia. Sasa hii ni nchi gani tuko ndani bana? Sisi tuko ndani nchi yetu na hatupati kitu yoyote kutoka serikali. Kwa hivyo watu sidanganye, huyu Ruto hana nia yoyote ya kusaidia watu, na tunasema sisi tutaendelea kufanya maandamano mpaka afungue saba ndio tujue ameshinda. Tukijua ameshinda tunamwachia kiti yake na tunaamua tukae njaa hiyo miaka yote mpaka yamalize, ama hata mwaka 60 years zingine tutakubali sasa, tuvumilie hata kama ni kukufa.
Okay.
Yangu ni hayo, asante sana.
Asante sana Jihad, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Magda, ulikuwa umeingia ukapotea, sijui sasa kama uko tayari.
Niko, asante sana, sijui kama unanisikia
kabisa. Endelea.
Good evening to all. Mimi niko mzima, nashukuru Mungu. Kusema kweli nchi ya Kenya it's in a big mess. We are in a big mess. And if no one intervenes in this case, the generation to come, our children will have nowhere to live because they will be in a living hell. And this living hell, it is this generation that we are in that is creating this living hell for our children. We need to be very careful. Personally, I'm not a parent yet. I'm still young, not very young, but I'm still young. And if I give birth to my child and she comes to this country, to this world, and especially in Kenya, we're talking about Kenya here, and that child sees the mother throwing stones, going to loot people's farms, going to loot people's properties, what image am I giving my children? A very bad image. And as a country, we have insufficient forests in Kenya. The trees that we have in Kenya cannot even make us have good rain. And we are all praying to God that God give us rains as a country. Personally, I'm not in Kenya, but I'm not in the country. I'm a Kenyan, but I'm not in the country. And when I see people cutting down trees when you have not planted any, it's a big shame to us as Kenyans. And we need to see way forward and to make our country a good place for every one of us to live. Personally, I don't encourage looting of people's properties or damaging of people's properties. It's a very big thing. If it is the mandamano, let it be in peace. And if it is our other Kenyans, please let us not be misused as the youth, because it's a wrong thing for the country of Kenya. Let's be careful on what we are doing, and God will bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nancy, karibu sana, good to see you. Umepotea lakini asante kwa kuonekana kwa hii mtaa. Maoni yako ni yapi? Today we see, tumeona leo watu wakichinja tumbuzi mahali, tumeona wakichoma, wakigawana hadi shamba ya wenyewe, wakisema ni froti maguta. Sio, unaonaje?
I think for me, we're heading in the wrong direction. What I saw today is not what I expected to see. The young generation needs to wake up and think hard. What are they doing? I've heard Jihad saying that whatever Raila has done is constitutional. We know today in Kibera, we saw people who support Raila actually beating up journalists and stealing their stuff. Those are gangs that were organized to cause mayhem. If Raila was genuine in his demonstration, he should have remained in Karen today, mobilize those people who live in Karen, Kilimani, and all those neighborhoods, and do his demonstrations there, because he wants us to hear his concerns. He wants us to know, why is it that if he does not have access to the poor neighborhoods, no one else, he's not able to mobilize the high people in high echelons who live in Kilimani? Why is it he has to go to Kawangware, Mathare, Kibera, and all those neighborhoods? What is his obsession with the poor people? And if anybody can tell me, whoever went out today, ulipeleka unga ya 100 bob home? No, you didn't. Kama kulikuwa na njaa kwako, kuna njaa. Raila is 70 something years old. All these politicians, we need to see them for who they are, whether you're Kenya Kwanza, whether you are Azimio. We all need to gather and try and think about, what are the deep root causes of our problems? What solutions can we provide as a young people? You and I are the ones who are going to be in Kenya in the next 30 years. Why are we supporting politicians who are all selfish? They have no interest of the common man. Hata tukitoka kesho sisi wote tuende tuharibu Nairobi na tuvunje maduka, watu wale watasafa. If Kenya goes down, I'm telling you, watoto wa Raila watakuja hapa UK. The day Kenya bans, watoto wake, bibi yake, they'll take a flight. Watoto wa Ruto, watoto wa Kimani Ichung'wah, au watu wako huku Britain, watoto wa wanasoma. You guys from the poor backgrounds, you're being mobilized with a cause that you do not understand. From the beginning, lazima tufungue sava. Secondly, unga iko juu. If I can tell you all, even us who are huku majuu, tunasafa. Mi sijai kosa pesa ya kwenda kununulia watoto wangu soda. all the time that I've lived in Britain. And at the moment, before even you go for a day out, you've got to think hard, because this is a global crisis. I hear your concerns. I understand everybody's suffering, but going to the streets will make your problems worse. I don't support what happened to Raila's company being attacked by goons. I don't support what happened to Uhuru's land. We have constitutional route that we can follow if we are grieved by them acquiring land illegally. But if you look at all those people, they're young men, they'll be arrested, they'll go to jail. Raila's children, Ruto's children, they'll still be attending high universities. They'll still be doing what they're doing. Why are we spoiling our country for the sake of selfish leaders? Jihad. You're talking about Ethiopia. Ethiopia does not have the debt that Kenya has. And all this debt has been accumulated when Raila was in handshake, when Ruto was in government. So both of them, none of them is helping you. So why don't you as young people mobilize your own cause and actually get these leaders to understand we're not going to follow you. Social media is strong. You guys mobilize justice for Jeff. Why can't you start such a thing on cost of living and make it a genuine concern kuliko kutoka every week mnapigana? Sasa hao wamekufa leo, ni vijana wadogo, wamekufa nini? Kesho mtaamka, mtenda kazi, mtalala njaa. So please, let's sober up. Our country is heading in the wrong direction. We have to tell Raila and Ruto to sober up. They need to sit at the table. I don't support a handshake. Raila has to understand Supreme Court ruled. He was defeated. It's a fact. What he's doing now is an afterthought 6 months after the election. Kama alikuwa anataka servers zifunguliwe, angeambia IEBC, because Kenya did not have money to keep hiring the server for endless months. So we returned the server to where we were hiring it from. Angesema with his billions that they rooted from the government, angelipa hiyo server ili tuweza kufungua. But now it's an afterthought. He wants to remain relevant in politics when he's 78 years old. Come on, Kenyans. Let's stop doing this nonsense. Let's sober up. Let's do proper reasoning. Our problems are so deep-rooted that we need to think about our future as young generation. Tuache kufata hawa wazee na wajinga. These Ruto and Raila are not taking us anywhere. Nyinyi vijana wadogo, please. Look at your neighborhoods. Look at Kibera today. I was disappointed when I see young men being used. Look at Martha Karua. Nani ameona mtoto wa Martha Karua kwa gari? Au wako kwa ground. Nyinyi mnamafuata tu na magari makubwa. Nyinyi mnatembea all day. You will achieve nothing. Mtakufa. We'll go back to 208, 207. Then they'll end up having a dialogue. Raila will go into government. So what? What have you achieved? Come on, guys. It's disappointing.
Rhoda, before I come back to you guys, allow me to be biased kidogo. Rhoda, washa mic.
Good evening, everybody. Today is a very sad day. Today I feel very sad to know what happened today with people attack our former president land and stealing the goods and burning the forests. I have been cried today a lot because I was not expecting something like that. We know we respect our former, we have been respected, the great Kibaki. Nobody ever attacked his resident or attack his property. We have been respecting Moi when he retired 2002. So for me, I was very disappointed how people they can come to attack his property, the same community he is. I was asking myself, your own community, and they need to be more right, and they need to protect you. You know, it's very sad. I ask myself, there's so many things I was asking God, where we are going in our country. A country we have built with a lot of sweat, a lot of struggling. We need a lot of mercy and wisdom. You know, everything is about the wisdom of God. It's not about poor or rich. The time we are living, we need each other and to support each other, to help each other the wisdom. Because when you have a wisdom, there are things you fear to do. You know, our country, I just want to say like this. My country, everything is kaput. Whether you are rich or poor, we go the same place. You know, I used to see a country like Iraq. Iraq, before, it was a very fantastic country. It started like the way our country is. You see now Iraq, how is it? There is no way. There is no east or west. They don't know how to go. They free because they don't have, and they're, in fact, Iraq is they have a bad leadership. They have been destroyed their own country. They have been, Iraq is very, if they could manage, if like, can you imagine like a country like Israel is desert. They don't have, sometimes they stay 3 years raining, but they have a leadership. They manage to have a water, you know. Everything is about wisdom and to love, wisdom and management. And people, we see people like Ruto. Ruto is the one who brings this problem in our country. He doesn't like peace. Ruto is a bad seed. Ni beo ile baya kabisa. Unajua kuna watu wamezaliwa beu baya. Let me be honest. Ruto ni ameleta hizo shida. Hiyo shamba ya Uhuru inatakiwa, si ni ameleta hiyo shida. Tuone Kibira. You can laugh, but I'm saying the truth. Ruto ni begu ile baya. Amezaliwa begu baya. He's bad.
Nancy, kwanza nafaka kujibu before ujibu Roda.
The problem he have a psychology problem called pathological, and is a sickness. He can get help, and he lives the life.
Just a moment, Rhoda. At what problem does Ruto have? I didn't get that name.
Because he doesn't. I mean, the problem, I say like this: if he's a real president, like the way the former president was attacked, he could send the police to take those people in the prison. You know, even if he's out of the country, Gashaide, I call him Gashaide. Gashaide is now the responsibility. He could take those people in the prison. Because you are the former president to be respected, he could take those people in the prison, and he seemed not care.
Rhoda, just a moment. Kuna kitu umesema, I didn't get you right. There's a disease umesema Ruto is suffering from. Pathological.
Psychopath. Psychopath. No, they have a lot of sickness, in mental sickness, psychology. I think Ruto, I can tell you, Ruto, if you want to help, you can help and you live the life God created you to be. You're not a bad person if you need help. I know people, they have a psychopath and they have been getting help and they live life God created you to be. You just see the psychology, counseling, because the way you are doing our country. Can you imagine attacking the former president? And you see, and nobody care, even a shower. There's something, it was supposed to be very, 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 very Kenya people to police wa serikali na chukua tu wanapelekao criminal, those Mogeke, because it's a Mogeke group. They could take them in the prison. I remember when Kibaki was a president, he killed a lot of Mogeke. They were living in Mathare and they were attacking people, you know. So this government, this is not about rich or poor or family, this family. Let me tell you, when the country go to bad, everybody go the same life. You know, it's, for example, when we die, you know, people, they think when you die, we go the same place, whether you are rich or poor. Tunakufa, tunaziacha, zinakulu na watu wengine. Hakuna mtu anakaa milele na milele. Nobody. Even if you are rich, even the Bible says Jesus, when he was this world, he was poor, he was a refugee, you know, and he came the King of Kings. So let us love one another and we stop this kind of hatred and this kind of, may God have mercy on us. We need a lot, like those people, those Kikuyu people, they kill their own, they were doing that. Those leaders, Kikuyu, they need a lot of wisdom, because in Kalenjin community, they don't attack their own son. Why do you go to attack your own son? That is not wisdom. That is not normal. There's a lot of, we have to ask us the Kenyans where we are going as a Kenyans. There's a time even you ask God, what is going on? Me, I was asking God to do what is going on in our country. We need a lot of mercy in our country. People are crying for the hunger. People are crying. They tell me every day, I don't have pesa za kununua unga. Sina pesa za kulipa nyumba. Sina pesa za kulipa nini. People are crying. And that is the demonstration was meaning. Anyway.
Sawa, Rhoda.
May God have
Cornel,
mercy
naona
on
uko na
you.
swali kwa Nancy. Kidogo tu Nancy, so that when you come in ujibu swali na uniambie what
But
you
let me
want to
just
say.
ask her
Cornel,
what she thinks that the Kikuyus went to Uhuru's land. Did they have a mark here written, I'm Kikuyu? I think we should wait to see who is arrested. I think this is incitement. We need to stop saying it's Kikuyus, because there is one person I saw on camera. I know them from when I was a student, and hand on heart, they are not Kikuyu. That person is not Kikuyu. So let's wait. Let's not prejudge. I think, Rhoda, we need more evidence why you think Kikuyus are attacking Uhuru's land.
okay. Cornel, you have a question?
Unajua, mimi husema hao wenye wameishi ng'ambo huwa wanatusumbua sana. Kuna vitu Nancy amesema hapa na anaongea tu ni
Lakini
kama
ni
hata
Mkenya
agree kwa
kama wewe
ground.
bro.
Nasema tu, sijasema kwa ubaya, nimesema tu ndio niseme point yangu. Amesema Raila Amolo Odinga aweke watu wa Karen. Just give me time please. Amesema Raila Amolo Odinga atoke Karen akusanye watu wa Karen. Unajua wewe mwenyewe ujui mtu wa Karen ajui saizi watu wamelala njaa hapa Kibra, Kayole, elsewhere. We don't know wale watu wamelala njaa. Saizi mtu ako Karen, Lavington, Runda, hata ajui Pokot watu wanalala aje. Lakini Raila akikuja kwa the people wenye wako Nairobi hapa maskini, saizi watu mtu ananunua kitunguu, ananunua Royco ndio aweke mchuzi mix, because hawezi afford mafuta na nyanya. We mwenyewe unasema baba amekuwa mzee. We should not believe in these old people. Hata wewe utakuwa mzee. Ukiwa age ya baba, how wenye utaandoliwa na watoto wako, it will pain you venye unasema saizi baba ako 70. Because ukiwa mzee utakuwa uko age ya baba, utapata unajiwachilia tu na utakuwa watasema huyu mami siku hizi pia anatubo. So let us mind how we talk. We are so lucky Raila Amolo Odinga is old. At that age, is strong, is still sober minded, akona movement ya kufaitia wananchi. Lakini kwako ukiona yeye ni mzee, ati uzee inasumbua yeye akili. I don't think unaongea mtu kama mtu machua kwa politics. Kwa politics ufai kuangalia hiyo, ufai kuangalia kala, ufai kuangalia
Cornel, don't abuse, Cornel. Cornel Achuka, don't abuse, Just for a moment.
I haven't. Nimeka tu example. I feel too. Nimeka tu for example. Yeye pia jichukulie ina your age.
Wait, Cornel.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. But nimejaribu tu kusema ajiwekele kwa your age.
Dogo tu. One, don't abuse. In this show we say it, we will not personalize, neither will we abuse anyone. So it's wrong to say someone is not mature live and show. These are people who have children, these are mothers, these are fathers. Everyone here ako kwa sababu ako na, as we said, kila mtu ataongea. So I feel you feel aggrieved, but allow yourself also not to hurt someone else in the process of airing your comment. Is it okay? Before I come back,
I'm sorry.
Jihad, you had a question. Okay,
Clinton,
Nancy, yes, Nancy.
I'm not gonna go to the level that he's gone, but all I'm gonna say, fact, Raila Odinga is old. I'm not abusing him. That's a fact. The other issue about not going to Karen, what I'm saying to, if the cause is genuine, when we've seen uprising in Egypt and Tunisia, nobody was left standing. Everybody came out because what they were fighting for, everybody agreed with it. So it is not about poor versus the rich. It is about, is this genuine? I've told you, I wouldn't call myself a poor person. I would say I'm economically able, but I've told you, even when I'm like that, I'm struggling. Even the person in Karen, whether you like it or not, the economy now is not working for them the way it used to work for them. I know people who have big car garages in Kenya. Today, they're closing and moving on because economy is hurting everybody. It's hurting the people poor more, but even the rich people, they're struggling. So if it's cost of living, it has affected everybody across the board. And if that was the only issue Raila is raising, I would be there supporting him because it's true, but also give us solutions. Don't tell us cost of living is high. What is his proposal?
Don't tell us about the age. I don't think the age is something you can just mention. Please. Age, no.
Amepitwa na wakati. I'm sorry, that's
you are allowed to say about that, but you are not allowed to talk to you directly.
There is one man in the Bible, God, he gets to the one who is 75 years. Later, he is not old. Raila is a sober. He's a very sober. He's more. In fact, if I compare Ruto and Raila, Ruto he is more. Raila he is more sober than Ruto because Raila he's a man he's very kind. You know, when you are kind, God give you more favor. Ruto mimi baba na kwanga sober. Hata Ibrahim alipata children akiwa na 75 years old. Raila he is sober. Unamwona atakitembea anakaa mzee. He's sober. Mungu amembariki because of the grace sufficient. Watu wanampenda. Hiyo grace I don't know how is his father. He's is Oginga. I didn't know him, but I think later he is very blessed.
Now,
In terms of the
ladies and
generation, very blessed. He's very blessed. His grace have been following him. Na vile watu wanampenda. Na hiyo ndio.
Okay. We agreed this with everybody that we will respect your opinion and we'll respect you, and please don't abuse anyone. It's not personal. By the end of the day, it's not personal, and all of us are Kenyans and we have a right to be here. So you're here rightfully. Ongea, I'll give you an opportunity. We won't abuse you. We will allow you to speak. Let's continue the discussion. Jihad, you had a question before I come to Charlo and Nelson. Jihad, you had a question.
Yeah. Mimi maswali yangu nenda kwa Nancy. Unajua ni kweli vile anasema ina affect kila mtu ndio. Lakini si rahisi kuona mtajiri ati anatoka nje kwa sababu ya ati kupiga hiyo makelele, lakini wote wako na hiyo intention. They are supporting, wengi wao, hata mimi mwenyewe siko kwa maandamano, but I am supporting. I am with those who are crying. I know that is affecting a lot of poor people are been affected. So and hii maneno ingine anasema ati tusifate baba. Sasa if you don't have leader, utatembea aje? We need to have a leader who can lead us.
Okay.
So usiseme baba anapendwa, ni roho yetu tumempenda, roho yetu imemtaka. Sasa hata ukifanya nini haitatoka kwa roho yetu dadangu. Sisi tumempenda baba, tutamfuata.
Okay.
No, me, I have no objection to following.
Nancy, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I have no objection you following Raila, but all I'm saying, we all need to sober up. We all need to decide what solutions is he offering. He can take you on the road today, tomorrow, but what is his counter proposal? He's been telling us he has
young. What is Ruto offering? Ruto is young. What is Ruto offering?
Hang on. He's told us that he has a petition to counter the government. Can he provide so that we can decide? 64% of those who are polled in Kenya said they don't support maandamano. So it's only the minority are supporting it.
Okay.
So for me, come on, guys, let's sober up. I'm sorry.
Jake,
that is you.
Steve Charlo,
That is your
allow me to have Steve Charlo. Steve Charlo. No, Steve Charlo.
Hamjambo. Mimi naitwa Steve
Charlo. Sana, how are you, sir?
I'm fine.
Aha.
Nimeingia saa hizi tu kutoka kazini kusikiza hizo story ambazo tunachapa hapa. Wajua mtu ambaye hajalala njaa hajui njaa ni nini. Unaweza kukubaliana na mimi? Na hii kizungu mingi ilikuja hata wakati wa kampeni na wakati wa kupiga kura. Watu walijifanya kizungu mingi mpaka wakajisahau. Mpaka wakajisahau kabisa. Na tabia zetu kama mimi Mwafrika, tabia zetu, sihitaji mtu in particular, tataja mimi mfano wangu tu. Tabia zetu si tunapenda kukimbia our shadows. Unaona? Mtu akitoka nje kidogo anajisahau completely. Hajui kuna wengine jana hata hawajakula, na ni rahisi sana kudanganya mtu ana njaa kushinda mtu ambaye ameshiba. Hata mwanamke ambaye ana njaa kumtongoza kwake ni rahisi sana. Kumpatia Fanta, you'll go with that lady. Lakini mtu ambaye ameshiba, hata ukimwekea chakula anaona wewe tu unajisumbua. Kama mwanamke ana pesa yake hauwezi mtongoza. So kutongoza watu wana pesa mpaka waingiane vile watu wanafikiria waandamane ni ngumu sana, lakini ni rahisi sana kutongoza maskini kuingiana pale unapotaka wewe. So the thing is, Ruto alipochukua, kama alichukua, kama hakuchukua, hata hakuna mtu anajua, manake walishindana pale, server hazikufunguliwa, lakini between 4 people and 3 people who can best win. Ona, sasa judgment ikawa wale watu wanne hawakukubaliwa mambo yao, ikawa ni wale watu watatu ndio ambao wamekubaliwa. So we are not sure before hata server zifunguliwe ama zisifunguliwe, we are not sure kama Ruto aliwini ama ni Raila aliwini. Lakini mambo ya njaa, hata kama iko hapa dunia nzima ina njaa, na hata before kura zipigwe, hii dunia tayari ilikuwa ina njaa, ilikuwa na corona, ilikuwa na vita Ukraine huko, na watu bado walikuwa, kuna uwezekano wa bafu ya university, wanachukua bafu yao wanaenda university. Watoto wa skuli walikuwa wananunua uniform, isipokuwa wale walikuwa boarding wanaenda skuli. Kuna pesa ya wazee ilikuwa bado ilitolewa na Kibaki. Pesa ya wazee walikuwa wanachukua. Hata mimi mwenyewe nishawahi kuona watu wako kwa foleni kwa post office wakichukua pesa ya wazee. Hiyo pesa saa hizi huwezi jua imeenda wapi. Sasa wale maskini ndio wanasikia machungu sana, vitu kama vile zimepotea, ndio unaona wanaandamana. Swala lingine la mambo shamba kuvamiwa, huyu mdada amesema ameona mtu amemjua si Mkikuyu. Wajua hata huyu mama mwingine amegesi kuwa wale wanaweza kuwa ni Wakikuyu, kwa sababu kulikuwa kumesemekana, walitoa ripoti kuwa wataonyesha. Mr. Gachagua alikuwa ametoa ripoti kuwa yeye atamuonesha Uhuru, kwa sababu wanadhania Uhuru ndo anafund ile maandamano. Unasikia? Sasa yeye walitoa. Sasa hiyo hakuna evidence. Hata huyo mama anasema na mwingine anamjua pale, sijui si Mkikuyu, hakuna mtu anajua wakina nani. Lakini mtu ukijitolea, ni confidence, ukijitolea ukisema pali fulani kutafanyika hivi, alafu ifanyike hiyo kitu, wewe utakuwa the first suspect. Ndio unaona mama mwingine hapa ana suspect ni Wakikuyu ndio wamevamia ile shamba ya Uhuru, kwa sababu wale walisema lazima watamfunza adabu yule, kwa sababu yeye anafanya maandamano. Unaona? Kwa Europe, wajua huku Europe kunapoteza watu. Hata mimi niko Europe na niko over 30 years hapa. Hata watoto wangu ni wanasoma hapa, ni wakubwa sana. Tuongee tu ukweli. Kwa Europe is nothing. It's just nothing. Kuna watu tu wanatoka kule anakuja hapa kama home based care, akifika hapa anajifanya na kwa mzungu mpaka anasahau maisha wale wengine kule. Usisahau nyumbani, hata tufanye nini iwe nini. Kama ni kizungu tunaongea, mimi naongea naishi Ujerumani. In particular, naishi German, I speak German. Hata sasa inaangalia vile France kumekuwa na hiyo fujo. Si hata stories za kusikia. Niko kwa border ya France. Kule vile kumekuwa na fujo na kila kitu. So hiyo maandamano iko at least the whole world. Lakini sasa je, tunaandamana na akili gani? Si tuongee tu tuseme fulani ni mbaya, fulani ni mzuri. Hakuna mtu yote ambaye tunaweza kumweka 100% ni mzuri. Kama sheria atakuja wewe uingie leo, uondoe kila kitu. Uondoe hiyo bafu ya university. Kama una watoto wanasoma university kule nyumbani, then you are in a problem now, kwa sababu ni ulipe hizo fees zote, na fees za university the first semester nafikiri Kenya itakuwa almost 100,000 or above. Sasa ukiona mtu wa Kibera yeye ana mtoto wake yuko university, unafikiri akiambiwa tu ndio kaandamane kwa sababu fees zimeondolewa, si unamwona na haraka kabisa kuingia kwa maandamano. Lakini mtu ambaye yuko huko sijui mweta Karen huko kukubwa, yeye hajui hiyo kitu sana, hata hajui kama kuna unga kwa supermarket. Kuna mwingine unaona katika kampeni aliulizwa hakujua kama mkate unauzwa kwa supermarket. Alisema haingii supermarket kuuza mkate. Hapa tu hao wanasiasa wetu hao. So please bana, hata tukiwa hapa Europe tujielewe. Sio mtu anaweza kukudanganya tu vile anavyotaka. At least ukiwa huko mbele umefungwa na macho. Speaking English doesn't matter or doesn't bother anything. It's just the language.
It's okay, Chalo. We hear you, sir.
Are you attacking me?
We hear you, sir.
No, I'm not attacking anybody.
So who are you
I'm
talking
just
about?
talking for the sake.
English.
I'm just talking for the sake. We have to be wise before we blame some people. Before you get
Chalo, a moment.
No, 1 minute.
Just 1 moment.
I respect what you said. I will not say you've said that because you're in Europe. I can speak you.
No.
I can speak whatever language I want, but you
Yeah,
cannot.
I can speak even me. I can speak even German.
No,
You don't
so
even understand German, but I
stop
still care for
asking
these people.
why are you
I
writing
speak Russian. I
that
speak
nonsense?
Russian. I speak Polish. But I care for these people.
It's
I
okay.
know,
It's okay.
I
Can
know
we
the
come back
process
to
they
the
follow.
debate? So, Chalo,
Okay.
just one moment. Just one moment. I would wish we come back to debate. This is what we are discussing.
Yeah,
We
we
are
are
discussing
discussing,
the
but
episode
don't
that we
blame.
saw today
We don't
between
have to blame some people there because they are poor, or
just one
some
moment.
people
Just one
because
moment.
they're old.
Chalo, I was quiet when you spoke, so allow me to speak before I bring in any other panelist. Let's try to be civil. Let's not attack any panelists. We are all here because we love our country, whether far or at home. We love our country, whether you support the government, whether you don't support it. You're here because you love your country, and this country is ours. There's no other place we can call home apart from the 4 pillars that make our nation Kenya. So please don't attack the panelists. Speak to the issues that we have. So many issues to focus on one another. We have a lot we can discuss. So sorry to anyone who has been offended. I take this moment to ask you to please don't insult a panelist. Everyone ameingia ili atoe maoni yake. Unaweza kuwa haukubaliani nayo na haimaanishi yenye wewe umesema it is the best opinion. Every opinion counts, and that's why we are here. So allow me to, there's a man who has been here for the last 1 hour. He hasn't said a word. George Ochera, please say something before I give Nelson next.
Jax, thank you for protecting Nancy. I feel like everyone was attacking Nancy. Thank you for protecting and bringing that sanity.
Yeah, habari ya usiku. Hello.
Go ahead, George.
Okay.
Nakusikia, endelea.
Okay, nimesikia vile watu wameongea, nimekaa kitu kama 2 hours 12 minutes kama nimenyamaza tu. Na chenye imefanyika Ruiru, mimi niko Ruiru at the moment. I was at the scene. Niko Ruiru, hiyo kitu imenipata kama niko bypass. Mimi ni mwendeshaji wa pikipiki. Tumeenda mpaka huko. Hii kitu yenye watu wanasema ati hiyo kitu ilikuwa organized. Juu uweze niambia watu wanakuja wanaingia kwa shamba ya Uhuru former president, na pale kuna ma security. Watu wanakuja wanaingia kwa shamba yake na ma security wako pale, na hapo ndani tunakuanga na kambi fulani ya jeshi I think. Hebu niambie shamba ya mtu kama Uhuru former president ya Kenya, watu vijana wanaweza kuja waingie aje kama serikali hawako aware, mapolisi hawako, na hapo Ruiru police station iko hapo, OCS ako hapo pale, Githurai iko police station, Kawasukari na wako pale, na vijana wamekuja wanafanya ile vitendo wamefanya pale, kuiba mbuzi za watu. Hiyo kitu imeendelea kitu kama 2 hours. Hakuna polisi yote mwenye alikuwa pale. I was at the scene, niko Ruiru saa hii. Hata Ruiru ndio nahisi. Mimi vile nimeona watu wengine wanasema siji mara au siji nini, bado hakuna investigation inafanywa. Pale ni kitu yenye ilikuwa imepangwa. Juu inafanyika pande at the same time, pande ya Raila pia inaguzwa. Kwa nini Western Hotel haijaguzwa na mali yote ya Rigathi Gachagua haijaguzwa? Na yesterday ndio walikuwa wamesema watadili na hao watu. Kama naweza kuambia I was on the scene, vijana walikuwa wamekasirika wa Kiambu, na naona kama within some days on Thursday nimeona kama watu kama kuna I just tell you on Thursday it will be bad. Haitakuwa vile watu wanafikiria. Juu hata kama mimi naweza sema ukweli, I was at the scene. Vijana walizibiwa bypass kama walikuwa wanaenda hiyo kupigana huko kulinda mali ya Uhuru. Vijana wa Kiambu walikuwa wamezeuliwa bypass. I was there. So watu wasijaribu kudanganya tumara au wanatufunika sijini. Sisi si watoto hata kama tunaishi Kenya. Wenye wako nje kama wajui chenye natendeka Kenya, wakai huko nje. Wasilete mabishano kwa nini yenye inafaa. Watu wanaongea vitu zenye zinaweza saidia wa Kenya. Raila akiandamana anatuandamania, sio yeye. Juu Raila hata saa hii akiwacha kuandamana, akipenda anaweza kuja kule Australia ama aende kule USA na narudi Kenya na ndege. Sisi tuko hapa tunateseka. Sisi wenye tuko chini, sisi ndio tunajua. Imagine mimi ni mtu wa bodaboda. Naweza enda kwa barabara tangu asubuhi mpaka jioni, niko na familia, nataka wakule, mimi pia lazima nivae, lazima waende shule, na from morning up to evening umepata shilingi 200. Unga peke yake ni 240. hujanunua chakula, kesho asubuhi watoto wanaenda shuleni, unalipa school fees, tutasurvive aje? Kama sio Raila ndiye atatusaidia, tutasurvive aje? Sasa tuache kujipaka matope ati mara au siji Raila siji nini. Hizo ni vitu zenye hazieleweka. Raila ako right. Kama Raila anafanya makosa, mbona hajasekwa mpaka sasa hivi? Wangekuwa wamemweka ndani kama kuna makosa yenye nafanya. Tuliambiwa hata wakati tulikuwa tunapiga kura. Naweka Biblia chini, unga ni 70 bob. Mpaka sasa hii ndio hata vitu zinapanda zaidi. Maandamano kama naongea pande ya maandamano. Watu wananchi hawaletangi shida kama polisi hawajaanza. Mimi hata leo, hata kama wenye walikuwa na watch kwa media wako wanatoa yote. Kuna vitu zingine zenye media hawatoi, lakini wenye wako kwa ground wanajua ni nini inafanyika pale. Watu wanapigwa na polisi. Na mapolisi ndio wanaanzanga kupiga watu, ndio watu walete fujo. So wenye wako nje wasituambia ati wanajua kutuliko sisi wenye tuko kwa ground. So chenye ilikuwa imefanyika pale kwa shamba la Uhuru sio kitu mzuri. Na watu wasiseme ati ni siji mtu fulani siji wengine, wale walikuwa Wakikuyu tupu na wakuwa watu wa Ruiru. Wale walikuwa watu wenye walikuwa wameletwa. I was there kama witness. I was there. Walikuwa watu wenye wameletwa juu wenye walikuwa pale wanataka kufanya hii maneno hatukuwa tunajua wote, na mimi ni mkaaji hapa 15 good years kama nimeishi hapa. Nani sijui hapa na mimi ni mtu wa boda. So hao watu wenyewe wasituambie sijui mara au nini. Chenye inafanyika Kenya ndi sisi ndio tunajua. Na kama vitu zilienda kombo, Rigathi angerudi chini, waite mzee waongee, watengeneza maisha yetu sisi wa Kenya. Sisi ndio tunaumia, hao wanasiasa waumii. Ni sisi ndio tunaumia hapa chini. Tena niko na uchungu sana kama naweza sikia kama watu wengine wanasema ati Raila anafanya vibaya. Akiwacha hiyo maandamano yake saa hii, nani atakuja kusikiza wa Kenya? Kama wa Chinese walituletea China Square hapa, tulikuwa tunanunua vitu bei rahisi. Waliandamana. Sida iko wapi? Mtu ametoka nje kwa nchi yake kuja kusaidie na vitu cheap, bado hiyo mnakuja mnafunga, mna shut down. Sasa sisi hatujui vile tutaishi Kenya. Hii Kenya hata kama ni yetu, hatuwezi hama, hatuwezi pelekwa mahali popote. Tutazoea tu. Juu hata sisi wa Kenya tumechoka. Hata sisi tulikuwa tunalea Raila awache kwenda kwa barabara, kila mtu akae kivyake. Tumechoka. Asanteni.
Nelson. Nelson, go ahead.
Jake, thank you. Hi, Nancy. How are you? I think I'm talking. I don't know whether you are not able to hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you.
We can hear
Okay, so
you. Go
I
ahead.
had a voice that was congratulating. Yeah, I'm talking. I had a voice congratulating you for protecting Nancy. I want to admit the fact that the pressure was a little bit so high on her, or rather, let's call it some sort of heat. But again, I'm a voice of reasons, and first of all, let it go on record that I do not support any kind of chaos, mayhem, and disruption of daily activities within the city or anywhere. Having said that, I think Nancy is becoming a little bit too sensitive, one, with her comments, two, with how she takes everything from every person. I don't think Mr. Stephen really meant a direct attack on her. She made it her own thing, and Jake, you jumped on it. I don't think that was a wise way of quashing the whole hit all over again. But now back to my point. It is true and in record and in public domain that Kimani Ichung'wah, the MP for Kikuyu, a neighboring constituency to where I stay, Rigathi Gachagua, a sitting deputy president, who is right now taking care of the country in charge of, on behalf of the president who is out, and many others, Moses Kuria during his homecoming, the MP for Thika Town, the MP for Naivasha, all these people, I don't mean to be tribal, are Kikuyus. They said one thing and so direct, even to a very young toddler, that they will go and attack Uhuru Kenyatta's farm. And in fact, some of them even extended and alluded to the fact that they were going also to attack Raila Odinga's private industry. I really don't know how long the government wants to play this, because on the other side, the opposition is playing them smart with the fact that they're holding their demos, and it's peaceful until they are provoked, and it ends up in tear gas throwing and stone throwing and exchange of water cannons and dances and all that kind of stuff. This is not the right place, and this is not the right thing, and this is not the right time for this. We can't say that Kenya had completely healed economically, even from the heat of 2007 post-election violence. We can't really tell that Kenya had also healed completely from our economic, hole where we were during Corona. And we were just about to get to somewhere where we could even say that now things are taking shape. The previous regime also left us not in a very good situation, but now the current regime is now taking us completely 6 feet down. Sort of, wametupata kama tuko hosi, badala ya kututibu, wanatuingiza ndani ya kaburi watuzike. Having said that, I think the bar stopped with the top leadership. And it is so much unfortunate to use a platform like this to ridiculous someone in the status of Raila Odinga, call him all sorts of names, how old he is. Yet you as a person, you can't offer a solution, and you can't even lead a group of 10 people to go for a press conference. This is someone who has a platform, can be heard. His voice speaks for very many people, if not for you, because perhaps maybe in one way or the other, you are sorted, and you are feeling you're not in any way affected by whatever thing that is going on down here in the country. And I think Stephen said something that in as much as tuko huku majuu, tusijifanye sana tukasahau ni nini haswa kinaendelea nyumbani. So I think it was so much for me, I find it insensitive. And I apologize if at all that word will rub and will not rub well with any other person within the platform here. But I find it so much insensitive for any one of us here to come and start lecturing and telling us all sorts of things, knowing very well for them they do not go through whatever thing that we are going through down here. I am speaking as one person who is a victim in all angles. I am a young parent who is working by himself, not employed by the government. I do business. I normally say that here. Jake, you know that. Nancy knows that because Nancy knows me all the way from the past discussions and debates that we normally had. We used to have before the elections. And whenever there is riot or mandamano in town, my office remains closed, meaning I can't do anything, and I depend on a daily basis orders, and the fact that I'm completely and very close to Supreme Court, City Hall, KICC, I'm largely affected. Now, I think we should use this kind of platform to inform the rest of the people who are listening to us that if at all I feel as Nelson that Raila is old, then what solution am I offering? Don't come here and tell us he is old and you yourself, you're not offering a solution. Don't come here and tell us this and that, and I myself, I can't even tell you we should do this. I think it is important that we acknowledge the fact that we have a leadership with no iota of wisdom in terms of leading and ruling. People who have no clue about what to do with power. People who think that it is all about camera, microphone, lights, and then being told. I think we have theatrics, we have drama queens, we have actors in positions. We have people who think that they should be trending on a daily basis. Whatever happened at Northlands, that was so much uncalled for. And you can't really tell us that, do you have approved they were Kikuyus? They were recorded speaking in Kikuyu language. So I don't know, but yes, people can be multilingual. People can be in a position to speak other languages. But again, a sitting MP who is the leader of majority in the parliament was recorded and is in record, warning the former president of a looming attack, to be ready and be sure that not only other people will be losing money or their property, that he should also be ready to go through the same pain that other people are going through. So I don't know. Two wrongs do not make a right. Okay. Now I just want to echo what Stephen said as I give another person a chance to talk. Please, we appreciate you, our brothers and sisters in abroad. But when you have a golden opportunity like this to talk to us, perhaps if you don't have information and facts at fingertips of what is happening down here in the ground, ask first. Don't just come because you saw us. No, everything is well. You know, you don't know what we go through, and you start throwing lectures, calling people names, thinking that you're the one who can give us a solution that is, I beseech you, let us all reason like the human we are, like the you who was here before you went somewhere, like the me who is going through it. Picture me like your brother, picture me like your sister, picture me as if I'm really suffocating and I'm really suffering, and I'm giving you phone calls and I'm giving you information of what I'm going through, and you're the one who is taking me through that. There is a book called An Enemy of the People, Peter Stockman and Dr. Stockman, the mayor. And then there is one person in that book who was branded a drunkard. So the drunkard man, but he happened to be the voice of reasons. He was telling Peter Stockman, in as much as Peter Stockman was fighting for the people against the dictatorship of Dr. Stockman, it was Dr. Stockman who was fighting against Peter Stockman, the mayor. He told him, in as much as you are fighting a good fight, but do it with moderation. We are behind you like a solid wall. That was a voice of reason. Everything must be done with moderation. So if at all it is a trend they want, they should do it with moderation. I don't know, but then I think we are headed to a very, very bad direction, because even as at now as we're speaking, some people in Kibra cannot sleep. Already there are some houses being burnt, a church has been burnt down, a mosque has been burnt down. So I don't know how you want to really persuade me that the hand of government is not there, because it is in record. They are saying that they will also organize other people to counterattack the opposition. I don't know, even if it is the opposition doing it because they're taking advantage of the government having come on record saying that, but it is so insensitive and it is so stupid of a sitting government representatives to come out in full glare, publicly, in record, saying that they will be doing things that should not be done by them but militias. You have a whole police contingent, you have Fanya Fujiwon, GSU, and every department, fighting, tear gassing people who are out to express their frustration on what you're doing to them as a people. And for me today, the picture and the video that carried the day was a man who was walking wrapped with towel together with his son, holding his hand in Kisumu, and he wrote a placard, okay? Tumechoka na maisha, yani the cost of living must come down. Say no to high cost of living. That was the video of the day. That was the picture of the day. We ought to have discussed what really went through the mind of that young kid, in as much as perhaps he didn't know what was really going on. But then how many nights do you think that man has gone through without food, perhaps without breakfast, without lunch? To an extent he decided, today liwe liwalo, nitatembea na kijana yangu kando yangu. Kama wanataka kuniua, watuue sisi wote, ndiposa hata kama nikienda asibaki kama nateseka. You understand? We have bandits killing people, maiming people in other parts of the country. You can't deal with bandits. You are coming to deal with people who have come in full glare, not even at night, daytime. You are tear gassing them. You have all information about the bandits, where they are, but then you're protecting them because some people somewhere are doing business with them, and you're coming to fight the people you're supposed to protect. And you're going to revenge on someone. You're just alleging that he's sponsoring the Mandamano. You don't even have facts. And you're sponsoring people. I even saw a sheep dying out of shock. A sheep dying out of shock. So pathetic. That's the least I can say.
Okay. Messi, come in, then I'll have Geoffrey Mboro, and then I give some more other people. Messi, come in.
Thank you very much. Nancy, I think I just want to stand right behind you and support and echo your sentiments. A lot of people tell us tell people who are in diaspora that they don't know what is happening on the ground, and they're very, very wrong about that. If you look at diaspora remittance by the end of 2022, it stood at 4.027 billion. So when people who are remitting to the country such a lot of money, you are telling them they don't know, you are kind of trying to say they don't invest in that same country. The same diaspora people tell that they don't know what is happening and they should not come and give them lectures here are the people who are creating jobs for you and for those who are busy destroying the same investment in our country. Let me go back a little bit. I just wanted to start there by saying people cannot understand you because they are delusional. They cannot understand the point you're making. There are things that are facts. Your argument of age is not used in a bad connotation to belittle Raila Amolo Odinga. A fact is a fact. I am above 30 years. That is a fact. You can't change that. The gentleman called Stephen said he has lived in Europe for more than 30 years. That is a fact. You can't change that. So by stating it, if you don't attach it to any biasness, then it remains a fact. If you attach it to any biasness, then it will be changed. But Stephen came in and argued and supported your argument that, and I would not like to use this example, but he said, ukiwa maskini, you are easily manipulated. And our politicians have mastered that art. And they are going to the people who are vulnerable. And they are telling us, sisi ni kama wewe. Tumethurumiwa, tumefanywa sijui nini, tumefanywa nini. And at the end of the day, they feel they are like one of them. And they're bringing our country down. And that's why we are saying, what are these people? Just imagine, we are about, the population of Kenya is about over 50 million. And then we have politicians who are less than 1 million that are manipulating us to kill one another, to hate one another. Yet we can come together and say, we are tired and we are burdened by your demands as politicians because you're not doing anything for us. You're only positioning yourself so that you can be better and wealthier every day. This is what we are lacking. They are dividing us along tribal grounds, along unajua in Kenya tuna makabila mawili, tajiri na maskini. So hii makabila ingine 42 tribes or 43 tribes, we've never had a problem. We've never had a problem. We have always coexisted. But hawa matajiri na matajiri na maskini, hao ndio wanatugawana katika misingi ya utajiri na katika misingi ya kiukabila, na wanatuambia kwamba sisi tumedhulumiwa sisi zote. I want to say that maandamano ni mzuri na ni haki ya kila mtu, lakini pia kuna wakati ambapo tunafika tunasema kwamba kama maandamano yatatufanya tugawane ama tugawanyike, basi hayo maandamano tutangoja kidogo ndio tuende mbele. Nimesikia watu wengi, Nelson, and I want to echo you what you're saying. and the gentleman who said is a border around the Eastern Bypass. You know, ukianzia 75 kr ukianza kutoka fedha kule juu, uteremke utapata 75 kr, uteremke upate APTC, Administration Police Training College, upate GSU iko hapo, uteremke kidogo upite bypass, bado upate kuna kambi ya jeshi kwa hapo, alafu kwa shamba ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Yet they were not able to respond. But let's go back and ask ourselves, how many police officers do we have in Kenya? We have about 65,000. Now 65,000, how many, what is our population? 53.01 M. Now there is spontaneous, maandamano ambayo iko spontaneous from all over the country. How will they address all of these people, all of these happenings? So I think it could be also too much to ask. The police sometimes work by orders. They're ordered to do this. They cannot stop. They took oath of office. So it will be difficult for them to go for their duty of protecting and defending the life and property of Kenyans. But it is worth noting that the police are spending a lot of money on tear gas, on all this effort of combating wananchi ku restore order, na hiyo pesa yote inaturudia sisi kama wananchi as taxpayers. At the end of the day, mzigo inarudi kwetu, sio haitaenda kwa these politicians. Hiyo mzigo yote inaturudia sisi sote. The last thing I wanted to say is that Jack, the place msikuwe na roho mbaya ati watu wako ng'ambo wakisema mnaanza kurusharusha mawe midomo bwana. Hata sisi tumepita hapo, tumelala njaa. Unajua mkisema mna assume kwamba sisi hatujalala njaa. Tumelala njaa na kama tumejipigania tukakuja hapa, wacha, don't use that against us ati sasa sisi hatuwezi tukaongea. Wewe unajua mimi nimeishi Kibera. I've lived in Kibera. I've lived at the heart of Kibera. I've lived vile unasema, unaona. Alafu the reason why Kenyans in diaspora wanakuja hapa wakiwa very annoyed is because wanaona mahali wametoka, na wale ambao wametoka hapa diaspora wakarudi wakawa viongozi, they have let us down. They have let us down. All these people who have come, have studied abroad, have come back to our country in the name of liberating of our country. They have let us down. Truth be said, that is why we get annoyed. They should know better. They have seen proper policies working. They have seen how employment is created. They have seen how good healthcare works. They have seen good infrastructure, how this is possible. Bado wakirudi kwa serikali wakipata nafasi, watu kama akina Mutua, they let us down. Hawajafanya kazi ya kuwanufaisha wananchi wengine. Kwa hivyo sisi tukiwa hapa pia sisi tunasikia vibaya, tunasikitika tukiona hawafanyi kazi. Kwa hivyo mimi ningependa kumalizia hivi. Sisi ni wa Kenya. Popote unapoishi, usiharibu mali ya mwingine. It takes so much time and courage and perseverance to even afford kuweka a property somewhere. It doesn't matter how you get it. Wacha kuharibu. Kuharibu ni dakika moja, lakini kujenga inachukua muda. Sasa wewe mbona unataka kuharibu siku moja? Na hawa watu vile nafikiri ni Jack amesema, sijui nani amesema kwamba kesho watakuwa marafiki, watarudiana, wataongea, watakutana State House. Mimi na wewe hatutakuwa na fursa ya kuenda State House, hatutawahi maishani mwetu. Kwa hivyo mimi ningependa kusema tuanze kugawana. Sisi zote tunaumia. Wewe kama unaumia, una struggle kimaisha, vile Nancy amesema, naweza kuwa mimi nina afford kununua chakula, lakini niko na shida ya afya. Kwa hivyo afya labda inakuwa ni pesa mingi kuliko hata shida ya kununua chakula. Kwa hivyo tusije tukapigana, ndugu zangu, kwa sababu fulani ametuambia tuende tupigane. Hiyo ndio ningependa kusema kwa sasa. Asante.
Okay. Nancy, you had a question? Jihad, I'm coming to you. Let me allow Nancy to ask the question.
No, I have a question. I have a question to that guy.
Yeah, just one moment. Nancy did it first. Nancy,
she's not in the nini.
Okay, go ahead, Jihad.
Huyu jamaa anaitwa
Ask your
Mike.
question, Jihad.
Yes, I'm asking. Kwa nini wewe unatetea serikali na hiyo sio wajibu yako? Mwenye anafaa kujibu hiyo maswali ni Minister for Interior. Ndo anafaa kusema kama polisi wanatosha ama watoshi. Na ama kuna OSPD, kuna OCS, kuna commissioner hiyo area. Wewe ni nani? Wewe ni nani unaweza jibia hawa unatetea hao unasema polisi hawatoshi? Saa zingine wacheni kuwa side shows. Unatuonesha wewe wenyewe, sema uko wapi na unatetea nani. Lakini usijaribu kutetea ati labda polisi ni 65,000 hawakuweza kufika pale, na kuna kambi ngapi iko pale, na hata hiyo mambo tunaona kwa TV ilikuwa almost 2 hours watu wanavamia shamba ya Uhuru na wanaiba mambuzi, watu wanaona live, ilikuwa nashuka vizuri. Hata imagine, yani hakuna hata polisi anaweza kuja hata kwani hakuna polisi kwa kambi. So wewe ni raia, hata una hiyo hata una hiyo authority, hufai kujibu, hufai kutetea hapo kabisa, uko wrong brother. Ndio nauliza hiyo maswali hiyo.
Okay.
Jack, naweza jibu.
Cornell.
Swali nataka kuambia huyu jamaa nikisupport jihadi. Polisi waliambiwa wasifike hapo, na hao watu walifika mapema sana. Ukiangalia Citizen ndio ilikuwa kwanza kuair mambo ya shamba ya Uhuru Kenyatta, na tangu Citizen ya hiyo kitu mpaka tukasikia kila mtu akaanza, ilichukua 5 hours. Hata mpaka saa hizi wajazima moto na wamechoma miti. So inatuambia polisi waliambiwa wasiende hapo. Mambo na kutetea polisi wako namba ngapi? Because polisi pia watasema kesho excuse kwa TV walikuwa na deal na maandamano. Unaona? So usitetee polisi. Na Nancy pia usimtetee sana. Mnajua na Nancy sawa, lakini hapa kwa podium
No.
mapenzi kidogo.
Cornell, come on. Cornell.
Yes,
Really?
Jack. He mentioned me.
And then
he mentioned me. Let me come in a bit. Just 1 minute. Michelle, I want to first of all acknowledge
Nelson, I thought he answers those two and then I give you to respond.
Okay.
So that when I'm through with you, I give Jomboro and David Arika and Dutchman. Good to see you guys. Thank you for being part of the show. Mr. Respond quickly so that we can move on.
I don't know if Nelson was asking a question, but Jihad, wacha nikwambie bwana. Wewe umesema una haki ya kuandamana. Katiba inasema nguvu iko kwa wananchi. Vile unatumia kipengee cha 37 cha kusema kwamba una haki ya kuandamana. Pia mimi nikitumia kipengee cha kwanza inaniambia kwamba mimi kama Mkenya nina haki ya nguvu ya kuuliza na kuwajibisha serikali. Kwa hivyo kweli ni kwamba the number of police versus the population iko chini. You do not expect them to be everywhere. Now,
no, please answer my question, brother. Just answer my question. Are you the one to answer? Are you the one to say to talk for on behalf of police, or what are you? Just answer that question.
I think nimesema vizuri sana na nimekuambia.
Allow him to answer.
I think you.
No, you are not in that position, please. You are not the one. You can't even
setting up questions and answering. So I don't know why you invited me. So if you want me to answer the question, you better ask and wait. So you've asked me, who am I? I'm a Kenyan citizen who has the freedom of expression and the freedom of questioning anyone who has been charged by the responsibility, who is charged with the responsibility of governing our country, as well as I have a right to express myself that my observation is that we are asking the police so much. Wewe Colonel Ochuka umesema vizuri sana. Umesema kwamba askari waliambiwa wasiende huko. Police work by orders. So kama askari wameambiwa wasiende huko, sasa kwa nini tuwalaumu askari? They work by orders. Wanawake na amri. So kama wameamrishwa wasiende huko, si vizuri kuambia wasiende huko. Na mwisho nafikiri let us not belittle this conversation. I think there are more other substantial issues to discuss. I would take this back to Jake so that you proceed. Otherwise, I've answered myself.
Nelson?
My questions are so burning. My questions are so burning to my brother, Michelle. Michelle, first of all, I want to acknowledge the fact that, yes, you're eloquent, you are knowledgeable, but I think you're mixing up your knowledge a little bit. So my question number one is this. Number one, it is basic knowledge. We all know that the work of the police in this country is to maintain law and order, protect lives and property. Simple question. The entire contingent that were tear gassing, shooting, beating, maiming, and even throwing water cannons on the Mandamano guys, was there any property destroyed that they were protecting? Number one. Number two, the Uhuru Kenyatta's farm, this is a former president's family property. In fact, two former presidents' family properties. His father was a president, his son became a president. This is a property that had allocations of police officers, in fact, GSU protection. Where did they go to prior to the attack? Why did they come back? Why didn't they come back? Why didn't they even call for reinforcement? Number two. Number three, are you trying to insinuate in anywhere beyond reasonable doubt that it is so clear in your mindset that that was not a property worth protection? Those three questions.
Messi, answer them quickly, then I'll have Geoffrey come in.
I think you have worked in a lot of assumptions. First of all, you have said that the work of the police is to protect life and property. So between life and property, what comes first? Obviously life. Property can be salvaged, property can be kutengenezwa tena, but life comes first. There was a hotspot. Police are always the police. I'm not a security expert, but I can just speak from what I've observed.
Okay.
Police
before you finish, Michelle, before you finish, life come first. During that protest procession, which life was at a threat? Number one. Number two, who took whose life during that procession? Police or the common mwananchi?
I think those are questions that you need to ask the intelligence, because
that is why
work in the intelligence. But let me answer a very straightforward question.
Michelle, let me cut you short. That is why jihad was so much in order to tell you are not in any way in a good position to speak for the government. You are now answering yourself. You're mixing yourself.
Jihad was absolutely wrong.
No, it was not wrong. You are the one who is wrong.
Questions. Because you're not jihadi. Let me answer your questions. Your questions were very straight.
Nelson, allow him to answer.
Jake, you know me. You know me. I don't take lies. I don't take mix-ups. I don't. This guy will not answer me with assumptions himself, and then he wants to confuse me to fall in his trap. Okay.
Okay. So,
but as well, just a moment,
Jake.
Just a moment.
He has sounded like someone
Nelson, just a moment. Just a moment. Let me mute you, everybody. Just one moment. You asked, allow him to answer. If you don't like it, I'll still give you an opportunity to respond, so that it's not like a tug of war. If you don't like it, if you don't agree with it, you have the opportunity to still respond. That's what we call it. That's why we call it a debate. You have the opportunity to respond. So Mercy, kindly answer, and Nelson, you still have an opportunity, but also as well, be mindful of other panelists who have been waiting patiently to come in and say something.
Absolutely. I will be very, very quick. Between life and, between life and property, anywhere in the world, life comes first. There were areas that needed immediate and urgent attention. The police were allocated as such. I don't know that whether I have a property around that place where you are talking about, but the police had to go hotspots. There were hotspots in Kibera. Kawangware was another hotspot. So there were properties. Unajua, let's also be honest. The area you're talking about is sparsely populated. Kawangware, Kibera is densely populated. So if there was any imminent danger of life and property, the first priority becomes Kawangware and Kibera and other densely populated areas. But I'm not saying it's right for people to destroy property. That's where you're not getting it. If there is any leader who is inciting people against others, those leaders should be held accountable, should be brought to account, and should be arrested and jailed. That's what we're saying. It is not destroying what we have built all these years. That's all I'm saying.
Well answered. Point home, Nelson.
Last question.
I know you want
Jake, last question.
Just one moment. Just one moment. I'm coming to you. Allow me to
one question
to
somebody.
Just one moment. There's an announcement I'm making. To everyone who is trying to get in the show, for the last 2 hours, the panel has been full every second. Like, even when one person drops out, it's difficult for them to come back. So please bear with me. I really wish this stream could have more than 10, but at the moment we are 10 of us who are in, and many of you are trying to come in. I sincerely apologize, but thank you for being part of this show. We don't take it for granted. I see you. I feel your frustration trying to also be heard, but you can also be heard through the comments. Please send in your comment. We'll try rather to read it if possible, and if anything, people will still read it. It's very visible to everyone. So please continue chatting and speaking to all of us. You are here because we are here for you. Thank you, good people. I see Dennis Ondieki, you're in. Simon Wanjohi, I see you. You're in. Thank you for being part of the show. Before I go back to Nelson, Messi, I understand how you're trying to answer, and let's try, everyone who is coming on board, let's try to stick to the debate and what we are trying to discuss, so that we don't go overboard, and also try not to be as personal. I know it's difficult, but let's try. Nelson, come in.
Now, Messi, thank you, Jake. Messi, you are bringing in some point which was so good, but I find you confusing yourself a little bit. Number one, you said that you are not a security expert, but here you are telling us how some places were hotspot. Which criteria did you use to tell that Kawangware was a hotspot and Kibra was a hotspot? Number two, you once said in the show here that before you went abroad, you were living in Kibra. Do you think if you were still a resident of Kibra, you would have said that Kibra was a hotspot?
It is always anytime Kibra is I'm brought up there. and I've done everything there. So it's always a hotspot. Always.
Okay. Allow me to bring in someone else. Geoffrey Mboro, I know you came before David Arika, but wewe ni mzalendo, sijui kama utakubalia Arika ongee mbele yako. Juni mgeni amepotea sana hii mtihani.
Yeah,
but
it's fine. It's fine.
Umekubali eh? Nimekuomba, yani hii ni ruhusa nimekuomba. Ni sawa?
That's okay.
Thank you my brother. Arika, come in.
Thank you, Jakes. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Very clear.
Nelson, long time. Messi, Jakes.
Long time, bro.
Yeah, and the other panelists. I have been listening to the debate from the background. The studio has been full, but I'm grateful I've got a chance. What I can gather from the debate is the happenings of today, but I want to give my opinion. I'm not giving an opinion of the government or the opinion of the Azimio, but I'm giving my opinion as a panelist who has had this chance. I have been watching this since it started. I was off today. I didn't go to work. And some people were streaming both in YouTube, partly Twitter and other areas. The scenes were not very, very good for a country. But this is what I have to say as a person. Mswahili anasema mkuki ni mchungu, ni mtamu kwa nguruwe, lakini ni mchungu kwa binadamu. That one means that when something happens to somebody else, those who are doing it, they feel happy about it. Sometimes they joke about it. But when it happens to you, you feel bitter. Secondly, a few days ago, I saw guys storm into a hotel in Kisumu, eating food, and then leaders came out and said, I quote, I urge every Kenyan who sees any government agency having some form of meeting and have food, get in there and eat. That one will come to be translated to mean you support intruding into people's affairs freely, and you can do it. What I can tell for today is the happenings of Uhuru farm in that place near Kenyatta. I think that place, I know it, is actually a tactic by the government. I'm speaking this because I'm also part of that party forming the government. It's a diversionary tactic to actually make these people feel that sometimes when things go wrong, this is how we feel. That's my opinion. Because it is kind of, you see, they went to the Kenyatta farm, then I'm told others went to Spectre industry for the gas and stuff like that, belonging to Mr. Odinga. And when I was following the Mandamano bit of it, I also noted that at some point, the daughter for the former prime minister was caught in Amiri. I don't know whether anybody saw that, and kind of was isolated, and a lot of tear gas were lobbied to that car. To me, I felt like some people are out even to kill this daughter so that some people can really feel what they mean. I also want to associate this one to some utterances made by our leaders at some point. Kimani Ichung'wah has been quoted and has been trending so much since the protest started, having said that, kama ni hiyo mashamba yenu, tutavamia. Why am I saying this? All along, people have been made to understand that there are people who have stuff or things belonging to Kenyans and they are having them illegally, and therefore they are going for it. Secondly, there's more people have been saying that Kenyans are not happy with the leadership, and they are forgetting that these Kenyans also mean that there are other Kenyans who voted for the government they are fighting. Lastly, I want to say that, Jakes, why Mr. or Dr. Ruto is not willing to talk to the opposition and coming up with all these antics is because he believes the Azimio people are out to throw him out of leadership. You had the second in command, Martha Karua, saying Ruto must go, Ruto must go. So hizi vitu zingine za unga, sukari, are just to make the common mwananchi be part of the system, but the big agenda here is to stop State House, is to dethrone Ruto from government, and that's why the government is acting ruthlessly to an extent where they can even mess up themselves. So that is my opinion, guys. I want to say that the government is doing all it can to make people understand that nobody is benefiting from this. It's a mess. It is messy.
Okay, Mboro, now it's you. Unmute yourself, brother.
How are you? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you so much, Jakes, and the other panelists. Yesterday we were here, we had a heated debate. We didn't know what was going to happen today. And I still continue to commend, not to condemn, but to commend the Mutembei TV for a good job that you are doing. And to a larger extent, I have seen now great level of fairness. And also I would like to congratulate our moderator, Jakes. You are doing a very good job to the extent that this far, I don't know which side you belong. And that's how a moderator is supposed to be. You have a very high level of emotional intelligence. And I wish all of us can be like that. I would like to say that as Kenyans, we don't hate each other. As our leaders want to portray us, some of you, your boyfriends and your girlfriends are from different tribes. Some of you are half castes. So when I think of our country, and tribalism is only used as a card by our leaders to divide us. But minus politics, we are good people. We love each other. Here in America, it doesn't matter which tribe you come from. If you have lost a loved one, we all come together. We support each other. We only remember about our tribes when it comes to the leadership of our nation, which is a dangerous card that our politicians use to divide us. We do business with different people. We marry different people. Why should we allow ourselves? And most of us here, I have listened to you. You are intellectuals. How or why should we lower ourselves to the level of becoming emotional of people who take advantage of us because we don't have money like them? If today, and I want you to know these people are so hypocritical, if today, and God forbid, if our president is admitted to the hospital, the first person to go visit the president will be the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. And you see them there. If today something happens to the former Prime Minister, the first person to respond will be the president. These people are friends. But what happens? You know, power is very sweet and power is good. Don't be deceived that they are fighting for us. They are fighting for their interests. And that's why they fight, they make us have divisions. But when they shake hands, everything stops. So don't be deceived, don't become emotional. You can be passionate about the person you are supporting, but don't become emotional to the extent of attacking your brother or your sister, even in the show, because of how you feel. Having said that, I want to say that sometimes I may say, or other people may say something that does not, or you don't like it. But in a debate, you don't have to like what I am saying or what the other person has said. We have the freedom to air our views. Then if you disagree, you come and say you disagree respectfully, and say in which area, respectfully. that is being honorable and being gentle is very, very important. Having said that, I want to say that I categorically condemn any form of violence in our country, regardless of where it comes from or who starts the violence. Because what is happening, this nation is our nation. Though we might be far away from Kenya, Kenya is our country. And we don't have any other place we can call home. Those people in Kenya, even if you will go, you are planning to go to another place. Because I was checking the issue of the green cards. We have almost everybody in Kenya want to go away. But even if we are so uncomfortable with the situation, the economic situation of our country, Kenya is the best place where you can be. Even if we are in America here, at the back of our mind, we know that we still miss home. And we still feel that if I can make good money, invest in my country, and go back there, I'll be more comfortable being at home than any other place. We should therefore take good care of our country. Building a nation is not easy, but destroying an economy, destroying a nation, destroying lives can take only 1 week. And you see disaster and calamities in our country. So please, those who can listen, those who can hear, let them understand that peace is the sweetest thing that we can enjoy as a nation. I would like to say it's unfortunate that the people that we have entrusted with the leadership of our country, the people we have entrusted to lead us, people we have entrusted with our lives, are the same people who are causing mayhem, disorganization, violence, unleashing terror against the very citizens who have given them the mandate to be their leaders. It's very, very unfortunate. And I would like to give my advice to our political leaders, because I know some of them will listen to us, starting with our president, starting with the former Prime Minister and Uhuru Kenyatta. Those are the topmost leaders that we really trust. We respect them. We honor them. And I want to say, as the people of Kenya, we desire and we are willing to continue respecting them. But they must know why we call them honorable, excellency. He is excellent, your honor. Those titles, as we give them and we esteem them so high, we have expectation as a nation. How do they conduct themselves? Are they honorable enough to occupy the positions that they occupy? Let us see them rising above board, rising above their selfish interests, their family businesses, and realize that nobody is permanent in the world. What we have done is that we have given them the mandate to help us organize the nation for the future generations. In 100 years from now, all of us who are here will not be there. But our children expect that they will find a good nation that was built by patriots, that was built by loyal people, that used their brains properly, used their wisdom and their knowledge properly. So even as we give our views, we should know that a nation is greater than any one individual, than any person. So it doesn't matter whom I support. Like I said, if you check my phone here, some of my passwords, you see I have used Uhuru Kenyatta, because this is somebody I supported passionately. This is somebody I loved passionately. But when he started going out of order, I have never failed to criticize him. I'm one of those people who have even ever prayed for the president, maybe than any other person here. I have ever slept in the church many days, praying that Uhuru Kenyatta may be our president. So when you hear that I come here and criticize and talk against some of the things he did, it doesn't mean that I hate him. No, and that is how it's supposed to be. These leaders that we have, let us not make them semi-gods. Let them know that it is us who have put them in the positions. And they should see us as their bosses. And they should be willing to listen to us, starting with the president, starting with the prime minister. Let me tell you today, Kenyans, what is happening? We are destroying our own economy. Today, those people who are doing small businesses in Nairobi, they haven't gone to work. And most Kenyans, they live in an economy of hand to mouth. What you make during the day is what you eat at night. So those people who have not gone to business, the political leaders has caused them, many of them, to sleep hungry. We have chased the tourists. We have chased the investors. That is how much we are destroying our nation. Having said that, just like I said yesterday, we must be governed by the rule of law. And that is where I stick. The reason why other civilized societies are ahead of us is because we have adamantly refused to subject ourselves to the rule of law, because we believe that elections are never lost in Kenya, which is very sad, which should not be the case. We should subject ourselves to the rule of law. If you have been defeated this time, just know there is another chance. There is another time. It doesn't mean it has to be that specific person. No. Let us know that any Kenyan can be a leader of a nation. Let us not make these people feel that they own us. When I think of Kenyans, most of us, we have allowed our political leaders to enslave us, enslave our mind, and think that without them, we cannot exist. Without them, our rights cannot be protected. It is very unfair. It is very, very unfair. So I want to say just a few things, then I wind up for another person to speak. I have heard political leaders condemn the former president concerning the funding of Azimio protests. And through history, we know that these protests end up in violence. And the people from government, they have come out telling Uhuru Kenyatta, just like the properties of other people are being destroyed, you should be aware that you also own properties in this nation. They have told the former prime minister and the other leaders, just as that Mama Boga who has not gone to open her shop because of the chaos, tear gas, and mayhem and stones all over, and demonstrations. The same way they are feeling, people might not own a lot of properties, but there is somebody who is relying on that small kiosk. There is somebody who is relying on that market, those cabbages and tomatoes, to feed her family and educate her children. So those are the properties that woman and that man esteem so much. So what I want to say is this: after being condemned as the former head of state, what are you supposed to do? This is an advice. I was expecting that Uhuru Kenyatta would come out and tell the people about these allegations. Tell the people that
ambie nini, wacha na uchinga.
You see, keep quiet, my friend. Let me finish what I'm saying. Keep quiet. keep quiet, because we have to give our submissions. What should happen?
Robo wacha makasiriko ya Kisii.
You have to keep quiet for other people to talk.
And Jake has muted him. And he's singing. Jake,
So,
unmute kidogo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Let me just conclude. Just as I said, I might say something which might be uncomfortable to you. But let me tell you, as a head of state, there is an expectation. Uhuru Kenyatta has followers. Uhuru Kenyatta is still a president of Kenya, former president. We expect him to lead his followers. We expect to hear what he is saying about what is happening. So, if it is not true, what is being said by the government, that you are funding these protests, you are funding this violence, he is supposed to come out and say what is being said is not true. And so I just want to say it is good to come out.
James Mboro, just a moment. Yes, Mboro,
And
just a moment.
You stand as the former president.
I see you're striking some nerves. Eh? I see you're striking some nerves. I see Dutchman raising his hand. I see Cornell raising his hand.
Where's Roba? Bring Roba back.
No, I think he
Jack rudisha Roba.
No, I think he dropped out. And as I said, I'm sorry I had to do that, because as I said, everyone will be heard. When your time comes, you can rebuttal. I think Nelson have been giving everyone an opportunity. So forgive me if I do that. It's so that we have a decent show. We are not fighting. We are trying to have a decent show.
Jay, can I say something?
Please do.
Can we time the time someone speaks, so that, because it's almost late.
I think that is
can
necessary.
we take 5 minutes, and then when he starts stop, someone stops.
Is 2 minutes in order for everybody?
Yes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes per person is okay?
Michelle is a king.
Okay. Allow me to do this. Dutchman has a question and Cornell has a question. Let me begin with Dutchman, because Cornell, you have already asked some questions before. Allow us to hear from Dutchman. I'll come to you, Cornell. Just let's listen to Dutchman. I don't know if it's a question or a comment.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening. And I'm glad to hear your voice is back. Last time you had a sick voice.
Yes, but today I'm okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So, okay, thank you for this opportunity. And I have a question for Mr. Geoffrey, because I understand he's saying that President Uhuru Kenyatta, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, should be asked what is his role in funding the ongoing demonstrations. So I'd really like to ask him, as in, what do you mean by funding? Because what I do understand, for a demonstration, you just need to put on your rubber shoes and have an handkerchief. Because I don't understand the context of funding, as in, because last time there were demonstrations for the IBC to come out of office. Uhuru was not in the team. So who do you mean was funding those mandamanos? You have to be factual when you're speaking. You just don't have to put pressure on Uhuru, because you have.
Your question is well.
Yes, I'm asking. What do you need?
Mboro, answer quickly.
Yeah, thank you. That's a simple question for me to answer. First of all, I am not the one who has alleged that Uhuru has been funding. The people who are talking about it are high government officials, people of the caliber of the second highest command in a country, the deputy president. The other person who has spoken about it is the majority leader in the National Assembly. So what you are asking me, what we should be asking ourselves is, can these people say that if they don't have the intelligence? They have the intelligence of what is happening. Then let me just answer you. Let me just answer you.
But Kidogo Mboro, let me rephrase the question.
No,
These
wait,
people have always had, just one moment.
Let me
These
go
people
there.
have always,
Yes.
Just one moment. These people have always kind of seemed to have a vendetta against the president, the former president rather. Could it be a carry forward of what they were saying? So not that they might be having an intelligence per se, but it's just that they have a personal grudge.
That's why I said it's very important. If Uhuru Kenyatta cares about his position as a statesman, he has a mouth to say no. What they are saying is just an allegation. Because nobody here in this panel can say that we actually know what is going on. But out of what has been said, that is enough to make people think that whatever is happening in the country, there is a heart behind it. And let me just answer
You have answered well. You have answered well, so that you have more questions. You have answered quite well.
Let me just say something.
Okay.
Sorry.
You have answered so well. I wanted to.
No, just wait. Just wait. There is something I wanted to say about the same thing.
Okay.
When you see organizations and maandamano, it is not just about rubber shoes and clearing the cars. There are so many things that happens behind the curtain. Those organizations, how people will come out, those groups, they are planned prior, not on the media, but on the ground. And that is where the funding comes in. You heard the other day, Nuru saying that he was supposed to get some money, which he did not get. He came on the media, he talked about it. Because that is what happens. Organize your group, the other person, organize your people to come out. That is how politics in Kenya goes. It is not like in America where people do things voluntarily.
Okay, maybe allow me to bring in someone who has been participating in this maandamano quickly.
Yes,
Ochuka has been part of those guys who have been protesting. Are you normally funded to attend these meetings?
And that is why nataka kusema mimi huwa napenda watu sana na Mburu alianza mimi napenda watu wako majuu na mali wanakoseaga ni hapa katikati after kuweka hizo English mingi buruburu. Mburu alianza vizuri kabisa, akasema venye mpaka anapenda Uhuru, akaweka password yake Uhuru Mugai Kenyatta. Mahali Mburu alianza kuharibu. Nakuja kwa swali.
Jake,
Swali yangu ni
kwa swali kwa majuu kuja kwa swali.
Okay. Now, swali nataka kumuuliza ni moja. Ako mahali yuko. Yeye ndiye alifanda watu walikuja kwa shamba ya Uhuru because yeye ana claim Uhuru ndiye anafund hizo vitu za Azimio. Na yeye mahali yuko kwa sababu wale watu ni watu wao na wanaongea kama yeye venye anaongea. Yeye ndiye alifanda watu, tunamuuliza tu hivyo.
Okay. Don't be personal. Don't be personal. Nelson.
For you.
Just Faith Kamau, I see you. Just one moment so that we go back to the show.
Can I answer for Nelson?
Nelson. You want to
I wanted to answer for Nelson. I wanted to answer for Nelson.
I have not asked.
Yeah,
I have
for
not asked any
Nelson.
question.
It's
to that
free.
guy.
It's
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So no. This just these are what. Yeah. Hi everybody.
Hi. Go ahead.
The guy who has just spoken attacking Nelson.
Faith Kamau, sorry. Your connection is kind of breaking up.
I can just see.
Let me
we
tell
can
you what.
all see that you are like you are.
Faith, just one moment. I don't know if it's me, but you're breaking up. Can you hear her? Panelist, can you hear her?
Okay,
okay.
Bring somebody else. I tried.
We need to see her face also. We can't hear. We need to see her face also.
Faith, try to do this. Log out, then log in. I'll try to to help you when you're back in. I think your connection is poor. Nelson, quickly, then I go to Dutchman. I know it's a
burning
question
question for my brother Mburu. Yes.
Okay.
Mburu has talked like a voice of reasons, and in fact, I really resonate and I want to really associate with his sentiments. But I only have one question for you, Mr. Mburu. You have said in your sentiments and contributions that it has been alleged by people who are very senior in the government that Uhuru Kenyatta is the one funding the demos. One question for you, and you are saying that it is important and necessary for Uhuru Kenyatta to come out and say whether he is sponsoring or not. One question, are you insinuating that if at all Uhuru is for sure sponsoring the demos, which he has fully, he had first of all associated himself to, because he had alluded to the fact that for him, his leader is Raila Odinga. Are you trying to say that whatever happened to him, the attacks lodged on him, the attack in his farm, the attack on his animals, and the family business is justified if at all is the one funding the Azimio rallies?
Mboro, quickly.
Thank you. Yeah, there are two questions. There is the other gentleman. That one I will not answer because it was an insult. I prefer to answer level-minded questions that are asked through a lot of wisdom, like what Nelson has done. Nelson, in my opening remarks,
what in short, what are you trying to say?
Ochuka, sorry. Ochuka, sorry.
In my
What are you trying
opening
to say?
remarks,
So I don't reason. We can't reason.
No.
you see,
Sorry for that.
When you are
Sorry for
asking
that.
questions,
Sorry.
don't insult others. And that's what I said. Because as you think you can be ruthless, we have also the potential to be ruthless. And that's why
You're
I
being
say
given
respect
mic.
others.
You're being given mic
And
to
when you
speak. I'm
respect
not being
others,
given
you
mic to
respect
speak.
me. You know?
You're being given mic
So
to
I am
speak
not
on
going
how
to
to
answer
say
your
how Uhuru.
question because there was no wisdom in it.
No.
So anyway, let me answer Nelson. Nelson, in my opening remarks, I said
Just a moment,
that
Mboro, just a moment. Allow us not to abuse anyone. I know you don't agree with everybody here, but let's try not to. Because by the end of the day, this show will see it tomorrow. Let it not be seen as though we didn't, we cannot tolerate one another.
But also when we are asking questions, we should be mindful not to insult others. Because don't think you have the latitude.
I agree.
Insult others.
Agreed. As well, when responding, don't abuse anyone. Okay, go ahead, bro.
So I was saying this in my opening remarks, that I don't agree in any kind of violence in our country, regardless. And that when I answered, I started with that as my opening remarks. So even now, and the only reason why I'm saying it is good for Uhuru to come out and speak is because if things escalate, he will also be in that equation. Because just like we say, don't cut the tree while you are seated on it. So the best thing he can do as a statesman is to come out and say, the things that are being said, for me, I am not supporting them, or this is my position on this. That is the only expectation we expect from our leaders. But the moment you keep quiet and something is repeated time and time again, what will happen? When those properties are destroyed, is he not paying the cost of being silent? So I was not having or going personal against you. Sorry?
Mboro, in your opinion, what will that change? Yes. In your opinion, what will his coming out and say, I am not supporting, I am supporting change? Are you trying to say that he needs to justify the allegations or not justify?
You see the moment that you see what is going on, my brother Nelson, it is not only Uhuru's properties that are being destroyed. Other people's properties are being destroyed. So when you come out as a statesperson,
let's give someone else a chance to speak. This person is not saying anything. Let's give somebody else something to say. You're not saying anything here.
Thank you, because you are saying something. allow us also speak our nonsense. So what I was saying, my brother, is that those people whose properties are being destroyed, even without what others are saying, so long as a word has gone out that the funding is coming from this person, those people whose properties are being destroyed are likely to turn against the president's properties. And that is why I'm saying when things go wrong, they go
Do
wrong
you
for
have
all
evidence?
people,
Do you have
for our
evidence?
country.
Do you have evidence? Ama you're just speaking.
Enough. I've allowed that to go on for a while. Let's leave that for now. Let's go back to the debate. And as well, allow me to appreciate those of you who are tuning in live. I'm happy that you have chosen to stick around for the past 4 hours now. I see many commenting and many trying to come in. The house is still full. You can imagine. It can only happen in Mutembei TV. Thank you for making this your number one station where you come in and you air out what you feel in your heart. Nico Thiambo, I see you. Moja Moja, I see you. Alois Baba, I see you. Ayub Khan, I see you. Real R2K, I see you. DK and many others who are streaming in live. Allow me to bring in someone else so that at least we can try to move on. Dutchman,
I have a
if
question.
you can
I have a
come in.
question, please. I have
No.
a question to Jeffrey.
Allow me, Jihad, so that we can be able to move on.
Please.
I'll give you an opportunity, just a moment, so that one person does not speak for so long and so many other people have tuned in and are also part of the panelists. Allow me not to give you the part for the question. Maybe I'll give you time to respond with a submission. I come to you, Dutchman. Unmute.
Thank you once again for this opportunity. I'll just come to Mr. Mburu and then give a comment after that. So I'd like to let Mr. Mburu know, because he was asking that these things are planned by high government officials. So I'd like to let him know that actually today, Mr. Ndindi Nyoro was in a studio, was in a vernacular studio. I can't really know which kind of studio. I don't really actually remember the name, but he was asked if if it's true that he knows that actually Uhuru is the one that's sponsoring these demonstrations. And he said that he cannot say yes for a fact, but he thinks so. So you see, there's actually no basis for a fact that he's actually doing so. So him coming out and saying that he's not for the Pandamanos or sponsoring the Pandamanos, I think there's nothing that will come out of it. So let's actually try to keep things civil for a fact. And then now for my comment, which I'd like to make is that having been a voter in Kenya having been a Kenyan for the past maybe 40 years, I can clearly say that I've voted more than 5 times. So going by whatever is happening now, it's not something new. We as Kenyans, let's not lie to each other. We are so hateful against each other, and we always wait for a kind of situation that might bring the anger out on us. Because whatever is happening now is the same thing that happened in 1992, not 92, 97. The same thing that happened in 2002. It's the same thing that happened in 2017, and it's now happening in 2023. If we are not going to address the real issues, then we will not go anywhere as a country, because the way things have started like boiling up, it's not good, because now the violence that was sparked today, pitting one community against the other in Kibra, has now spiraled into something else. And at that moment now, 2 places of worship have been burned down. So you can understand the dynamics of all this thing that is going to take shape tomorrow. So we actually don't know what will happen on Thursday if actually whatever happened today is not addressed carefully or on a super mind. Okay, thank you so much.
Nancy?
I want to say that I echo Mboro's comments, and this idea of people trying to portray that the people who live away have no idea, I think it's a retrogressive way of arguing. And I think when I was last in this show and it collapsed. It collapsed because people did not respect one another. People kept talking identity politics and also attacking and abusing people's contribution. Everybody has a valid point. If you don't agree with me, disagree with me respectfully. Don't say I have no idea. Don't talk about my English. If I choose to speak English, it's because maybe I can't speak good Swahili. My English has got nothing to do with anyone. So that's the language I feel comfortable to share with you, and that's the language I'll speak. If you could all understand my dialect, I would speak in it, but I know most of us speak different languages. Anyway, I see Mboro's point where he's saying that Uhuru, as a responsible leader, he chose the path that was not chosen by our previous presidents. He chose to tell us which side of political divide he belongs to. He never went quiet. We knew Kibaki had his own candidate. We knew he had a preference. He never came out and outwardly say it because he was a statesman. We knew Moi had a candidate. He kept quiet and played underhand politics, and all of us knew who he supported, but he never polarized the nation by coming out and actually saying, this is the person I support. He has a right to support whoever, but as a person, as a symbol of unity when he was in government, and we all knew his relationship had gone sour with the deputy president, who was the candidate opposing Raila, was a bit insensitive on my side. And that is why some of us who really supported him want to hear his voice as our leader and tell us. He told us the other day in Kisumu, his president is Raila Odinga. Well, we all know that the Supreme Court told us the election was done, it's fair, Ruto is a president. So for me, he has let us down in some way by not coming out and actually articulating. Somebody called Jeramikioni seems to be talking on his behalf on these rallies. I think it's unfair. If the country bans, he'll go down in history as a president who left Kenya in a very sensitive, polarized position. In regards to me saying, why does Raila take maandamano to the poor people? Stephen echoed my sentiments where he said that people are being divided according to their economic status. And he said the poor people are likely to be easily led by people and lied to. So you're taking impunity and vulnerability of a community to end your own means. And my question to Nelson and the other guy and Dutchman is, if you keep doing the same thing again and again and again and expecting different results, what are you really doing? What are you telling everyone? Another question to you guys. For me, you asked, what solutions do we have? My question to Raila and the brigade who are demonstrating, why is it we know Nairobi is not busy on a Sunday, right? Why can't we do Manda? If truly it's a true concern and not economic sabotage, take our maandamano on a Sunday and our voice will still be heard. If it's true about hearing people's voices, let's do it on a Sunday. Let's give people opportunity to feed their children. So please, and I said, we need to sober up. Let's think outside the box. Let's think about it outside Raila and Ruto and Uhuru. Let's get together as Kenyans and think. Like, for example, the issue about IEBC. Why did Raila support the Cherera 4 when they were going in off? It was the same law. It has not changed. But now he didn't win. He has a problem. So what is his proposal? Do we go back to the IPPG way? So come on, let's listen to what they're saying. Let's offer solution. Let's listen more. And please, let's not abuse one another. Otherwise, this show will end up like where we ended last time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nancy. Change is now. Change is now. Revolutionary, go ahead.
Yes, mic testing 1, 2. Am I audible?
You're good. Go ahead.
So thank you for the opportunity. As I've been saying previously, you know my motto. Like, the most important thing is that you must listen. You must be compassionate. You must be empathetic. Like, your interest should not be trying to ram your point on others. You must be open to listening to other people's viewpoints and trying to accommodate them as much as possible. And I'll give the example of people who are, let's say, in the UK, in the US. Of course, we know there are a lot of issues of racism, issues of police brutality, and things of the sort. And if you listen to black people, or as you call them, they are people of color, whatever, they argue that the police are ni kama wanaonea. But if you speak to the average white person, maybe he does not even understand what those people are saying. But what happens in America, most of the white people, most of them, or a good number of them, they usually say, I don't understand what you're talking about, but I empathize with you. Please assist us to fix this issue. And most of our speakers, if I can look at if I can assume their race, they are not white people. So if where they are an oppressed minority, so to say. So where they are, it's like they are feeling the pain of the system, if that makes sense. So the same thing in Kenya. You may find yourself while you're in the UK, you are let's say a minority, but if you come back to the Kenyan context, maybe you are in the upper echelons of social class. Maybe you're from the privileged tribes who have shares in this country. So you must be empathetic to people and don't try to be right. Don't try to ram your opinions on others. Your opinion is not what Kenya needs. Other people's opinion is not what Kenya needs. It's all of us together. So that's just what I wanted to mention. Instead of us fighting here, we should maybe look at what is the issue. Why are these people complaining? What can we do? Blah, blah, blah. And as I said previously, the issue of Kenya is not Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, Ruto. These are just players. In 1960s, we had the same issues, 1970s, 80s, 90s. So you may decide to personalize this issue, and maybe now you are in support of Ruto. And the first election I remember was 2007. And in that election, my parents were split. One side was supporting Kibaki, the other side was supporting Raila. So I was balanced in a way. And what happened, according to me, did not feel like justice. And if you look at that election, the person who was the most vigorous, the person who was saying, no dialogue, Kibaki must go, wacha inchi iishe tuanze afresh, was William Ruto, the same person. And then Raila Odinga, who is being abused, if I can say so, that kazi yake ni nusu mkate, was the person who conceded and told the Ruto side, let's just take this, Kibaki amalize, we run again in 2013. So this same Ruto that you now celebrate was very apprehensive in 2007. So the point of mentioning this is to tell you that the issue is not Ruto, it's not Raila, it's not Uhuru. There are some underlying issues, and that is what we should be concentrating on. It's not us trying to advocate for our sides, blah, blah, blah. We should, let me give you an example. Let's say tomorrow, Ruto and Raila shake hands. And then they tell us there's an issue of, let's say, tribalism exclusion. And mimi nilikuwa Belgium, uliona vile Gachagua alileta vita. So mi sitaki mambo ya Gachagua. For example, aseme hivyo. And all through you are defending him as if he's one of you, he's your brother, you are defending him every day. What will you say? So that's why I'm telling you, we should look at the underlying issues. Don't look at Ruto, Raila, whatever the case. Because Ruto was in ODM. He was a founding member. He committed atrocities, which I don't want to mention. But you find people say that, let's say Raila is the one who's violent, for example. But we remember in 2007 what happened, where the most violence was felt. So basically what I'm trying to tell you, have a broader mind. Don't just look, don't look just up to your nose. You should look beyond your nose. You should be broad. You should look beyond what is happening now. Anything can happen. in 2013, 2017, Kamwana was like a prince, and now he's useless. In 2013, 2017, Wembe ilikuwa ule ule, and now I don't even know what the slogan is. So the point is, let's not look at the issue as they are currently. We should have a broad mind. In fact, we should not even be discussing these leaders. We should be discussing the issue, because 10 years from now, we'll have maybe different leaders, and the issues will still be the same. So let's look at the issues. Let's just forget about the personalities. That will be my advice. And I think I'm done. Thank you.
I have a question. This guy, Jake.
Just one moment. Just one moment. There's a man who is in who hasn't spoken before I give anyone a question, so that now we can begin to re-ask and resubmit again before we wrap up the show. And as I've said to Meja, I see people really wanting to come in. I really feel you. It's been 4 hours and the show has been full through and through. Randall, my brother, how are you? Can you hear me?
Jack, please ask Revolutionary to stick around because we have questions for him.
Yeah, please, everyone, please stick around.
He's around.
Okay, Randall, can you hear me?
Definitely can. How are you, everyone?
Good to see you.
Hear me?
It's been a minute since I heard from you.
Hello. Yeah, I'm happy to see you all. I'm very sad to be meeting at this moment. Slightly stressed out. This is what we were talking about last year, not finding ourselves in a situation, and here we are. So there's a joke between me and Jake, and the thing I was saying, like, in Premier League, you can have one of the biggest teams going to the final and winning all the games in a rush, and in the end, sometime when it comes to the final, someone else wins the game. Now, we had Ruto running up and down for a very long period of time. This is what I was saying. Then later on, Raila comes along and we got the finals. When the finals came through, you can see what the turnout was. And so I don't know what to say now, but me, I'm looking for a good Kenya. Nelson, I know you're a friend of mine. We got in touch afterwards. I'm sorry about the business. I'm really stressed out, as I said. The effect is affecting in Kenya, the business people, the working people trying to feed their children, take the children to school, pay their rent. The effect is, it must be immense. And I know I'm not on the ground. And somebody say ati watu wa majuu sijui wasiseme nini, lakini kusema ukweli, to say the truth, if anything happened to me over here na watu wakasikia ati kuna kitu ina happen hapa London, ati kuna riot hapa nini, alafu wanaona pale mimi nakaanga, wanajua kule nakaa, alafu wanaona kwa news, wananipigianga simu, wanauliza, hey, nimeona kwa news hapo Brixton kuna shida fulani, sinakaanga pande hiyo. So even Kenyans are still concerned with these diasporas because we're family. So is something happening in Kenya? As diasporas, we are also concerned because that's our home. Even though we're away, it's not like we don't care. So we're getting tech calls, messages. So we communicate. And someone says that we shouldn't come here. Watu wa majuu, wasiongee sijui nini. They now have part of it. I find that kind of disturbing because we need to hear from you lot on the ground. Jake, nini naendelea? Nicholas, nini naendelea? Whoever ako huko anaendeleaje? So nyinyi mnatuambia vile kunaendelea huko ground. Mnatakaje? What kind of support? Nini sisi tunaweza kufanya tukiwa hapa? So we are concerned. We're going through the news, through the social media, TikTok, nini vile mmesikia hapa. So we're not sitting there thinking, shauri yenu. Hapana. It also concerns us. That's our home. So I'm going to be really short. But I'm trying to figure out itaishi wapi. Where are we going to end up? So sijui kila mtu hapa anaongeanga Kiswahili. So lakini nimeona hapo kwa comment kila mtu anasema, "Hey, kizunguzungu mingi hapa baka nazunguka bwana." So let me touch you a little bit Swahili hata I only went there like 2 years ago to learn Swahili after staying here for like a good 30 odd years. So Swahili yangu nachanganya hapa na pale kidogo. So I don't know if it's still recommendable to wale naongelesha saizi. Sana nataka kila mtu akue at least najua home ni home, dukani yangu pia. Na kile kinaendelea huko. So nasikia saizi sasa ni face off hapo mmeandika face off between Ruto na Raila. Kuna riot kinaendelea huko, alafu mnaongea mambo ya inaendelea, mashamba zinaibiwa, mabuzi, maduka, mabiashara zimefungwa. Hizi mambo tunaona ikiendelea huko. Sasa tunaona hii mateso zote. Sasa unajua hata kuna mtu anasema hata wale wako na vitu kama mabiashara matajiri ati it doesn't affect them. It's a butterfly effect, inaendaza kila pahali. Watu wa kazi wakuji kazi, wewe ufungui biashara mpaka uuze biashara. Sasa one, you got your own business you have to start. Two, you have to unemploy people and send them home to be unemployed. Hawa watu walikuwa nakutegemea. Utajiri ni yako, lakini utajiri yako unakulangwa na watu kama 10. Sasa wakikatisha wewe kufungua biashara, hawa watu wataenda wanakuwa kitu kwenda nyumbani nayo. You can't make everybody rich. A hand has every different finger, kutoka kidole kidogo mpaka kwa thumb. Lakini wakikuja pamoja ikikuwa mkono at one hand, that becomes a very strong hold. Kama Kenya inaweza kushikana hivyo kutoka juu mpaka chini, watu wasikizane, alafu waseme tunataka serikali kwa hivi. From the rich to the poor, you are the government. Kuna mtu amesema hapa just a minute ago, you elect them to lead you on your behalf. If you're not happy with the services you're receiving, you have every right to go and get your refund. Na saizi dinominatisha saizi. Mfurahi na mambo ya unga. Pesa zile mnalipwa. Nini stima imeenda juu. So with all these things happening, in this country is two things. We say that if the food products are going up, then our living cost must go up. Hiyo nikisema our wages pia ni mpaka iende juu. Sasa nataka weka unga juu. Hivyo nikisema sisi wananchi wenyewe tunataka pesa ingie kwa mfuko, tuna shida kununua vitu kwa 200. Kama mimi napata hizo pesa napatanga kuweza kununua hiyo. Lakini sisi hata saizi sina ya 50. Wacha hiyo kona ya 120. So where do we stand? The other issue is about age, Raila being his age, and that was not my concern. And someone replied here, na akasema ati tunampenda, kila mtu anampenda. I go back to my ex. My ex was like, oh, let's get married, have children. And I'm saying, kitu ya kwanza, have children, have somewhere to live. Number one, we have to have a business. You have to form of income. So as much as I love you, I cannot feed you with love. I cannot pay rent with love. I cannot feed the children with love. Sasa kama mnampenda mtu, huyu mtu kweli unajiuliza, hata kama mnampenda, lakini at the end of the day, yeye akuelezee, mnaweza kupandaje, mpangane aje, mfanye hivyo. Yeye aseme vile atasema, na sababu mnampenda sana, hata mtafanya vile mnataka, yeye atosheke, nyinyi mtosheke, nchi iende mbele. Simple as. But I'm gonna say goodnight because I'm somewhere right now. I can't even record or anything like that. But hopefully I'll be back. Jake, nice seeing you. Nancy,
Same here, bro. Thank you for being part of the show.
Yeah. I'll talk to you soon.
Now we begin
I don't know. You have a
again
question?
I don't know, but I hope your girlfriend is well. Me niko na swali. I hope your girlfriend is well.
Sorry.
On a personal level, on this Mandamono stuff we're going on politics, I think me and you will talk on that side. Yeah, actually, Jake, I hope you still have my number, but just watch me up.
I do.
Nikuulize unafanyaje. Okay, my brother.
So, regards to her. Hope she doesn't take you too serious. Let me now do this.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. The
You're
studio
welcome.
is still full. I see you really wanting to come in. I can see from my screen, but
I'm gonna give some
unfortunately,
people some
I don't know
space.
what.
I'm gonna give you some
Okay,
people some space,
it will.
so I'm gonna let them
Okay.
go one more. You can have. Thank you.
Okay, so if you want to come in, just try ingia saa hizi, click the link ndio naweka, na jaribu kuharakisha, najua wengi it has already been taken.
Jake,
Oh, I'm sorry.
tuna maswali for revolutionary.
Okay,
Yes, we
now
had
let's
some
begin.
questions.
Just
Tuko
one
na
moment.
maswali.
Sasa iko hivi since kila mtu ameongea apart from Black ambaye ameingia saa hii, tutafanya hivi, itakuwa ni dakika moja, itakuwa ni dakika moja tukisonga. Is it okay?
A comment.
Hapana,
Nimesema ameingia saa hii.
Wacha kae.
Sijampa, allow me to speak. Sijampa nafasi, nimesema ameingia saa hizi. So nimesema hivi, kila mtu atapewa dakika moja, alafu ili tuweze kuendelea. Na kwa wale ambao mnatamani kuingia, hii show inaweza ingia tu watu 10, na ni mapenzi yangu, ningekuwa na uwezo mngeingia. Next time tutatafuta probably an app yenye tutaingia sisi wote. Kwa sasa tuanze na nani? Tutaanza tu na vile mmejipanga kwa picha. Tutaanza na Mise, Nelson, Mburu, Ivo. Mbio. Dakika ni moja tu tafadhali. Mise.
Asante bwana revolutionary. Wacha tufuate mfano ama ile presidency ambayo rafiki yetu ambaye ametoka bwana Random amesema tuongee katika lugha ya Kiswahili, tusije tukaambiwa ni kisungu mingi ya catwalk. Kwa hivyo mimi bwana Jake, lakini
Michelle, kuna wengine Kiswahili si mdomo chao.
Ni sawa, lakini Kenya tuna lugha mbili ya taifa, moja ni Kiingereza, nyingine ni Kiswahili. But tutajaribu kuzungumza Kiswahili.
Ndugu Nelson akiongea Kiswahili yenye itahitaji tumsaidie, itakuwaje? Lakini endelea tu.
Asante. Kwa hivyo la kwanza mimi nilikuwa nataka kumuulizia ndugu yangu. Amezungumza vizuri sana. Lakini amekuwa ni mshupavu, tena ni shrewd. Sijui shrewd inasemwaje, lakini ni mkangafu ama ni mkanganyifu katika maongezi yake, kwa sababu ametuambia maneno mazuri kisha akaturusha katika kuegemea pande moja ambao ni haki yake. Walakini nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba nimemwenzi sana kwa yale mambo amezungumza, lakini pia nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza swali. Je, miaka 15 iliyopita ama 13 iliyopita, nafikiri ni 15 ambayo iliyopita, umezungumzia kwamba aliyekuwa upande wa upinzani ambaye alisema hakuna mazungumzo ambayo yanahitajika ni bwana William Samoei Ruto. Sijui kama unaufahamu ama unakumbuka vyema kwamba katika pia upande ule mwingine kulikuwa na aliyemwapisha siku na saa ya usiku aliyekuwa rais bwana Emilio Kibaki. Sijui kama unamfahamu vyema mama Martha Karua. Sijui kwa nini kwa sababu ulikuja with very balanced views. Sijui if you don't mind, if you would speak from both, not to speak from both sides of your mouth. Pia uzungumzie kwamba anayepingana hivi sasa, anayetaka kuleta mabadiliko ni mmoja wa wale ambayo walishiriki katika kuiba uchaguzi wa Raila Amolo Odinga. Sasa hivi leo amekuwa sanitized ama hajakuwa sanitized, ama kwa nini tunamuona kwamba ni kibao mbele kupigania haki ya binadamu, ile hali wakati ule walimnyang'anya Raila Amolo Odinga ule uongozi wake. Ningependa kidogo uzungumzie hilo. Asante.
Sawa. Thank you. Melise.
Kwanza kila mtu aulize maswali.
Okay, ni mimi naulizwa ama? Okay, si wacha
kidogo tu, ilikuwa dakika moja ukiuliza na unajibiwa kwa hiyo dakika moja.
Sawa, wacha niseme hivi, kitu ya kwanza
Aliyeulizwa swali ajibu kwa haraka.
Okay, sawa, sijui kama ulinielewa kwa sababu mimi sijasema kina Raila ni freedom fighters ama ni wazuri. If I'm right, nimesema the players are different, the game is the same problems exist. Sijasema ati Kenya wanafanya sahii ni mzuri ama ni mbaya. Kwa hivyo ukinitajia mambo ya Karua, mi hata mambo ya Karua siko hapo, hata nashangaa mbona unanitajia Karua. Mimi nimesema tu we have the same issues that are facing Kenya related to electoral issues, na hizo electoral issues unajua ndio zina link up to tribalism. Sijui kama unaelewa, sitaki kuenda hiyo lesson mzima, but my point, what I was saying ni the same issues have been recurring, na nikapena example ya Ruto kwa sababu Ruto na Raila ndio wako relevant sahi, they are the two leading opponents. Nikasema this same Ruto mwenye alikuwa, sisemi ati wa dialogue, mimi hata sina haja na dialogue, I'm just trying to say this same Ruto mwenye sahi ako adamant hakuna shida Kenya, hakuna fukazo happen, was the same protagonist in 2007 mwenye alikuwa extremist kabisa Kenya hii. I'm just trying to show, yani alikuwa hii side, sahi ako hii side ingine, lakini kuna shida the same. Kwa hivyo shida si Ruto, shida si Raila, shida si Uhuru, shida ni hizo issues. That's what I was saying. Kwa hivyo mambo ya Martha Karua mi hata sijui umenitajia kwa nini. I think that's how I can answer you.
Jibu vizuri na umejibu kwa haraka.
So it is
Nelson.
me,
Yes.
Thank you. I think
your question is to who?
My humble request is that the rule of a good debate is that when one member mentions a name of another member in her contribution, it is only wise that you give the other member mentioned to ask or rather to respond immediately before the points vanishes from him. Like my sister Nancy mentioned me, and I think people have talked to an extent. I don't know whether we'll remember, but let me try. So Nancy said, she asked me a question together with another person, I think Dutchman, that how comes it is that one process is repeated after time and time, expecting different results. I wanted to tell Nancy that I think, to the best of my knowledge, going back to the history of this nation, so far as politics and elections are concerned, it is not only one side repeating the same each and every time. I think our political cycle is being repeated and all mistakes are being done day in, day out. I am a liberal Kenyan, young, educated, exposed, and well-informed. And I'm telling you, the reason as to why my opening points always are, I am not advocating for maandamano, but I think that pertinent issues that needs to be addressed in this nation, and we are having hard time, and we are having high cost of living that is affecting people from all sorts of corners of the country, and that needs to be talked about. Having said that, that does not mean, therefore, and Nancy said something like, you know, the elections were done, the Supreme Court said that Ruto is the one who won the elections. We do not go for elections to be pronounced by the Supreme Court. She should keep that in mind. As a country, we need to be in a situation whereby when we go for an election, we are contented by the results automatically and naturally beyond reasonable doubt. We do not need a sitting of 6, 7, 8 people to decide something that millions of people took part in. Now, we need to address the question, why do we have to always end up at the Supreme Court or maybe in any other platform like a boardroom talking, you know, a case being, you know, people having grievances? Today, as we're speaking, it is not by any chance that even the opposition who are on Mandamano today doesn't know that Ruto won or Ruto is the president. Actually, that is even the reason as to why they are saying they are going to petition the government and they want to take their, how do we call it? They want to take their petitions to the president, if at all he is in the State House or Harambee House. If they did not know that he's not a president, they couldn't have mentioned that. That simply tells you they acknowledge the fact that Ruto is the president. However, there was some pertinent questions that were not answered during the elections and during the court proceedings. And we all ask, even including any other person who is here, who believes that he should be convinced beyond reasonable doubt, and not at the Supreme Court, just by the electoral process. So I think, my sister, we should not be a country that anchors their conviction on an outcome of the Supreme Court in order to be convinced that the elections were done. We should be a country that once the election is done, we get to be contented that elections were done. That is it. Another thing about Uhuru, this guy, Jack,
Just a moment.
I seek your indulgence. I seek your indulgence. Jack, I seek your indulgence.
30 seconds.
There is a guy
on
your comment. Sorry? There is a guy on your comment section.
30 seconds.
Yeah, but I seek your indulgence. There is a guy on your comment section called Ayuba Khan KK. Kindly, you can control him. He keeps on insulting me. I don't know why. But anyway, that is his problem. That is a him thing. There is someone who said something here about Senator Sifuna's comment about if a government agency is holding a food symposium or inspo, I beseech Kenyans to go and eat that food. That was not incitement. My brother, I don't think as a normal government agency, you can go somewhere, parade food, all in the name of seminar. People are hungry around that place, and you don't expect them to come and even have a share of that food. The only thing that I detest and the only thing that I am against is the fact that they come with hooliganism, beat up people, destroy things. They should just come and line up and eat and go. They let you go ahead with the seminar if you have a seminar to do and finish. Because honestly speaking, we can't say that people are going hungry and the office of the deputy president, the office of the president, and the office of the prime cabinet secretary are allocating themselves 3 billion for new cars. David Ndii and his battalion has been given 200 million for new cars. You're setting up another office for, you don't even have a title for the office. You call it office of the spouse to the prime cabinet secretary. The office of the first lady is calling for another 1 billion. You know, it is high time we start speaking sense into ourselves and start talking about issues. Revolutionary change talked about it. We need to talk about change and issues and not people.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nelson. You have taken just one moment. Just one moment. You have taken 3 minutes. Nancy, you are mentioned. Nelson said if you are mentioned, you are given an opportunity to respond. Nancy?
He was responding. He was responding to her question. Now that's over, please.
No,
it's
listen,
late.
Jihad, I'm the only
Jihad, I'll come to you. I'm coming to
let me have my question, and I want sleep. You know, please. He was answering a question, and that's over.
So
okay,
Jihad,
let
him have, and then if he wants to go, he goes.
Just one moment, Jihad. You have a question to who?
To Geoffrey Mburu. Mburu.
To Geoffrey Mburu.
But I had a question to Nelson. I had a question to Nelson. Are you Nelson?
Just a moment.
Not Nelson. Nelson and
just one moment, Boro. Boro, just one moment. Jihad, Boro is coming next. I'll allow him before he speaks. You ask your question.
I am Muslim. No, please. I am Muslim. We are in the month of Ramadan. There's something is waiting me now. After 1 hour, I have to fast. Please, let me just have my question and go.
Okay then. I hear you. And Ramadan Karim to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. So wacha mimi niongee tu lugha yetu ya Kiswahili bana. Hii Kizungu
dakika tu moja, sekunde tu moja, lakini Mboro utanakili swali ya Jihad, alafu Nancy atarespond kwa Nelson ili nisipoteze hiyo flow. So wakati unafuata Nancy utajibu swali ya Nelson, swali ya Jihad, ni sawa Mboro? Okay, Jihad, go ahead.
Sasa huyu Geoffrey alikuwa anasema ati Uhuru ndo anafande Azimio. Sasa ati lazima atokezee na ajikilini kama yeye anafanda ama afande. Ati ni kwa sababu hiyo ndo labda ndo watu wanaenda kushambulia shambake. Mimi nataka kumuuliza yeye, kwani hata akifund, what is wrong with that? Hata akifund, let's say he fund it, wani iko shida gani? Iko shida wapi? Is it not his right? He's a president. No, he was a former president. Again, he's a citizen of Kenya, so he can support whoever he want. He can support. So kwani akisupport Raila, what is wrong with that? If hata kama ana support demonstration, what is wrong with that? So sione hapo maneno hiyo mnasema ati kwa sababu hiyo ndio hivyo, but hii kitu vile tunajua sisi wote, it is a grudge that's going on between those guys from UDA side and Uhuru, because he fight them, yes, but it's not supposed to be like that. Yeah, it's not supposed about now. It's our time now. Let's revenge. They are going for revenge. We know. It's not that way, the way you're playing. So I'm asking you, what is wrong with that?
Okay. Mboro, I hope you have noted the question. Thank you, Jihad. I wish you all the best and enjoy your Saum. And to all other Muslim brothers, Ramadan Kareem. Nancy, come in, and I appreciate you being the last lady standing kwa hii show, but there are many also who are trying to come in, but kumeja. But anyway, Nancy, come in.
Jake, always remember gender equality. You've got how many? 9 men. So when 3 speak, you should give them speak. Stop being a society. Anyway.
I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Yeah. Nelson, when I talked about the Supreme Court, I never said that should be our default mechanism. That is a safeguard that was put there by the Kenyans yourself in 2010. Yep. You voted for the Constitution. So the Supreme Court is a safeguard in case there is a dispute. Because if we do the election, do we end up on the streets? Does it solve anything? No. So I agree with you. We should go to the ballot and your vote and my vote count, and whoever is elected should be the leader. But if we don't agree, we'll have someone to arbitrate, and Supreme Court did that. And if we respect the rule of law, Ruto is now the president, whether I like it, whether whoever doesn't like it. Raila kept told us he does not recognize him as president, but you said he recognizes him because he's taking the petition. There is a contradiction there to the message. To the message. Yeah, okay. The other issue you raised was that how do you get results doing the same thing? I asked that question because whichever side of the political divide is doing it is not helping us. And as the guy who said about, I can't remember, revolutionary someone chance, talked about the underlying issues. And I've said the same thing one time and again. We agree there are issues, but when we come here, we don't talk about issues. We talk about political identity, and from the beginning, I kept saying when we started Mutembei show, can we leave Raila and Ruto? Can we discuss how can we resolve IBC issue? How can we discuss about how tribal are we divided? Why are we young people still going along these demagogues that we believe will solve our problem? And I'll ask you again, Nelson, if Raila sits with Ruto tomorrow, the cost of living will not come down because it did not start the last 6 months. It started during Uhuru, and they had a handshake. Life did not change. So let's stop being dishonest. Let's be honest. Let's talk about issues. Let's debate what do we want to see them doing for us. And if they're not doing, Let's not rally behind them. Can we start a course like Mutembei TV, do our own petition, and whoever is a Nairobi person take it to Sifuna or Sakaja and say, this is what Nairobians and people on Mutembei TV are asking. We need to discuss the issue. Leave Raila, leave Ruto, myself included. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do in the next
Now,
round.
Jake, this is the Nancy I know. This is the Nancy I know, and this is the Nancy I knew.
Okay.
Not the earlier Nancy during.
I never doubt, and he antagonized me.
Sawa. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these people are friends, even though at times they strongly disagree. But we are friends. By the end of the day, we are brothers. Even though some are far or close, we are far. I can see my brother Cornel Ochuka is still following. I know you're trying to come back. I can see many trying, but honestly, if only I had a way, I could let you in. But please bear with me. Geoffrey Mboro, yes?
Yes, please.
I'm going to drop and give someone else a chance, and I'll listen in the background.
Okay. So try to ingia haraka now that Nancy is dropping. Try kuingia mbio mbio uone kama utabahatika. Okay, the link is there. I'm posting the link. Mboro, I don't know if you heard what Jihad asked you.
Yes. Jihad was asking if there is any problem.
Sasa ona, just a moment, Mboro. Ona Arika vile anaingia na psych. Not allowing.
Arika has come back for me.
I was waiting. I actually wanted Arika to come back. Arika, thank you for coming back.
And Black as well needs to say something. Honestly, okay. Wacha tufanye hivi sasa, tupunguze from a minute to few seconds. Geoffrey, kindly answer.
Yes. So that revolutionary, so that you may be thinking about my question, because I had a question.
You had a question for me, Mburu.
Yes, I had a question for you, and also had a question for Nelson. Nelson said that. Let me start with Nelson. Nelson, at least before I answer the other question, you said that the Azimio team want to take the petition to the State House. Now my question is, where is their petition supposed to be taken? Are people supposed to take petition to the State House? The other thing, revolutionary, when you are making your submission, you said that if Ruto comes back and say that you see how Gachagua you have burnt or you have destroyed the nation, I would like you to tell us in which way do you think what has happened, the mayhems, the chaos, in which way do you think that the deputy president is to be blamed? And the other question to revolutionary, you said that in the year 2007, that Raila Odinga conceded, unless the word conceding has changed its meaning. As far as I know, Raila never conceded. The government was divided into two. We had two principles in Kenya. That's why we had a coalition government. So is that what we call conceding? No. And before I answer the other question, Nancy was here, and I would like to commend Nancy because she opened my eyes, and I hope all of you marked what she asked. That if these people who are calling for protests are so mindful of our welfare as a country and the struggle that we are going through as a nation, why are they calling for this protest on working days? Why not on Sunday? That's a critical question asked by an intellectual. As I said, these people who are doing these small businesses, they are struggling more, they are suffering more, and we are causing them to go through a lot of pain because of disorganization. There is a question I was asked, and I want to answer, and I want to say this. Wacha nijaribu kwa sababu alisema kwa Kiswahili. Akauliza kuna shida gani? Is there any problem if Uhuru is funding the protests? Nitasema hivi, as much as pesa ni yake na ako na uhuru wa kufanya hivyo, na kwanza niseme hapa, mimi si kusema, if you got me very well, I never said anywhere that Uhuru is funding. I said it has been arranged. I'm always very careful with what I'm saying. Nilisema inasemekana ama viongozi wanasema. But as we say, every choice you make, expect consequences. Ukiamua kupitia njia ya kichakani, ujue kuna miba, kuna mawe, na hata unaweza umwa na nyoka. Ukiamua kupitia highway, utaenda smooth. So what I was saying, if he has chosen that path, then he should be willing to go through the consequences. So anyway, let me just stop there. Maana hata hayuko hapa. Yeah, thank you.
Anakusikiza. Okay. We umerudisha game nyuma and I wanted us to go forward. Can I pose the questions kidogo? Allow me to do this, because we still have just one moment. Right, you see, huyu Mboro nimeona nkali andika, but let me ask you to I've said I'll allow you to answer it, and then Revolutionary and Dutchman, allow me to skip you so that we listen to Black. Arika amerudi, so but ametajwa mara mingi, alichokoza alafu akatoroka. So I'll come back to him and Cornel Achuka. So Nelson,
I'm back. I can answer the questions. I'm back. I'm sorry I left.
I'll come back to you with them. Let me have Nelson, then Black come next, and then we continue. A minute, Nelson.
Okay. In my response to my brother, yeah. Okay. I thought you posed me. So in my response to Geoffrey, this is my point. Again, let it be on record. Again, I think I'm repeating for the 7th time on the show. I do not stand for maandamano. Let it be on record. Now, to your response, I said that, you see, we are being given mixed reactions on whether we have a president, we don't have a president, so which side, Azimio side recognizes the presidency, they don't recognize the president. On the other end, when Raila Odinga had an interview with Citizen TV at his residential place, he said that they will petition the government, and their petition that they have, they want to reach it to the president. And they will take it to the president whether he is in State House. If they know that the president will be in State House, they will choose representatives to take the petition there. And if at all the president will be at Harambee House office, then they will go there to take the petition there. Their grievances, in fact, their biggest plight is to reach the president or the presidency with their petition. And within their petition, the content of their petition, when asked a little bit, Raila Odinga dug a bit of it, and he said that they want the servers to be opened. And in fact, this issue of the server was not the first point. The first point was about the cost of living, among other things, and then servers came in. Now, I was just alluding to this. I was alluding to the fact that it is true we did elections. It is true a case was taken to the Supreme Court, and it is true the Supreme Court spelled itself out of it. And they said that the president is none other than Samuel Ruto. Okay? Even the top brass leadership of Azimio recognizes that, because you can't say that you want to petition the president when you are again saying that you do not recognize the presidency. I know Mr. Derek came and one of his bullets are directly channeled to me. He made a comment the other side saying, the same way people cannot sit down and the government agency is organizing food symposium meeting, people should go eat, That is the same way people cannot stay somewhere without land, and somebody is having a chunk of land and tracts of land and big acres for himself. Mr. Derek, let me tell you this. Two wrongs do not make a right, number one. Number two, I am not in any way advocating for any kind of mediocrity and violence in whichever form. Number three, it is laughable, absolutely laughable, to compare a government seminar organized maybe somewhere near a group of people, near a big population who are starving, considering the level of hunger and hardship in Kenya today, and perhaps 30 or even 1,000 acres of land that were taken at a given time that I do not even know. You know, you can't take land one overnight. Like, hata wale watu wenye walipeleka kwa shamba ya wakina Uhuru, unadhani walichukua hiyo shamba? Hawakuchukua ndugu yangu. Kitu walichukua ni kondoo na mbuzi, na wakakata miti. Shamba waliacha hapo. Shamba iko hapo na title deed the Kenyatta family still has. So two wrong do not make a right. I think that is all that I can say. But I hope, my brother Mburu, you got my answer.
Nelson, yes, can I just tell Nelson something? Maybe you can answer this. You have talked about people being hungry, and that's why it's right and it's okay for them to go and eat food that is meant for delegates and other people when they're having government meetings. My question is, were people hungry during the Uhuru tenure? Were they hungry?
Yes.
Good. Was it justified for them? Why did the people not go to eat? Because the meetings were going on during Uhuru time. Why were people not attacking those meetings and eating food and vandalizing properties?
Mburu, the hunger in Kenya does not end, to answer you, number one. Number two, you have to look at the mood of a country at a particular point of time. Number three, and I'm not justifying anything. What I'm saying is this, my brother. It does not make sense for a government agency to spend millions of money, organize a state event, have all buffets, people eating, people dancing, people having their creme de la creme kind of feeling, and a neighborhood in for example, let me speak of the place where this sort of mess happened, in Kondele and Obunga. You are having an event next to Obunga and Kondele. Those are sort of cohorts in Kisumu where people even hardly see one meal in a day. And then you expect them just to be okay. One thing that I detest is vandalizing, breaking, terrorizing, and even causing mayhem. If they could have just lined up, eaten, washed their hands and gone, hey bro, ningepiga makofi.
Okay, well, allow me to have black in. I will not. Well, and I still come back to my lovely viewers. Just one moment. Just one moment.
Quick one, Jack. Is Nelson saying if we walk to the bank na tuchukue pesa polepole bila shida iko sawa?
Hebu jaribu nipe jibu.
Okay. There are people still following, and as I said, the studio is full. T&D Clips, I see you. Thank you. I see Truth Be Told. Asante sana. She Cliff na kuona. Alice J na kuona. Gitaa shuko ndani. Asante sana. Hamadi Zaj Kalos. Hey, sawa. Na kuona. Victor Ondicho na kuona. Nani mwingine hapa? Mko wengi. Naona wengi wako live. Wengi wana comment. Asante sana. Mohamed Abadajilo na kucheki, asante sana. Mamu Tishilumba, asante. Black, karibu sasa, pole for one following behind the stage, and then finally unaingia unakuta show imewaka hivi. Karibu sana. Otherwise, how are you?
I'm doing fine.
Aha.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Kabisa, endelea.
Yeah, kwanza mjambo
Jake, let me
wenzangu
throw
wote
a
kwa
joke.
panel.
Let me throw a joke. Black, mtu amesema kondoo za Uhuru
Yes.
zimezoea raha, wajinga wanachukua wanaziexpose kwa mashida.
Oh, before I forget, tomorrow, actually it's today, Harambee Stars wanacheza Iran. Before we still have a football club, apart from Arsenal, the big team, we still have the other team called Harambee Stars. It's playing today against Iran. We wish them well. Black, come in.
Mjambo kwanza, my fellow panelists. I hope you're all doing fine. Nice to see you again, Narika and Mise, Jakes, Nelson, Geoffrey, and everyone else. I hope you're all doing fine. Watazamaji na wasikilizaji, I hope you two are also doing fine. Na kama kawaida, kazi ni kazi. Now, this whole issue of the demonstrations na maandamano, I'm not for it because it's very unfortunate that it's been historically known that we've not been behaving well kama nchi zingine kama vile South Africa when they are doing the demos and the protests. Theirs are usually organized. Ours usually come with distractions of so many things. Now, for that purpose, I would not advocate for it because losses come along with it. See, so if there could be a way that these people could sit down, that would be great. So actually, even if I hear people encouraging these protests to go on, my brothers from Azimio and all that, I find it to be very unfortunate. I wish there could be a way that hata watu wetu, they could be informed on the ills of this protest. Now, moving forward, I think on matters of cost of living, Raila himself pronounced himself on that. I think Jake hata nimekutumia video, perhaps you can play it, the third one I sent you. The third link.
Okay.
The third link. I don't know if you still have
go
it.
ahead
Because there are 4 links.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
go ahead
he was being
them.
interviewed. Raila was being interviewed. And he was very categorical when he was asked about the cost of living. He was very specific as to the reasons as to why the cost of living is high. He appreciates the fact that the war in Ukraine, which they're fighting the Russians, is among the reasons that has resulted to the high cost of living that many other governments in the world are facing the problems
minds
too.
Tonight is the cost of living. You're seeking votes from people who are barely surviving. The cost of living, cost of unga, cost of fuel, and all the other costs are rising finally. And in the very short run, in the interim, because you have President Uhuru Kenyatta's here and the government here, what in the interim would be your proposal to reduce the cost of living and make life easier for many Kenyans? That is in the short run. But in the long run, what would be your promises? What would be your plan in the event you're elected president in August?
Well, because if you look at really the cost of it, I see some people who are really trying to divert attention of the public, playing populist politics with the cost of living. But the facts are that one, I think you had like a crop. You did not harvest to be able to satisfy the demands, the needs of the country. Secondly, there have been other events which have taken place in other parts of the world, which themselves are major contributory factors to the rise in cost of living, not only in Kenya, but around the world. Even see the USA is fighting it. European countries right now are having serious problems because of what is happening in Ukraine there. So there are factors beyond the actual control of the government. But you can actually make some adjustments when you, for example, cut down on certain expenditures and then focus on feeding the people, making it much bearable for the local person. And you're really talking about basically just essential commodities.
Okay. Now, as we can see, I mean, I usually like submitting with such videos so that you can have a point of reference. Raila himself, this was before the elections. You see how accommodating he was to the government inability at that point to make the cost of living lower than it was at that point. Now, from the factors that he mentioned there, which of the factors that he mentioned there that is not existing now, that is existing now, did not exist then, that he was saying that they were beyond the government's beyond the government's ability to change? The factors still remain the same. Now, it is worth noting that during the time that he was in government, because we are saying he was in government, he was enjoying the trappings of government, by the fact that he had the handshake. There are a lot of ills that were happening that he did not come up to protect the wananchi. One of them, during the COVID time, wananchi wengi walibomolewa manyumba and he was silent. I was really waiting for him to say something about it during the time. He said nothing. He did not come out to condemn the government at the time they were being, their houses were being demolished and thrown out in the cold at night, and it was raining in the COVID pandemic. He did not say anything, right? Why? Because he was in government at the time. He was enjoying the trappings of government. Fast forward, we are in 2023 right now. Election ilipita, whatever happened, tulivote, what court pronounced itself. As it is right now, we have a government that was sworn in, and that is what by law is recognized. That is headed by none other by the President William Samoei Ruto. And nothing can change that at this point. Unaona? So when you come up with slogans like Ruto must go and servers must be opened, I tend to wonder what's the end game, because we already know it's an impossibility. It's something that's impossible. And then when you speak about servers, and this is something that I'll repeat again, they spoke about they had ethical hackers hack into the server. Now, question would be, how dependable or how reliable would the data be right now in the server having been hacked into? That is one. Two, how do we know that during the elections itself, that they were not also part of the people that were trying to hack the servers? Because already they have come up to say that they have hacked them. Na amekubali ethically. What makes us think that they did not do so? So it makes the server, unreliable at this point. So we shouldn't have the conversation of the server right now. I think the conversation we should be having is the cost of living, and maybe focus more on that. Na kuna kitu kimoja ambacho nikirudia kwa Kiswahili sasa, ambacho watu wanasahau ama wanakosa kuangalia. These MPs themselves and the senators, women reps, wenyewe pia wanatukosea. Na wanatukosea kwa njia gani? Na tunanyamaza, hatuoni. Unapata MP anapata salary, his work is to go to parliament, that's why he's a member of parliament, It is paid a sitting allowance. Since when are you employed to work, for example, as an accountant? You have a basic salary and you have, your full package, housing, blah, 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 blah. But for each time you come to sit, you are paid for that sitting. It makes no sense. Why should an MP be paid sitting allowances? The SRC tried to remove these things but wakabishana. Now these are the things that wananchi tungekuwa tumeshikana mikono tukasema hapana, tunakataa. Vile SRC walisema hii sitting allowances itolewe, hii pesa ndio iweze kutusaidia. Now those are the things we're supposed to be fighting for. But what are we doing? We are fighting for things that are not so beneficial to us, if I may say. So I would urge my fellow Kenyans, let's try to open our eyes and fight for the things that do matter for us the most. The issue of the server, hiyo ishapita. There's nothing we can do about it. The cost of living, yes. But as it is right now, the more we keep making our country ungovernable with all these demonstrations and all that, it chases the investors away. Our economy keeps shrinking and dipping down each day tukiendelea na hizi vitu. So badala ya kutengeneza tunazidi kujichimbia zaidi. So for once, I urge my fellow brothers and sisters, look into that parliament, whatever they're spending right there, cumulatively also. There's a lot of unnecessary expenditure right there, starting with the one I've told you, the sitting allowances, zitolewe. Zile basari zetu anapewanga pesa, I think we had this discussion at some point. Eti kila mtu anapewa pale basari ya kwenda kupatia wananchi wake kwa constituency zao. MP ana yake, senator ana yake, women rep ana yake, governor ana yake, MC ana yake. Mbona, kwa sababu gani? They want to handle this money ndo waweze kuwa wanaibia watu wakisema eti wanapeana nini bursaries. Mbona hii pesa yote wasipewe zitumike kwa kutengeneza mashule, ndio ile wanafunzi na watoto wetu waweze kwenda shuleni for free at no cost. When our children can go to school at no cost, we would need no bursaries because the schools would be free. Now, these are the many funds and the viable routes that we could use if at all we can just sit down as a people, join hands and fight for the right cause. Otherwise, let me just leave it there. I don't want to speak much. I'll continue as we proceed. Thank you.
Okay. I know people have a question for you, but before I allow the questions to come in, Messi, I'm almost allowing you to help me just a short while. You had requested to make some submissions so that you can be able to moderate without seemingly being biased or anything. So before you come in, news just in, or rather it has been in for some moment. The fire is still on in the farm of Uhuru, and now there is a church called PCA and a mosque called Al Akasa in Kibera that is on fire. Now I need to ask our panelists. Now, banning these things, how does it solve our problems? Because we have allowed, I think everyone has talked. Now it's time we now go into the issues. How do we say we will get a solution by banning things? A church, a mosque, someone's farm, slaughtering someone's goats. How does it solve our issues? Dutchman, if you can come in, but allow me to do this. Let Messi give his submission and also have you answer the question so that he can help me moderate for some time. Then I'll be back. Is that okay to all the other panelists? Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And then to the people following, we have a show that is good that has you listening in. I wish to announce that now you can come in. There is a room for two. So the quicker you are, sorry, I've pasted a wrong link. This is the correct link. Next one that is coming in. Don't use that one that I've just posted. Use this one that is now coming in. That one that has StreamYard. use that and come into the show. We only now have only one slot. So please use that link to come in the show. I'll be back in jiffy. Allow me to leave you in the able hands of Messi, but allow me maybe to listen to what he has to say. He has some submissions. Then I'll step out.
Thank you, Jake, and everyone who is still here. It shows that we have the love of our country at heart, that we have to spend time to be able to advise one another. It is said that an iron sharpens another iron, and I believe that is why we are here. Nobody has monopoly of ideas, but when we come and share ideas, we learn from one another. Let me begin by what I think it should be what Geoffrey was trying to emphasize by trying to say that Uhuru has what is called a right of reply. There has been allegations against him. Despite the fact that he's a retired president, he does not stop being the symbol of unity of our country. He still has that responsibility to foster and advise when needed, because that is one of his roles even after he retires. He can be called to give advice when it's necessary. So when a serious or grievous allegations have been leveled against him, it is incumbent to the former president to come out and give a right of reply, because there are many people who believe in Uhuru, many people who still admire and believe that his sense of leadership is what would have taken Kenya or has taken Kenya to another level. So I think he has also opened what is called open window theory in our country, which is actually allowing people to use that opportunity in committing crimes because of silence. Silence sometimes is golden, but sometimes there comes a time that one has to come out and speak when allegations have been leveled. And there are issues of funding that has been thrown left, right. I just want to go by example of Eric Omondi. Eric Omondi said that he admits that he's being funded from people from the US for a cause of addressing the issues of Mwananchi. So if a small man such as Eric Omondi, who is not that popular, is funded, there is a likelihood of funding. Those of us who have been involved in politics, we know what it means by having and organizing people in groups in making sure that you have achieved your political agenda. There was an issue that was thrown around about people in diaspora being clueless in what is going in current affairs in our country. I just wanted to demystify that by saying that those of us who came, who went abroad in the year 2005, kwenda juu, if you remember, there was a challenge. The only way you could communicate then was either through Skype, and people had to go to a cyber cave. Now, technology has simplified that you, at the palm of your hands, you are able to communicate and receive first-hand information, thanks to the former president, the late Emilio, and Bitange and Demo for digitalizing the IT through the fiber optic undersea water cables that were laid throughout the country. So no one can claim that people in diaspora are ignorant or are not informed. Then there was an issue of, I just wanted to disagree with my brother Black when you talked about the salary. There is a reason why people in certain offices are paid highly, because they are charged with the responsibility. And this responsibility comes with, being in charge of certain resources. And so the idea behind people being well remunerated is to make sure that they do not have tamaa ya kuiba because they are well remunerated. That is the idea behind. The problem with our members of parliament is that our tosheki, hiyo ndio shida. So that is why we find that wakienda, if there is an issue that touches around their salary, their allowances, they became very vocal in going to parliament, passing motions that that are in their favor. But overall, if you know what a daily life of a member of parliament is, you will understand that they need to be well remunerated. But I just wanted to agree with you, Black, on the same front that our members of parliament, senators, county assemblies, women rape have let us down. We have three government of arms of government: legislature, executive, and the judiciary. We are focusing on the executive, but we are not holding accountable these other members or arms of government who are supposed to be accountable, to be held accountable as well. So why are we not mbona tuandamani kwenda kwa members of parliament, kwenda kwa senators? Because their role is oversight and representation. If parliament then is the house for legislation, if Senate is the house of legislation, why are we not going to these people's houses, houses or residences, and hold them accountable for not being able to represent us and oversight authoritatively? Now, my last comments here before I start moderating is that I want to agree with what our brother PLO Lumumba said. He said that if Kenya sinks, we all sink. And we need to be able to understand that if your brother's property is being destroyed today, be aware that yours is next. Then the last one says that when people are determined to do that which they have decided to do, anything else that you say is stupidity to them and cannot be comprehended in the manner or motive or rationale that is there for it to be understood. Then he said that I'd rather be stupid and cowardice than being a hero in sinking our country. Let me stop there by saying, let us embrace one another. Many of us here have said that we need to understand the problem is not you and me. The problem are the issues that we are not discussing. And let us not worship people. When we worship people, it's like we belong to a cult. And that's what is happening, unfortunately, in our country. Thank you. So let me switch. I don't know, Jack, if Jack has gone, but if he has gone, let me start with Arika. And then I'll come to Black after Arika, Black, and then Dutchman, and then Nelson.
Yeah,
I've got a little bit of on my side. I'd like to maybe just make two submissions because my time is about to go off.
Okay, Arika, is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Dutch.
Thank you so much, panelists and Mr. Rika. So I'd like to start by saying that I do support the demonstration.
We can't hear clearly. You can raise your voice.
I'm saying, can you hear me now? Yes, I'm saying that I do support the demonstrations because they are encouraging our
I think
constitution.
the challenge that we are having is that your mic is far away. Your mouthpiece is away from.
In the same spirit, Mise, this guy Ngoto is somehow smoking. I don't know. I don't think that is good for the platform. You can either talk to him or maybe get him off the platform.
I can't even see him. But Ngoto, please conduct yourself with decorum. You're on a live stream.
Can you hear me right now? Now?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, so I was saying that picketing is encouraged in our constitution, and it's our constitutional right to picket when we have the need to do so. Because what is the main objective of picketing or rather demonstration is to exert pressure on the government of the day to actually work on the demands that are being given by a certain function. So what I'd really like to say is that the demonstrations so far, what we have achieved as a country through demonstrations are way much bigger than what we have lost. Because going way back in 1992, what we achieved the repealing of the section 1A of the Constitution, section 2A of the Constitution, which led to multipartism. 1997 demonstrations brought about the start of the talks of the IPPG talks, which brought in the new started spearheading the constitutional talks for a new constitution. And so I think going by demonstrations, they have achieved their objectives here in Kenya, and rather in the whole world, because they are means of achievement for people to put their grievances out where their representatives have failed them. That's what I can say as per much. Because now I can get to my second point is that whatever happened in the Uhuru farm was not something good at all. Because what we witnessed was a kind of the haves versus the have not kind of situation. Because this kind of situation, given time, will blow up to something very different. Because
we can't hear you clearly.
I'm saying next after Uhuru, who will it be? After Uhuru, possibly, who will be next in this farm invasion?
You can remove the headphones and speak direct.
Okay, let me do that. Just a minute. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so as I was saying that the president that these demonstrations have taken right now is not something very good, because then who is next? Given that they've started with Uhuru and Raila, maybe by Thursday it will be somebody else. So you never know. You never know what will happen then. Because what was going on, as I saw that these guys were stealing sheep from a farm, as if you can look clearly what happened. These kinds of the sheep are the ones that are called doper sheep, I think, if I'm not wrong. The doper sheep rams go for as much as 50,000 shillings, one single sheep. And those guys were selling them at 1,000 shillings. So you see, it's just like you can lose it, translate it to public looting of property, because they were not even achieving anything. Because with 1,000 shillings with the economy right now, there's little that you can gain from 1,000 shillings. And the plots that they were subdividing now, they can't use them to do anything. It was just meant to it was just something that was planned, and I don't know what was the end game for all this. So what I might say is that we need to lift up our heads higher than where we have kept them, because now I think we've buried our heads in the sand and decided that everything goes. We need to be much more focused, because as a country, I think there's a lot that is going on, and if we're not careful, we might lose the country that we so much love. Yeah, so I think I'm done.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dashman. Next time, try to work on your audio. We were kind of straining to hear what you were saying. You had very good submission and contribution, but work on your audio. I think we were going to Arika and then Black. Is that correct? And then Nelson, and then we go in that order.
Yeah, me, I had, thank you. I had a response to your submission and some question. You've mentioned about the people in the diaspora not knowing much about what is going on I don't think that is true. It's not, because if I can give an example, sometimes I call the village to ask a friend, hey, what made so and so to die? Only for the person to tell me, I don't know, that person is dead. So a neighbor is dead a few miles from you. You don't know. We know from here. We call you to know what's happening. So digitally, as you put it, we know a lot that is going on. In fact, like I said when I gave my submission, I've been watching the occurrences of this demonstration since they started live. So I am as good as everybody who is there. Where I differed with you, Messi, is where you talked about allowances for the members of parliament. I think I want to agree with the Black that to some extent there's a lot of wastage in government, like the ones of sitting allowance for a member of parliament. Already you have been given a very good salary. Then you are being paid every day you sit there. Then it beats logic why you pay the salary. And besides the salary, there is other allowances like the car grants, wafanyakazi, marriage when you go to your constituency. You still have a lot of packages. We need to minimize on that so that we take care of the small person. I also want to say that there is a tendency of our politicians, in as much as I support government, because me, I'm not shying away from, from being a UDA member, the tendency of some political players who have become permanent employees. They have been employed since since time immemorial, and they still want to die as employees. If we are sincere with ourselves, those who have had money and been employed for some time, they need to start up their businesses so that they can employ more people. Personally, I've had this problem with my close relative, actually a father-in-law. The guy has been in employment forever. You know, when he lost elections one time, I'm sorry to say, he didn't feel good. He became so desperate. Of course, he has come back, but I was asking myself, this guy has been government earning a lot of money to a level of an assistant minister and stuff like that. Can't he even have a hospital where someone can come and even do housekeeping and feed his family? You mean we cannot be clapping after you to give you votes year in, year out? You want to be an employee forever. So if those of us in Kenya who have been employed and have had a chance of having good money, please start up business, open up the economy, because the government can't absorb all of us. You saw the CIS issue has brought issues, only 50 guys, but the scramble was there. I saw even former governors apply. To me, that was a joke. A person who has been controlling millions, earning good money, giving himself good allowances, he could be running a serious business, employing very many people like in other places. Those of you who have had a chance to be in the US, you can agree with me. Business is supporting this economy, not government. Not government. And government, what's doing is giving business people a conducive environment, tax holidays. And therefore, they're employing as many people as they can. And sometimes they don't even have employees because the business are mushrooming here and there. But doing business in Kenya has been a problem. Even starting, those who have money, they don't want to start. They want to be employees. They want to be, if you fail from politics, you become a minister or maybe something else. I want to lastly say that in my submission, so that I can give someone else, this maandamano aspect, I want to be very sincere that we are not being sincere to ourselves. The Azimio part is using the current problems which resonate well with the Mwananchi to push a different agenda. If you listen to what Martha Karua said today in that rally, all her statement were wrapped up in Ruto must go. So hizo zingine is just an icing on the cake, but the really cake they want to take over from Ruto. And if they are sincere, they can tell us they have reasons to prove that Ruto stole the elections. They could have brought it as early as the Supreme Court, because we are not law experts. They dispense the issue there so that they can leave Mwananchi to do his stuff or her stuff. You have gone to court, you have brought your evidence. In fact, I saw a lorry. I'm not trying to be sikejeli mtu yote, but I saw a lorry. Lawyers came there, they argued. We didn't hear anything to do with what they are talking now about the servers. Voting in Kenya is very simple. You vote at a polling station. I've been an agent before. I've nimesimamia uchaguzi at some level. We vote there. We count. There are agents who confirm that stuff before you take it to wherever. None from the village complains our votes are not as we counted. We have all our MCAs. We have all our members of parliament. We have all the elected posts. Watu wamekubali. When it comes to president, we are taken into circles. That is not fair. Lastly, the goings you can see in Uhuru's farm and Raila's industry, that might be pro-government. We can't shy to say that. You have heard them say that mnafikiri nyinyi ndio Wakenya peke yenu, and you know Azimio for sure, they have been using the term Wakenya to mean Azimio supporters. There are also other Kenyans who voted for this other camp. They may plan on their own evolution. Like if I'm supporting government, I can also plan on my own evolution and do something. I've not been sent, or I can be sent. But what I can say is that soon, if you don't take care, this thing will degenerate into our villages and people will start to be uprooted from their villages. I listened to one person whom I follow, is a blogger. He lives in Arizona. He's a blogger and is a Kalenjin. I'm sorry to say that. There's one thing he said. Nyinyi watu mnatutisha na vita. Tumenyamaza, mnatusukuma. Mnadhani tukianza hiyo vita, sisi ni watoto ama sisi ni watu mnatisha. Tukianza sisi hamtatuweza. And trust me, there are some people who keep quiet. When they start speaking, they mean what they say. They say less, but they act a lot. So I want to appeal to my brothers on the other side to be very, very mindful of what they are doing. If you push people so much, you may end up finding yourself being even fighting in your own villages, because there are people who support the government and there are those who will be against the government. And you find yourself fighting against one another. Come to the table with the genuine resolutions, like as someone has put it. The guy who left, he said that demonstrations are there to put pressure on the government to listen to some grievances. But you can't say you are putting grievances to a government you don't recognize. You can't put petitions to a government you want to overthrow. They must also stand and defend their position. You can't put petitions to a government you've already started destabilizing. And I want to appeal to our former president, Uhuru Raila Kenyatta. Let him stop reducing himself to a politician who is seeking a position. He's a former head of state. He should just relax, apewe heshima zake na yeye ajiheshimu. Kwenda kukuaroli kusema eti kiongozi wangu ni huyu, that thing that never happens anywhere. In fact, here in the US, I've only seen a sitting president talk about another president only on Trump only. The rest, they respect each other. Once you leave office, whether you are a Republican, whether you are whatever, those people go do other assignments and they respect each other. But hii mambo ya kurudi tena kupiga campaign juu ya lori tunatoka matanga, Uhuru should stop that. He is embarrassing himself. Now, what has happened? Yeah. That's my submission, guys, and it's my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Africa.
Mr. You know I'm in Kenya and I'm really struggling to be awake. Can I?
Absolutely. You were next. You were next. So you're right. It's a perfect timing. So go right ahead.
Thank you. I think I just wanted, I fully resonate with what my brother Black said, but I just wanted to remind him that of something that I felt like he somehow, somewhat forgot, or rather, maybe misplaced when he was questioning what was the case in a comment that was made by the former PM during an interview about cost of living and how to reduce it, talking about the conditions that were prevailing then, if they have changed. I think they have changed, my brother, although not all. For example, this regime has given us how many CS positions? 24 CS positions, right? And every ministry have been subdivided to a state department. Like one ministry has 2 state departments. So instead of having 1 PS, every ministry has 2 PS positions, which does not make any sense. That should be bolded, capitalized, and underlined. 1 PS per CS per ministry is enough. The reason as to why we are now going to have 2 PS positions per every ministry does not make any sense. Another thing, the former CS of trade, or for trade, David Osian, threw a jibe, a sensitive jibe that only somebody who understands the dynamics of communications and economic language would understand. That during his time and during the tenure of the previous regime, he used to handle 2 dockets which were performing duties that have been given to 7 new people in the name of CASs. That is quite absurd. You know, Raila mentioned something like cutting cost. So in the spirit of what you said, cutting down the cost of operations and some expenditure and all that kind of stuff, I agree with it. It should be done all the way from the parliament, senate, to the county assembly, to the governors, the deputy governors, and the rest. Even the women rep positions, they should also be regulated in terms of how much they're given. But now, why do we have 7 people doing a job that was being done by 1 person? For what reason per se do we have 50 CAS positions being created, paid for by the taxpayers' money, given 2 secretaries, given 2 PAs, permanent personal assistances, given 2 government vehicles, fuel guzzlers, given security officers walking around with them, given a fully fledged furnished offices, given security back at their homesteads, soon their wives will be given offices.
But Nelson, can I ask one quick comment? But have you had
Nancy, hang on. So hang on. We'll give you that time for you to be able to ask that question rightly. Nelson, can you proceed and wind up, and then we will allow Nancy to ask a question after you finish?
I was supposed to ask you a question, Mise, and then also respond to Nelson.
Perfect. We'll do in that order.
So I think just to wrap up what I was saying, I was just like, kind of trying to pinpoint to my brother Black that what he missed was the fact that we have a slight change of a bloated executive, okay, which does not really need to be there in the first place. And we also have a bloated things in terms of appointments and the rest, because we do not need 2 PSs each and every ministry, and we do not need the 50 CAS positions as at now. I think that is all that I have. If at all Nancy has a question or Black has a question, I can respond to those, then I sleep. Tomorrow I have to go to work. They killed my day yesterday.
I think it's your own people. Oh, sorry. Black, you and Nancy, who wants to go first?
So Nelson,
okay, ladies first. Let me allow the lady.
Okay, perfect.
Black. So Nelson, you've raised a
Yes.
very valid point, and well, I've as I said, I don't hide. I'm more inclined to support Kenya Kwanza than Azimio. Why is it the issue you've raised, as genuine as it is, and it's concerned majority of us, why it has not been one of those things that has been articulated to call us for maandamano? Raila, why is not at the front? That's what I said, are these maandamano genuine? Valid point, but have you had that being Mother Karua or whoever else? They've not talked about it. Why?
Let it go back on record again. I think this is now the 8th time I'm repeating. I am not advocating for what these people are doing in the name of maandamano. It's messing me up. As a person, I am a victim. Okay? Because I feel like to some extent, they are not really having, the real plight that they should be having for the maandamano. However, it is the only voice that the government of the day listens to. And if at all that is the way they want to present it, okay. But then I think that things ought to have been sorted out all the way from time memorial before we go to the streets. I think that answers you, Nancy. But I think they must have really been sleeping on their work, not to have remembered the points that I'm now listing down. Yet I'm not a veteran in politics.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think it goes Black. Go ahead.
Yes, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate everything that you've said. Now, I like being objective in my submissions and in my reasoning. As much as, yes, my affiliation or my allegiance is obvious. I mean, that is politically looking at it, speaking. But and facts penye iko. Now, as much as I may tend to agree with you on CAS, because I don't know what plans the president has with the CAS, but I think you guys, or rather let me not put tags. The people advocating for the mandamanos, this CAS was just appointed, like, when was it? Like a week or so ago. But this issue, cost of living, walikuwa wanaongelea points zingine tofauti before. No. So I would say that's like switching or changing goalposts. Now, on the issue of the PS, maybe having 2 PS, I'm trying to believe that perhaps is to try and give us better service delivery and efficiency. Because first of all, we should ask ourselves, are the PS politically appointed, or most of them are technocrats, people that have actually gone to school to perform those tasks in those ministries? Those are people that have actually gone to school and are qualified to perform in those ministries. So they are the brains actually behind the CS. Even you or I, maybe we might not be good in particular cabinet. We are just the face of that cabinet or that ministry. But it's actually the PSs that do that. Now, if we can have 2 PS, that would mean we are bringing in 2 brains to come up with much better approaches to the problems that we have, and rather solutions on how to tackle them. Then I would say, so be it, that's okay. Let us have those 2 PSs. Because hao ndo wanakuanga the main brains behind any cabinet. Because right now, kuhusu CAS, the other 50s, I do not agree with that personally. As much as I am supporter of UDA, I'm not an advocate for those 50 CAS. I think that was unnecessary. But perhaps the president needs to come out clear and tells us the reason why he appointed the 50 CAS. Because to be honest, that will be bloating our expenditure. But
Thank
on
you.
the issue of the PS, I think it is okay. If they're going to ensure that we get far much better service delivery, two people sitting down together, two PS sitting down together, and trying to figure out ways to help our economy back up, and it's fine. But now to finish on that, to conclude, Bwanamise, my brother, I would like to also disagree with you on the issue of the MPs' allowances. I mean, how do you pay someone for doing their job each time they go to work when they're already having a salary? That's insane. You know, for each committee they form, you are paid for every sitting that you go. Around 20,000, between 20 to 30,000 each sitting. We have more than 349 members of parliament. If each one is paid a sitting allowance when they're already having a salary, that's insane. You see, out of these 349 members of parliament, again, each one of them is given a bursary. That's insane. These 349 MPs, each 5 years, they're all given grants. That's insane. Why doesn't the government just buy these cars? Zote ziwe model moja, because pale umeenda kazi. Hakunanga venye unaenda kazi hata unaambiwa uchague gari gani unataka kununuliwa. No. You make use of the cars that are already available there. Now, if at all in 5 years, kweli kuna ile wear and tear, zime depreciate, let the government sell these cars that already purchased for the previous parliament. They would get the amount that they would get. For example, if they purchased a car for around 5 million, after 5 years, they sell the car for 2 million. This 2 million in the next parliament, ambayo inaingia, the government will only have to add 3 million to buy another 5 million worth car for the new member of parliament that is coming in. Then again, every 5 years, the government has to cough up. I mean, come on, that's crazy. So these are the fundamental things that I think we as the citizens of Kenya, we ought to be looking into. Now, because these are the vitu ambazo zinatu affect directly. Once we can push these guys to that point, wakate hizi expenses zao hivyo, hii pesa itakuwa nyingi ambayo imebaki sasa kutusaidia sisi wananchi direct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. I'm bound not to respond because I'm now moderating and I don't want to be biased and defend my side, but that's a conversation for another day. Let me bring in.
Can I respond to him?
I'm not sure if there was something that needed your response. Did he raise something that needed your response?
Yes, there is. The PS thing.
Okay, so you got 1 minute so that we can bring in Ngoto and then revolutionary.
Thank you. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Black, permanent secretaries, if you're talking about, for example, the point that you're bringing in about the MPs being paid for something that already they have been employed to do, then it therefore means that we're having people who are having duplicated responsibilities and being paid the same amount of money, which I don't think really makes a lot of sense. We have always had one permanent secretaries in each and every ministry in the past, and I have never had any agency of the government, be it or any arm of the government, be it the legislative, executive, or any other, decrying or even complaining that there is inefficient service delivery in any ministry. I therefore still tend to believe that PS positions are positions that are bestowed upon the executive, which is headed by the president and the deputy president, to appoint whoever they so feel fits for a given position as a PS. That therefore makes them, in one way or the other, political appointments. And I still detest, and I beg to differ with the fact that 2 positions should be awarded in each and every ministry as PSs. I still hold to the thought that we can still have 1 PS per ministry and still deliver. And again, it does not really make sense as a good leader to appoint somebody is not well, is not well placed for a given ministry, and then now look for an engine to run the ministry and then have him as a shadow. I think that really that really shows how much insensitive you are so far as the clear intentions of running a government and even running a ministry is concerned. I think that is the level I can
Thank you,
Nelson. Before you go, just one sentence. I may be behind news, but I'd like you to enlighten me. Perhaps which ministry has two PSs? I know of
Oh,
CS.
nice. Now,
Yeah.
for example,
And if
when you
they
get
do, the reason why whatever I may have submitted to, or rather responded to, was the matter of efficiency, having two brains. But I would like to have you maybe point out which ministry has two PSs.
when you go to the Ministry of Water, for example, just one example, and in fact, I think that was also seen in the Ministry of Interior. Actually, the president was so brilliant. He did not just put it like Ministry of Water, irrigation, and whatever, blah blah blah, and then two PSS. No, he saw it so wise in his own wisdom to subdivide the ministry into two departmental heads. Okay. So therefore, it means that one ministry is having two departmental heads. So one departmental head with one PS, the other departmental head with the other PS, but under the same ministry. Does not make sense.
Are you talking about a PS and assistant PS, or a PS, two PS?
A PS and a PS, my brother. A PS and a PS.
Kindly confirm to us.
I have
this news.
Okay. Could you all? I just want. Hold on, Alrika. The gentleman here has been in waiting for some time. Let's give him an opportunity to chime in to the conversation. Let's start with the Ngoto and then Revolutionary, and then we can come back to if you can hold your guns for now. And Zalendo Karibu. Mr. Ngoto, it's your time.
Ngoto said on the chat he has nothing to say. So
okay, perfect. Let's go Revolutionary.
I had a quick one for Nelson before he leaves. Not a submission.
Revolutionary, is that okay with you?
Fine. Go ahead.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you, Revolutionary. I was Nelson. It's not true to say that the previous governments have never had two permanent secretaries. That is not true. I can give you an example. The Ministry of Education has always had two PSS, one in charge of basic education, another one in charge of higher education, that is universities and the like. I have been working in that ministry, so I know. Again, permanent secretaries can be more than one, depending on how big that ministry is and what it deals with. That one, I think, for easy management and organization, it is in order. What people are questioning is the number of CASs who earn more than the permanent secretaries, but less than the ministers. So if I can quote what the deputy president said while he was in Kisii, he said that those are like assistant ministers. So that position which was abolished, which was for the assistant ministers, it is the one that is brought back in the name of CSS. So there we can question, they are a bit many. They may be needed, yes, but they are saying they are a bit many. But for permanent secretaries, we have heard before, so it's not true to say that they do duplicate jobs. You can be in the Ministry of Mines and Water, Environment plus that, so that each is in charge of a particular department, and that's how you can manage that ministry.
Thank you, Malaruti. Someone's device is echoing. Could we mute our okay? So let us go to Revolutionary, and then I think Black Nancy, and then we come to Nick Zalendo, unless Black had something to add. Revolutionary.
Asante, can you hear me? I can't hear myself.
No, you're good. You're good. You don't have to hear yourself, but you're good.
Okay. Anyway, I know you guys can't hear me, but I'll make a start.
This is something I want us to think about.
1 minute. Do you have two devices connected? Do you have?
Let me come back.
Correct. Nancy, as Revolutionary comes out, you had a question either from Zalendo, sorry, for Black.
No, I didn't. I asked, I wanted, I mentioned, it was just a comment to Nelson where he said that we had double PSs, which is not correct. We have a problem with the cabinet secretary. I mean, we have 22 ministries where we have 22 CSs, but I think he has a point when it comes to PSs, because I've seen we have almost 46. So on this administration, we've doubled again, as we've done with the CSs. And I think Nelson was correct to say that he has subdivided the ministries. Like, for example, the water and irrigation, he's divided and given it two PSs. So for me, as I said, I'm a Kenya Kwanza supporter, but I think that Ruto is running a very huge executive, which it's not cost effective. He came on the backdrop telling us that he's going to be efficient. He's also defied a court order about the CSs. So he has things that he needs to put right and think about. But the permanent secretary query is correct. He doubled the number, like Uhuru government.
Thank you. Okay, so let me go. I think it was Revolutionary. I think he's back. Benson Budhia Karibu. And then there is Revolutionary. Are you back? Are you good now to proceed?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, and then you'll be followed by Mzalendo, and then Benson, and then Geoffrey, and in that order.
Okay, one, I will be very brief. If any one of you here know anything about, and I know I'm sure you guys are very smart, do you know why Gaddafi was taken down? The reason why there was regime change in Libya. Can anyone guess? Just a quick one before I give my submission. Yes.
I wouldn't want okay, personally, these are my personal views. I don't think it would be wise for us to take that trajectory. I mean, the trajectory is
I think Revolutionary, we can't hear you, but maybe I can say it is because Gaddafi was a voice of reason in Africa. He wanted to unite Africa as a continent for us to be self-governed, as opposed to depending to the other countries.
That is, my brother, that would be our view or your view or someone else's view, but that's we don't know for a fact if that's the reason.
I mean,
that's why I'm saying it would be wrong to take that projection. Perhaps it's best if we could stick to what we're discussing today.
You're very right, but also the issue of Muammar Gaddafi, Robert Mugabe, Fidel Castro, those issues are issues that have been in the public forum and what they stood for and why they were perceived to be who they were. But that is not the subject of discussion today. But it's okay also to know that it is our views. It does not reflect the views of the Mutembei channel. I mean, people can also air there and express themselves. So since we have dropped, Nikki, do you want to come in as we wait for Revolutionary?
No, I just want to say hi. I'm not really ready, but
okay.
Nice to see you, David Arika. Nice to see you, Black, Benson, Geoffrey, Gato, and of course the one and only Mise. Now today, today, I mean, whatever we have been predicting all along about our country, at least we saw some of the most horrible scenes happening today. I don't advocate for somebody to burn property or to loot property of the former head of state. I mean, we went so low as a country today. At the same time, I expected the police to protect property. and of course those who are picketing. So whatever happened today should be condemned, and it can escalate. You remember what happened in Zimbabwe? It just started as a small thing, and people who are attending these demonstrations have got nothing to lose. That is the biggest danger. And when you're having somebody who has got nothing to lose but something to gain, then they will be targeting properties like those ones. So we might see people retaliating, which unfortunately will be very, very, very sad. Today I also saw on Twitter that Kibera, they burnt a mosque and a church, and the Muslims decided to burn the church. So you see this kind of back and forth, it will escalate into something else. Because at the end of the day, the mamamboga that William Ruto stands for is not going to work. This is the greatest economic sabotage that we have witnessed since independence. The mamamboga is not working. The watu wa mjengo who are supposed to be going kufanya hizi kazi za mjengo, they cannot go to work also. So where do they go? Wanaenda kwa hizi maandamano. Wakiendelea hivi for a week or a month going on like this, they will start now looking for money. Kama wawezi pata pesa, wataichukua kwa nguvu. So that is where we are heading, and it should be condemned, because we all depend on each other. And 2007 started very, very simple. And we thought it was a joke. Let us go back to the Kriegler report and see the 8 pointers that Kriegler had recommended that we work on as a country, without looking whether you are Azimio or looking whether you are in UDA. The land issue is still not addressed adequately. That was one of the most discussed issue in 2007. And Justice Kriegler recommended that the government works on the land issue. The issue of electoral reforms, that is another issue that was addressed by Kriegler's report. But did the government do what it was recommended by the Kriegler? Yes, there have been reforms at the Electoral Commission. Since Kivuitu, we have been doing a lot of reforms. We have now an electronic and a manual system. Both you can check electronically, unaweza angalia kwa hiyo server, hiyo watu wanasema, na pia unaweza dhibitisha manually from the polling station. Those things are there. So if the manual system failed, which it can only fail if the candidate was not very, very keen on what their agents were doing on the ground. We have said it 1,000,001 times. And we tried to address this issue of the server. Who can open the server? Kenyans need to know the truth. Nobody today can open that server. Tafadhali, that thing should be told. The politician is cheating people. The Raila's Azimio is cheating that there is somebody like called Ruto, the president, and Chebukati who can open that server. Server iko na details za wenyewe. Details za wenyewe. Hiyo ni kampuni ya mtu. Yani that is the engine of that company. Whoever designed that software cannot allow you to get in there as an IT expert. You get all the information, you get how it was configured, and you walk out with what you want. Nobody will allow that. That is, even ukienda inaitwaje ICC ati uambie wafungue server ya kampuni. Kama huku ya Marekani ndio Trump walishindwa kufungua. Sasa hii ya Kenya hapo watafungua. So let us just be realistic. There is nothing like cassava being opened. It can never be opened. It will never be opened. It's mathematic communicated. There is no court that will take them. That is not your property. You know, Kenyans are confusing that once they got the tender to supply electoral materials and server, they own everything for Smartmatic. You don't own the technology, and the technology is embedded in the server. That is the reality of the matter. Otherwise, Mr. I'll contribute much later again. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
See, revolution, Kenyan revolutionary.
And then we go to Benson, and then I think msimamo, karibu sana. Msimamo is Chaka Mduna, I guess. Karibu sana ndugu yangu. I think let's go. I think you were very quick on this. Go right ahead, Kenya Revolutionary.
Yeah, I was saying this. It's very interesting that did you know that Ruto just signed a deal with the Saudis that he will be buying oil from the Saudis in Kenyan shillings and not in dollars, US dollars. Are you guys aware of that? Yes. And do you remember when Ruto gave the speech a few days ago when he said that kama uko na dollar, be prepared to change it or dump it? Are you aware of that? So I don't mean to be a conspiracy theorist, but the last two presidents, African presidents who dumped the dollar, actually one was African, the other one was Iraq. Saddam wanted to sell his oil in euros. Gaddafi too wanted to sell it in their own currency. And guess what happened? Regime change. So we should think about what's going on, because if you look at the reasons why these Azimio people are telling us, like Zalendo just deconstructed the whole sorry reason that these Azimio people are telling. And I'm not a Kenya Kwanza fan, but all the reasons they're telling us are not legit. They don't have, they don't hold water. Election, hiyo mambo ilisha in your Supreme Court. What else? The price of living, you cannot stop. You cannot just bring down the price of unga in one day. We all know that. Economy takes time to renew. So anyway, I just wanted you to think about that. Why Ruto will face a very long time. Because I think these Azimio folks, especially Raila Odinga and Kenyatta, there's a Western government that's backing them that wants regime change because he's not playing by the rules. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very dicey subject of discussion. And I think that's why what is called Black was very careful and wanting us not to go into that direction. But you're right on point. There are issues. Someone needs to go and read about Muammar Gaddafi and all that, the France issue and all that, Saudi Arabia, and how Muammar Gaddafi was how he came to power and how he was ousted from power. So I want to go to Benson. Nancy, I'll come to you. Give me 1 second. I think I've been holding you. You have 2 questions. Keep them holding. Let's come to Benson really quick, and then we come to Nancy to ask a question, and then we come to Msimamo and Geoffrey.
Thank you, Mise. Let's say it's a dark day for Kenya. The trajectory that we have taken is, shaping up like 2007. We all know that yesterday, over 100 MPs from Mount Kenya met at Moses Kuria Thanksgiving. And there are quite some, heavy discussions around how they want to approach the whole Mandamano thing. One of the takeaway from that meeting is that the people who are funding, the people who are calling for those Mandamanos must also feel the pinch of their actions. So if the funders is the Kenyatta family, then they have to feel it. If the caller for Mandamano is a certain Mheshimiwa, it will be taken to his doorstep. That is a call for anarchy. So I think it's time for both sides of the political divide to think their actions, because it will be a long call for for both sides. Seeing Kenyatta family, properties being attacked is not the best thing. But also we have to ask ourselves, is it true that on that day, the Kenyatta family bankrolled the whole plan of action? And if that's true, then you cannot undermine a sitting government. So it will be tough. I want to touch something on somebody have mentioned about the state party, the permanent secretaries and the state department. When you look at the executive order that reorganized the Kenya Kwanza government, the Kenya Kwanza government is organized into 50 state departments. Every state department has a permanent secretary and a CAS who will be like the political link to the state party department. And this also calls on the whole constitutional amendment. When we agree to have 22 cabinet secretaries, is it possible to have a 22 cabinet without permanent secretaries, without CAS? And I think that's some of the issues that need to be discussed in future on how the government operates. We saw a lot of lapses when we had only 22 ministers. Uhuru had to introduce CAS and the state secretaries. And finally, on revolutionary, the issue of fuel is basically around how we manage our reserves and ease the pressure for dollar in the country. I think the ministry, that's a master stroke idea, so that we ease the dollar. Otherwise, our Kenya to dollar might be hitting 150, 160 if we don't have a way of stopping, the payment, the prompt payment of petroleum product. We know 60% of our dollar needs goes to petroleum products. So I think that's a master stroke for David D and his team on how to deal with the issue of dollar in the country. Otherwise, it's a dark day for Kenya. We hope that the voice of reason will come in and help the country. Thank you, Nisa.
Thank you very much. I think I was going to, who was that? Nancy, was that you? And then Geoffrey? Nancy, you had questions that you wanted to ask.
I don't know whether he's listening because he's left. Was it revolutionary? I echo Benson's point in regards to it's nothing to do with the Western wanting to topple our government when it comes to the dollar. We're experiencing a demand for dollar because people who import stuff normally tend to buy items in dollars. So the Ruto did, whoever proposed that idea is the best. And we buy petroleum products and oil in Kenya shillings, or we pay later. That will help the dollar to stabilize and it will eventually bring the cost of living down. So it's nothing to do with Gaddafi issue. We are not there yet. I think we are far from there as Kenyans. And when Ruto came into government, he looked more west than the China. He's trying to run away from putting our country to the shackles of the Chinese loans, which are very high, have a very high cost to us. So I think the Ruto was a more British citizen, candidate who was supported. And that's why you've seen he's gone more to the West. All the countries he's visited are all in the West. And those are the people that he's chosen to do business with because their loans are more conducive, because we are heavily indebted. So let's not kind of link Gaddafi and the Kenya situation. I think Kenya, we are a bit, could be some, I know many people like speculating, but I think that one is a far-fetched speculation.
Nancy, was that a question or is that an observation?
It was an observation.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's see, Black and then Kenya Revolutionary. I'll give you one time, alafu nilete ndugu yangu kutoka kule pwani ambaye anaitwa Chaka Mdune. Karibia kwa mic, lakini hivi sasa wacha nimlete Black na pamoja na Revolutionary, kisha ndio wewe ushikilie ushukani.
Soma jina yangu kama msimamo kaka.
Haya basi, msimamo.
Hali vipi kaka? Msimamo kwema? Kabla endelee, I hope mko salama. Msimamo salamu tu.
Msimamo vipi bwana, mimi natamani kusalimia tu.
Sasa kuendelea mbele, bwana Kenyan revolutionary, to my knowledge, what I do know in regards to the oil dealings na Kenya na nchi za nje was that due to the dollar shortage, the government had to take measures, right, to cure that. Because previously, we have the oil marketers buying the oil from whichever country, Saudi, all those countries that they produce oil. But then now you see they would have to pay with dollars each month because it was unalipa cash on delivery. Akunanga stories za pamoja mingi. So each month they would import that. So each month there would be a stress in matters dollars kwa nchi yetu. Unaona? So what our government did through our national oil company, NOC, because that's the state-owned oil company in Kenya, they had a government-to-government sort of, in quotes, deal or agreement with Saudi and UAE, whereby now, instead of us relying on these oil companies to each month purchase the oils and each month putting a demand on the dollars high, because kununua mafuta is very expensive, so it's a lot of dollars that's required. We were extended a credit period, right? Now, we are supposed to pay within 6 months. So you see, within 6 months, you have a lot of time to try and look for this money. Kulipa. Sivyo? Now, as to the matter of which currency is being used and you saying that it is Kenya shillings, that, to be honest, I don't know. So I don't want to speculate on something that I do not know. But on the deal agreement is what I've just told you. Basically, we're just getting the oil in credit. So there'll be a lot of dollars still in the market. So dollar market itakuwa iko flooded Kenya. So value itashuka chini.
Asante. Haya basi, revolutionary one, alafu tulete ndugu yetu Chaka. Msimamo.
Shukran. Like I said, on Ruto's part, it's not a bad move. But what I'm saying is this, it's a dangerous move for his regime. I'll tell you why. Right now, what's going on in the world as it relates to Kenya, the Chinese yen is actually said that it's becoming it's going to be the next world currency. It's overtaking the dollar. It's growing stronger by the day. Ndio maana, unaona hizo vita za Russia, because Russia now they're saying they're selling their oil, their energy products in yen. That's the deal they made with Chinese. And guess what? Saudi Arabia, they want to join BRICS, and they also say they want to sell their oil in what? In yen, Chinese, what do you call it? Yen, is it yen? Yeah, whatever, the Chinese currency. So here's the thing, the dollar, what makes United States economy and dollar powerful, it's because it's backed by any oil that is being sold after 1970 when they dropped. Remember, before the Nixon administration, the dollar was backed with gold, okay? But after that, they went to the dollar was backed. They agreed that any sale of oil shall be traded in US dollars, and that's what makes it powerful. So for any country that sells oil in another currency, it's a direct threat to the dollar, which means the US dollar now will lose value because it's backed by nothing. Actually, it's useless. It's just a paper. So the dollar will, that's why now, for those of you who live in the US, you can hear the economy saying that the dollar is going to crash very soon. And it's true because every country, the BRICS nations, including Mexico, who want to join the BRICS, they are dumping the dollar. And the only way US have always maintained that grip for the dollar to have strength, they are forcing these small countries to use the US dollar to back them up, trade in dollars, buy their energy products in dollars. But now, if Ruto does that, that's why I gave an example. You saw what happened with Saddam Hussein when he said he wanted to sell his oil in euros. You saw what happened with Gaddafi when he said he wants to back his naira in gold. You saw what they're doing in Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe started saying that, hey, we shall use gold to back off Ninio, and they slapped them with sanctions. So what I'm saying is this: these issues might be related, and I think they are. That's why you see, for every nation, they won't take out Ruto. They might, I mean, that's assassination is one place, but also they might organize the opposition to take him out. That's why go read a book, if for those of you read, by John Perkins. He's an ex-CIA guy who wrote a book called it's called the Confession of an Economic Hitman. How the IMF, how the Treasury they force the small countries like Kenya, small in quotes, to use the US, they work with the presidents to back the dollar. And if they refuse, they usually organize a regime change or assassination. But that's something I want to throw out there for you guys to think about. Yes, we can argue about Raila and Ruto, because to be honest with you, Ruto, I don't have much hopes with Ruto. I don't think he will make any meaningful change. We're just changing different faces, but bado hiyo corruption itakuwa na hizo shida zingine. But we can discuss that. When we come back to Mandamano, I don't support Mandamano. I gave the reasons why. Again, I'll just leave it like that, because I know all of you want to have to give your 2 cents on anything you want to speak about. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kenya Revolution. And don't leave. Stay there, because we have you brought in another dimension, perspective. But hang in there. I want to hear what msimamo. Karibu sana Jex. Nataka kusikiza msimamo. Karibu sana ndugu yangu.
Yangu ni kuwapongeza wana Kenya Kwanza, you did a very good job today, na mzidi kupanga hivyo. Hii Kenya inaenda mahali pazuri zaidi, hilo tu. Mko vizuri kabisa, kuna Mzalendo, kuna Mise, Jackson na wengine. Hongereni kuna Brother Black. Hiyo Kenya Kwanza, pangeni namna hiyo, hata msicomplain. Hiyo ndo serikali tunahitaji, itengeneze ile taifa vizuri. Hongereni kabisa. Kabisa zidi tu namna hiyo.
Asante sana kwa hizo pongezi. Inamaanisha kwamba sisi wote ni wazalendo, kwa sababu
it's genuine.
Is it genuine though, or is sarcasm?
Ngoja guys. I will give you a chance to. Asante, tukipewa pongezi tusiwe wa haraka to cast doubts. Wacha tukubali tu vile imekuja, kwamba tung'ang'ane, waking'ang'ana pande ile nyingine, wengine waking'ang'ana pande hii, tunajenga Kenya ambayo inawajibika panapo sababu ya kuwajibika. Kwa hivyo asante sana msimamo. Asante, tunakubali na tunashabikia maoni yako. Kwa hivyo wacha nimlete sasa, nafikiri ni Geoffrey ambaye hajaongea kwa muda sana. Geoffrey, unaweza pia ukatoa maoni yako kwa sasa ili tuanze
kufikiria uchumi na kupanga masuala na uchumi mengi hapa, wakati hichi mmeitia kidole wenyewe kwa upuzi na utepetevu wa akili.
Asante sana.
Hapo mnapelekeza vitu ati uchumi dola itapanda hapa itakuja. This is nonsense.
Msimamo bwana.
Wakati tukiwaambia huko siko, mlituona sisi ni mafala, hatuna akili. Sasa
unajua
Nick ngoja. Tunaambiana kwamba tuwe na lugha ambayo si ya kutawanyika ama kutawanyana, kwa sababu sisi zote tunazungumzia hoja ambayo iliyopo hapa ni nchi yetu ya Kenya na si kugawana kwa misingi ya kivyama ama
ngojeni vidume vyenu wa Tanzania waonyeshe uchumi, ndio mjua hamna akili na huu usomi wenu wa kipuzi huu.
Asante msimamo.
Msimamo sasa unaanza kutupa mbao kaka bwana. Nawe ni mtu mzima.
Haya basi. Sasa tulikuwa tumetoka tunapeleka bwana Geoffrey, ilikuwa ni fursa yako ya kuchangia na kutoa hoja zako. Kwa hivyo tufanye hivyo kwa heshima na kuheshimiana hapa. Tangu tuanze mjadala tumekuwa tukiheshimiana, tukitofautiana kimawazo na kwa hoja ambazo tunazipatiana. Tunasema we disagree to agree or we agree to disagree. At the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. We want a prosperous Kenya, and that's why we are spending most of our time here hapa kujadiliana. Haya, Geoffrey, leta maoni yako. Asante.
Thank you so much, and welcome back, Jakes. Can I tell you something, Jakes? Since the time you left, how watu hawajanipea nafasi.
Ndio maana tumekuona Jakes umerudi tukababaika haraka tumuke kabla hajaanza kuleta malalamishi.
Endelea basi.
Yeah. Nashukuru, nitajaribu pia kuongea Kiswahili kama wenzangu. Okay, ninataka kusema hivi. Katika siasa za Kenya kuna mambo mengi ambayo wakati mwingine viongozi wetu wanasahau kuzingatia ama hawakubuki wanapochukua hatua ambazo wanachukua. Na kama nilivyosema jana ya kwamba nilikuja hapa na nikajaribu kuwafungua macho na nikajaribu kuwaambia ni kwa nini mimi sioni hata Odinga akiwa na supported by the former president and the whole government system, nikajaribu kuwaelezea bona sioni njia gani atapitia kupata ushindi. Nilipata pingamizi nyingi na hata nikaondolewa kwa runinga haraka iwezekanavyo. Na sasa saa hii naweza nikasema I have been vindicated. Na niliwaambia mambo kadhaa, nasitaki kurudia hapo. Sasa ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema, hata sasa kuna jambo ningetaka kuwapatia kidogo. Katika siasa za Kenya, kuna mambo yamebadilika. Na sioni kana kwamba viongozi wetu wanafahamu kuna change imehappen katika siasa. Siasa ambazo tulikuwa tunacheza in the year 2007 haziwezi chezeka in the year 2023. Kwa sababu gani? Mimi nikiona lengo, maana lazima tuangalie ni lengo gani viongozi wetu wako nayo. Lengo la mlengo wa Azimio ni vile watakavyoweza kuingia kwa serikali ya handshake ingine kama tuliokuwa nayo ya mlengo wa Kibaki na Raila Odinga, ama kama handshake yenye ilikuwa kati ya Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga. Na tunaona ya kwamba serikali yenyewe imesimama kidete na ikasema haiwezekani kamwe, hatutapitia njia ya extra judicial process. Everything has to be done under the legal process. Sasa kile kitu ambacho Azimio hawakujua, na ningetaka niwafugue macho, kwa sababu mnataka kucheza kadi ya tuko na watu wengi ambao wanatufuata.
Geoffrey, unaweza weka kamera, ni vyema ukiongea uwe katika kamera. Nafikiri imekuwa ni tamaduni kwamba unapozungumza ama unapochangia unakuja kwa kamera, tafadhali.
Ni sawa kabisa.
Asante bana.
Haya, mimi siogopi kuonekana. So what I was saying is that there has been a lot of changes, dynamic changes in our politics. And I want to open our Azimio or the opposition the eyes to see where we are and where we have come from. In the year 2007, the Kalenjin people were supporting Raila Odinga 100%. The Luo people were supporting Raila Odinga 100%. The Luhya people, to a greater extent, were also supporting Raila Odinga, and so many people, other places like the coast. But today, we have seen so many people from the central province, people who have never voted anyone from outside their tribe. We have seen many of them supporting Raila Odinga. We have seen many of them, a good number of them, supporting William Ruto. So what happened and the crashes that we had last time is because there was this perception that every Kikuyu must have voted for Kibaki. So this Kikuyu is our enemy. But today, not all Kikuyus are supporters of William Ruto or Gachagua. So if you are to react, whom are you going to react to? Because we have, or many of them have also supported Raila Odinga. In the same manner, not all Kalenjins supported William Ruto. So you see the level of tribalism in Kenya has gone down, which is a commendable thing. The other change ambayo imetendeka katika Kenya ni ya kwamba the two tribes in Kenya that in the history of the nation from 1963 that have been bringing the country into a standstill, the two tribes, large tribes that have been having issues and serious issues, today they are leading from the same script. What does that tell you? Assuming that this maandamano, and this is what I want the Azimio people to understand, assuming that this maandamano escalate to a level whereby the people who voted for William Ruto overwhelmingly, they feel that the government which we voted for is being threatened or is being taken over. What will happen with these two tribes that have been having serious stand or serious conflicts, but today they are leading from the same script? Who are these people that are going to suffer more? I want the opposition also to start looking at that angle, because the moment you start something, you don't know the angle it is likely to take. You don't know ni nini kinaweza tendeka. Tuseme leo hii kukue kumefika mahali sasa, hii fujo imefika mahali na vile tunaanza kuona hatuendi vizuri. Tuseme hii conflict imeescalate. Mimi nimefanya kazi na watu wote. Nimefanya kazi na Waluo, nimefanya kazi na Waruya, nimefanya kazi na Wakamba, nimefanya kazi na Wakalenjin, nimefanya kazi na Wakikuyu. Na ninaelewa sana dynamics za watu wa Kenya. The Luo people, hata ukiona wakiwa wanakuwa hyped sana na wanaonekana na wanasikika sana, si watu wa vita. I can tell you for sure. Sio watu wa kupenda mambo ya vita ama kitu ifike mahali escalate. Na hata kwa saa hii mimi ile kitu nitawaambia wa Kenya na hata serikali, don't take these people so serious. Sasa ni kama mko na vita mnapigana. They mean no harm. Hata ukiona watu wanarusha mawe, they mean no harm. Hawana shida. Wao tu hiyo ni ile tu wanataka kufurahisha viongozi. But what Kenyans don't know, kuna watu ambao they don't tease, they don't like take jokes, though they take time, they take their time, yani wanachukua muda, lakini wakiweza fika mahali wasikie they are threatened. Na ninataka viongozi hata wa Azimio waangalie sana hiyo mambo inaweza kuwa namna gani. Hapo nimetoka na nimesema ya kwamba there are dynamics. Kenya imebadilika, ukabila inaisha. My best friend tukiwa kwa shule alikuwa anaitwa Uteke. Ikikuja ni mambo ya masomo hatuna shida, tutalala tukisoma, atakuja kwangu, nitaenda kwake. Kwa nini wakati wa uchaguzi ikikuja sasa nione wewe uteke ama wewe Otieno, wewe ni adui yangu? 2007 my roommate ama mtu mwenye ingesema he was my roommate alikuwa anaitwa Ruto, encouraging. Bona sasa huyu sasa ambaye ni mtu ambaye tunasaidiana mpaka kulipa mpaka nyumba, ikikuja ni uchaguzi sasa tuseme ati sisi ni maadui. So ningetaka sisi ambao tuko hapa tuambie viongozi wetu tumebadilika. Tumeona Wakikuyu wanachagua Mjaruo, tumeona Wakikuyu wanachagua Mkalenjin, tumeona Wakalenjin wakichagua Wakikuyu, kumaanisha sisi kama wananchi tumebadilika. So hiyo ni kitu ambacho ningetaka viongozi waangalie sana na wajue.
As you wind up, I mean, yes, those are very good points, and we'd like also other people to ask you questions on that, and please, as we give others a chance as well. Thank you.
Yeah, let me finish just 2 points. In psychology, there is something we call the theory or the principle of reciprocity. And it states that, okay, this is a basic law of social psychology. And it stipulates that in many instances or in many situations, we as human beings pay back what we receive from others. If you treat me well, I'll treat you well. If you're fair to me, I'll be fair to you. That is the nature of human beings. So and that's why we are saying in many instances. So the good people, what they do, if I have been good to you, Jakes, if you are a good human being, your conscience should tell you, Joyfrey is a good man. I should not try to harm him. I should not fight him. What I should do is to try to reciprocate. What am I trying to say? Look at the characters of our leaders or the previous history that we know about the leaders that we have. William Ruto supported Raila Odinga. He fought so much. He was the hardliner in ODM in 2007. It is expected that as a good person, what you're supposed to do is to think of how or what can I do to this person who has fought so hard for me to become a leader in this country. How did he pay? He realized this guy is likely to shine. This guy is so sharp. Now that I have already acquired the position of the Prime Minister, I will try to suppress him so that his star will not shine much. What happened? They parted ways. William Ruto kept quiet. He was even removed from the ministry. But Kebake, the hardliners, like Uhuru Kenyatta, was given the position of the Deputy Prime Minister. Then after that, the same William Ruto, and I want you to see the kind of a person we are dealing with here. The same William Ruto supported Uhuru Kenyatta faithfully, peacefully, the first term, the second term, as a good human being, under the basic law of social psychology. What Uhuru was supposed to do is to say, this man has sacrificed for me, has rallied all his support behind me, I am going to repay him. What happened? When he acquired power, he decided, I am going to push him down, I am going to suppress him because I'm already the president. For the 5 years that William Ruto was terrorized, for the 5 years that he was mistreated, he never called his supporters, though he had many of them, to sabotage the government of Uhuru Kenyatta. And that is why I'm saying, as much as we are saying the president is not good, the president is unfair and all that, I ask myself, these two human beings that he has worked for, he had been loyal to, Why have they mistreated him and he kept quiet so well? But now that by the grace of God, because I'm saying it is by the grace of God that today, under all odds, we have William Ruto as the president. I can conclude by saying these people, they are only jealous of this man. Because, as I said yesterday, it is expected if you are a fair human being, you should allow the other person, if he is the one in power, give him peace. Give him like 2 years. Then after 2 years, come and say, we have done the performance appraisal. And William Ruto has let us down. What is that we are expecting that he will have delivered within 6 years, with 6 months? Why are we fighting him? The same people he has supported, the same people he has suffered for, today, they are not even giving him peace. Why should it be like that? So, this is what I'm saying.
Good question.
Let me just conclude this.
Yeah.
Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, as you fight William Ruto, the same principle might be applied against you. If you are unfair to me, if you mistreat me, and now I have the power, be careful, I might treat you the same.
Thank you so much, Geoffrey. I think that is, I want to hand over before I make my conclusion. I want to step aside so that I can also be able to give my contribution. Jex, so because you are here, I would love you to take the mantle of moderating, because take back your mantle of moderating so that I can also be free to air my views. I think I've been moved by the two gentlemen here, both revolutionary and Geoffrey here, and I would like to give my contribution. So if you don't mind, if you do, so that I can be able to give my contributions as well.
Lakini nyenye ni wachoyo bwana. You know, no one has ever asked me if I have contributions to make.
Okay,
to the
so
level that Mboro had to say he is not sure where I stand.
Okay, Jex, why don't you give your contribution before you come in?
You are a moderator. You are a moderator. You have to be impartial. You have to be neutral.
I think let's give him he reserves the right of submission.
Yeah,
he just needs to switch over the seat.
Yeah.
Yeye ni panelist kama sisi. Mwacha ongee.
Sasa unaona vile hata sijapumua dakika tatu, Messi ashavuka sakafu. Na nimesikiza Mboro, hata nilikuwa na swali kwa Mboro, lakini sasa
no, you know what, I'm gonna hold on until you have given your contribution.
It's okay. I agree with Mzalendo. I really want to be what do you call it, as
neutral?
impartial as possible, neutral, because by the end of the day, you guys eventually have, how do I put it, mnasema what I want to say in a way, and also acha mimi nifanye the silent listening, and probably soon nitalipuka tu. I don't know who was next. You gave me the mantle, you didn't tell me what was happening. Who was to be next? Is it Mzalendo? Is it Black? Is it Nance? Is it Mburu? It cannot be Mburu. Mburu ameongea tu sahi.
Let me say something before I forget. Mburu said something about socio-psychology or psychology. That thing is very, very powerful. But and what he was saying, in short, is that unaona ukisha, there are some social status that you get. Ulikuwa umesota, umetoka kwa vitongoji duni, ukapanda, ukakuwa mdosi. All your friends wanabadilika na mafikira yako pia inabadilika. Now, that same aspect is what you see the politicians using to lure the masses, because there is this particular area in the slum area where they think the same way. Their socio-economy imewashika pamoja. How they react, if you pose for them a question, they will answer the same way. Unanielewa? And they will react the same way. But it is not necessarily what they want, but it is what this other guy wants, the politician. So the politicians have used that psychology to the masses because they know if I throw this bait ya unga iko chini, can I sell it in Runda? No. Can I sell it in Lavington? No. Can the middle class buy it? No. Who can buy it? Wale watu wako chini kabisa, chini ya kadra kabisa. Those are the people who are going to buy this idea. And they buy it, they run with it, but at the end of the day, you have now seen the repercussions. The consequences are there. The consequences will be so dire that by the time, like Mburu was saying, maybe a Luo, that is their nature of thinking, of doing things. That is their aggressive nature. But are they really aggressive in real life? Or they are only aggressive on political issues? Are they aggressive in business? Are they aggressive in, there are things that the Luo community are aggressive on and affect them directly. Mention politics and Raila Odinga in one sentence. Then you'll know that these guys are really affected by that. Somebody is telling me, let me try to answer them in one sentence. I moved on a long time ago. It's only that I am not lured by a politician. I have got my own brain. I think on my own, and I'm not lured by tribe. I have got a cautious. I'm not told turn left, I turn left. When I'm told to turn left, I ask why am I being told to turn left? When I'm told to jump, I ask why am I being told to jump so high? So you really have to have your own brain before a politician thinks for you.
Lakini kidogo mzalendo, hiyo kamnao kwa comments, sijui kama anaweza ingia kwa show, but even as he comes in, Black Nwana, raise your hand. I didn't get the order of who was to come next, so ndio nina jump to hivyo.
Perhaps you can play a link that I sent last video.
Okay, let me try to find it. But go ahead as I look for it.
Hi, Nancy. First off, I mean, I find it very unfortunate.
Was it that one where he spoke of IBC hackers servers being hacked?
No, there are four. The last, if you check the text that I sent.
I have the four of them, but I want you to tell me which one.
No, the trappings of power.
Of handshake. Enjoys the trappings
of handshake,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you found it?
Yeah, it's coming in the next second.
Politics has revealed the inner workings of the between former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Now, the ODM leader has run now kind of state power reserved for government officials.
Well, analysts suggest that the president be growing for a specific role, or he could merely be managing the politics of the moment. Our political reporter Stephen Toa now takes a closer look at Raila's emerging power without full.
With barely 19 months into the handshake, President Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga's political life appears to have undergone consolidation. The remaining ODM leader 10 paints the picture of a man at the center of state power and influence.
The answer
is obvious.
Egara Kabaji, a communication lecturer at the Masinde Muliro University, observes that Raila Odinga is now under heavy stigma. When Raila Odinga's entourage made its way into the latest BBI meeting at the Bukungu Stadium, he was accorded an elaborate security escort, complete with police sirens.
Is obvious. Raila is the de facto Prime Minister of the Republic and is pushing this agenda on behalf of the President. And it appears the President and the inner circle of the President seems to be convinced that the best way of securing the future of this country is through BBI. And because Raila is pushing that, becomes de facto Prime Minister of the Republic.
Like his car, he was to receive a 50-meter red carpet, rekindling memories of his famous complaints of disrespect Grand Coalition government. At the dais, the sitting arrangement told it all, as armed police officers did ensure no breach of code.
When it comes to the security details provided to him, they actually match the description I've just given a minister working for the President to achieve a certain agenda. And that's it.
It is coming out clear that Raila Odinga is in government. And what the President needs to do is to clarify to the Kenyans the role of Raila Odinga in government.
Mrembe te, asanteni sana, tumerudi ingo. Naleta salamu nyingi sana toka kwa ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Mnapokea?
The chief guest is supposed to be the government minister.
What one can read from the events, especially those events in Kisii and the events we saw in Kakamega, it appears to me that the inner state has decided that we will have a referendum.
Okay, like I said before, I like when I make submissions, I come up with factual information, whereby we can have a point of reference instead of us having a hearsay. Now, this is a man that had the trappings of power, just as the title there says. He had all the influence and all the alikuwa na uwezo wote ule wa access the president and look into the problems that we were having then, kujaribu kutusaidia. But he kept silent. He kept silent from the point of the handshake up until the point the election ikaja ikapita. Now is when he's now talking about the things he ought to have said then to try and alleviate the problems that Kenyans were having. So I'm seeing a person that is of double speak, sort of, anakuanga na double speak. One moment, once with government, he's okay with everything that's happening. The next minute, when he's outside government, the same things that are happening when he was inside the government, all of a sudden start becoming bad. So I find it very hard when I see my brothers and sisters being dragged out there to go fight for someone that has never fought for you, at least at this point, not really never fought for us, but in this regards to the problems that we're having right now. We had them, he was there, we're having now that is out of government. I think it's right time now to start fighting for ourselves for the things that actually do matter for us, instead of us fighting for the things that matter to him, and that's the seat or the power. Thank you.
Okay, Nancy, before I come to Macy. Nancy, my sister, are you there? Nancy, can you hear me? Nancy ni kama alilemewa. Mise, come in.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. It feels very good and liberated to be on this other end where you can freely express yourself. I think, Black, you've made a very good conclusion that it is about time we fight for that consensus as opposed to fighting for that concerns an individual, and that's power. I think there is this issue that tukiwa wadogo tulikuwa tunaambiwa kazi ni kwa vijana, uongozi ni kwa vijana. So I don't know when will these rooms will be vacated for vijana kuingia uongozini. This is a language that now and a
Walikuwa wakisema kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee.
Yeah, sasa this is a language that we are seeing and a pattern that we are seeing, that people are being recycled. They are being recycled. We have a lot of experienced and knowledgeable people who can bring or transform our country, but still they don't get that opportunity because they have not amassed wealth that can bring them to be visible. And even those who are in position of leadership, they are afraid. What you see, one Felix Jalango, what he has been going through, rejection, because people have been conditioned to think that if you go against an individual, then you have gone against the progressive mind or the progress of our country, which is not actually true. So I want to agree with you and very many people that are here, that and those who spoke before me, that the moment we start focusing on discussing on issues that are affecting us as Kenyans and not individuals, a pathway to leadership, then we will succeed as a country. Many countries, many people, beginning from Uganda, Rwanda, Ethiopia, neighboring countries, neighboring Kenyan countries, they admire our country. They say you have the liberty, you have the freedom of expressing and even to a point that you can criticize your leaders. Yet we feel that we are still enslaved. Why are we not progressing? Why are we not being allowed? There's something that revolutionary, I think it was revolutionary, was talking about. I think it was deep, and as much as you want to think that it might not happen to us, you will know that Kenya is a very, if not Kenya, but Africa is a very integral or an admiration of the East and West countries. This gentleman brought about the issue of BRICS, where the BRICS for the longest have been agitating for recognition because of their population and economic status, but they have not been recognized. And a lot of people don't pay attention. But if you go back on how King Idris of Libya was ousted by one Muammar Gaddafi, you will come to understand that it was on the same basis that Muammar Gaddafi agreed to trade oil and at a very cheap price. And when you look to the when he at one point he said, no, you are taking too much for little, then he became an enemy of the West. So understanding that challenge, that in terms of leadership, then he became accused of crime against humanity, which is contrary to the Rome Statute. But you can step back and ask yourself, the people who are accusing you against crime against humanity, they are not even members of the International Criminal Court, because they are criminals themselves. So our country or all the world is ruled by cartels, and Kenya is getting there. and we need to pay attention. We've been asking these questions. If indeed the same question Nancy has been asking again and again, if indeed our quest is for the common mwananchi, why are we talking about electoral reforms through maandamano when we have arms of government where we have where all these issues can be channeled through either parliament, the Senate, and those are channels that have been there as safeguards as a country that is democratic. Why are we using them or sneaking them through maandamano? Why are we not talking about the cost of living as the agenda that is integral? Because that is what is affecting mwananchi as of now. And I think this cost of living is used as a bait for people to propel their agendas, hidden agendas. You know very well that Mother Karua doesn't like Raila Amolo Odinga. She has said that again and again. In 2012, she said that she does not admire the politics of one Raila Amolo Odinga and also the politics of Mwai Kibaki. She said that one should go home by the constitution, the provision of the constitution, and the other must go home through the vote. So how come now, all of a sudden now they are darlings, This is something that we have given a blind eye to the extent that now we are praising mother as the mother of kama mama wa taifa, when in actual sense, this is the person who stole Raila's victory in 2007. When did they become good friends? These are people who have come together with an agenda of getting to the government through backdoor. And I like the fact that the current government is very categorical and saying you are not going to come to the government through backdoors. But do we want them to have dialogue? Yes. Let all leaders have dialogue, but with an aim of not getting to the government through backdoors. And I think let me stop there because I know Black and the rest, and Jack as well, you have something to contribute as well. Thank you.
I have a question for Geoffrey Mboro, but before I do that, there was a video making rounds for the better part of last week. I'm playing it just now. Mboro, I don't know if you're there. Mboro, you're there? Hello, can you hear me?
I am here, sir.
Okay, just one moment. I'm looking for that video. And tell me, Black had sent it and he didn't allow me play it. Now let me play it. It was this one.
Two, I have called you today to have a deep reflection on what I regard as a historic moment. Yesterday, 2017, Kenyans held the second election under the new constitution of 2010. I bring to you this information not just as a candidate in the election, but as a citizen who has made some in this nation. I do this out of an obligation to Kenyans and out of a victory to the highest values that ought to. 3. Democratic elections are based on the basic of the sovereign and the people. It is not a show for those who stand for election. Some persons have taken disabled broker was switched on. This was to disable the database from tracking the events happening in the database. At 12:41 p.m., they set the reclusive triggers on to off for database IBC Presidential 2017 highlighted 4 of the attached document. Those ensures that the database would not keep record of anything. Identifier was switched to off, easily manipulate the database. Then at the same time, they switched the numeric roundabout.
Okay, basically that is in 2017, and it was more on the server, or rather on the IBC and how it performed the election. Of course, it was also nullified. Now it's still the same issue, and our elections are manual. What happens, from your knowledge? Where do, if true, where does the votes that are meant to guarantee Raila the vote, what happens? Because that clip I've played, it's almost the same allegations now. It's almost similar, but different years. But maybe imechenjiwa tu kidogo. Hata ukisikiza speech ya juzi, it is almost the same. It's
You can
almost
play
the
the
same.
other clip that came after that. It's about the same, but now ya juzi hiyo.
Okay. Even as Mzalendo, as Mboro comes in, what do you think?
You know, Jakes, in 2007, I can tell you clearly Raila won the elections. Because
This is 2017 yenye nimecheza ya sahi.
In 2017, hata nilikuwa naanza na 2007 Raila alishinda uchaguzi. In 2017 hii umecheza juzi. Whatever Raila was saying,
the provisional results of the presidential elections.
The people know that they voted to reject the incumbent and put in place a president and a government they will have faith in. That is why they have elected me as the president. We will therefore shortly move the outcome that the IBC announced a few hours ago. We therefore reject all the results streamed so far. Reject the presidential results announced yesterday by Mr. Chibukati.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I don't even think that is the video I wanted. But go ahead, Mzalendo.
No, you are playing an analysis of how Raila has been rejected on the ballot. But a few times he has won the elections. A few times the IBC didn't do a proper job. And the justice system under Maraga chose to nullify the 2017 elections. Now, this is the most important point. Every time as the ODM presidential candidates brings up an issue with his lawyer led by Raila, James Orengo, the issues they bring up in court do not carry the day. Like in 2017, who carried the day? Maina Kiai.
The proprietary rights. But that we have also been able to hire experts and get to the server. And we post the information. The whole world, what is in the server. If they want to be led by a minority, fine. But Kenyans have to make that decision themselves. Put these things under the carpet. Somebody got 5.9 million votes. A person got 8.1 million votes. We must defend electoral justice in our country. This is what we were told members of parliament to do. And we will continue to urge Kenyans to wake up and defend the rights. This will not go out. And this is the right which nobody can take away from us. This week, to be in Kisii on Friday. And then we will also be doing a prayer. ABC.
Okay, continue, but I think I've created what I want us to discuss. The issue is normally the server and those who manage the do I say the electronic, not the servers or the the internet part, and not those who do it
Mzalendo,
manually.
You know, the first thing I fail to understand is,
Mhm.
how is it that when he does something, it is okay, but when someone else does it, it is wrong? He says that they ethically hacked the server. That hacking the server itself, it's morally wrong. It is wrong, 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 wrong. You cannot say you broke into someone's house just because you wanted to find out if the phone that he bought recently is the one that you lost. That's crazy. I mean, how do you justify that and say it's ethical hacking? Why not just follow the procedure? Get the courts to open the server, right? But you go breaking into it and then you say, oh, we counted it was 8 million. How do we know that you did not manipulate the numbers to suit you? Now that's the reason why you're insisting that the people should open the server so that they can find the numbers which you have now manipulated to suit you. Then you say that, come on. As it is right now, whatever that was in that server is just cannot be credible. That's it. So that's why I say I think it's time that people move on from that aspect of the server. That server is not credible at this point whatsoever. If everyone says that that person hacked, these other ones are saying, oh, we hacked, but ethically, I mean, come on. We need to move on and now focus more on to what is best for us Kenyans. Shida zenye zinatukumba. Uchaguzi ushaisha, angoje kama 2027 atasimama tena, asimame. Haya, 2017 analalamika sawa, 2022 analalamika sawa. Come on. They say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Anyway, let me let my fellow panelists speak
Zalendo.
now.
Unajua, I was hoping that you'd get a video of Raila saying that we should access the elections through the portal. That is what informed these issues of the server.
That I
Raila
think was
said,
in 2013.
that was in 2013, that
Okay, let me
every
check.
Kenyan should be able to access and log in and see the results in the portal as they are being transmitted. So that was the contention, and that is why we brought all these gadgets to our elections. So where I want to give Raila credit is he has transformed the IBC from ECK to IBC, and each and every chair of the IBC who comes in knows that they have to do a very good and thorough job at the end of the day. Chebukati Azimio supporters would say he didn't do a very good job. But listen, this is a guy whose election was nullified the previous the previous election cycle. So in this election cycle, I think Chebukati was very, very thorough. But one thing you guys don't scrutinize, the issue of Cherera 4 and the commission of inquiry. Was it a commission of inquiry in Parliament? There was a body set up in Parliament that was to inquire what really transpired in the elections of 2022. Only one of those commissioners appeared in that session. That was the place where those commissioners would have told Kenyans, hii kura ilibiwa hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Please. This kura ilibiwa hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. They had the opportunity. But what did they decide to do? They resigned. Wale resign moja, 1, 2, wote waka resign. Ikabaki mmoja tu. Ule bado, he appeared in court and we all got the information what transpired in between Chebukati and the other commissioners. What you also fail to understand, to play, Bwana Jakes, is the video of Chebukati being interrogated by parliamentarians and being asked what really transpired, what did these commissioners want? And he said, these commissioners wanted us to force a draw, a rerun into this election, or a Raila win at all costs. So this is something that happened in the Republic of Kenya. These are some things that the media and the fourth estate needs to be playing and interrogating each and every time so that people can get information, the real information. Not that we hate Raila. We don't really hate Raila. Raila has done a lot for this country. But even if we celebrate him, there are some times he has done his mistakes. To me, if you ask me, his undoing was the handshake. That is what made him fall out with the Western world. That is what made him fall out with his supporters who didn't believe in Uhuru Kenyatta. In the first, unajua Uhuru, how he used to call Raila Odinga.
Chebukati has revealed that former CS Raphael Tuju offered to adequately reward the commissioners to moderate results in favor of Azimio's presidential candidate Raila Odinga. In his evidence before the tribunal on the removal of Commissioner Irene from office, Chebukati said that Tuju, in the company of former Attorney General Amos Wako, was one of two groups of influential people to alter the presidential results and change to his victory in the August election. Brenda Wanga, now reports on the revelations on the last day of the hearings at the tribunal.
On day of hearing from witnesses, Wafula Chebukati, former IEBC boss, came face-to-face this former commission, Irene Masit, who is fighting to save not just her spot at the commission, but also her. She is accused with three others who've since resigned of what their former boss terms as an attempt to subvert the will of the Kenyan people. The two fell out at the tail end of the 2022 presidential election process, with Chebukati accusing Masit of going against the commissioner's oath of office. Chebukati says Masit, alongside Juliana Cherera, Francis Wanderi and Justice Nyang'aya, broke ranks with the rest of the commissioners and sided with two delegations that sought to change the outcome of the vote.
Basically, the commissioner must sit alongside the other three. We should consider this statement from the two gentlemen very seriously.
Should consider
yes.
the reward seriously.
Not the reward, the
Yes.
statements.
We are talking about the reward here.
About the reward, they did not say anything. The Commissioner Masi did not say anything about the reward.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was more about the request.
All right.
Yes.
But you see,
According to Chebukati's testimony, at 3 a.m. on the 15th of August 2022, Raphael Tuju, Amos Wako, and Advocate Chalom Babu visited the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center, for a meeting where the commissioners were impressed to change the results of the presidential election to either guarantee a Raila Odinga win, the worst case scenario, force a runoff. This request wasn't handed.
This the person who spoke these words was Raptu, and that's what he said. That we consider the request, then we shall be rewarded.
You shall. Did he expound the reward?
We did not encourage him to accept the reward.
The former IEBC also places former head of public service, Joseph the results. Chebukati alleges that Joseph Kenya called him a meeting between the commissioners and the then Attorney General, the then Solicitor General Kennedy Ogeto, the former Inspector General Police Hilary Mutembei, and Lieutenant General Francis Omondi Ogola, under the guise that they were to discuss matters to do with the assumption of office. The discussions instead centered on something else.
69 flowing to 70, you talk about the message. Kindly explain.
Yes, the message was that if I declared the final election results in favor of Honorable William Samoei Ruto as president-elect, the country is going to burn. And he proceeded to tell us that the already skirmishes had started. He went on to caution that if we proceeded with the election of Honorable Ruto as president-elect and chaos erupt, then the blood of Kenyans, the blood of the dead Kenyans will be on our hands.
Chebukati claimed two other commissioners, Abdi Gulie and Boya Molu, declared to the direction had been given. The Cherera 4 wanted the commission to do as instructed. Chebukati told the tribunal deputy Juliana Cherera even suggested how to force a runoff, despite the results from all the constituencies had shown that there was a clear winner. Irene Masitu was present during the submissions by her former colleagues, filed not to present any witnesses. A lawyer sought to call in the witnesses' statements, maintaining that she broke no law with her actions at the Bomas and Serena during the final time of the presidential election. The work of the
Okay.
Sasa umesikia maneno. Although the raw video was jacking, but that is what transpired. This is what most media, most online platforms, they don't play for their viewers, and most media houses are shy from playing this particular segment, because these commissioners had got the answers of what transpired. Again, they were announcing results at the floor in Bomas. You could see when the forms came, they were given, and utangaze E. This one has been verified by one of the commissioners and the agents who brought those physical forms, and they would be sent to the server for people to scrutinize. So there is this aspect where the forms are brought physically at Bomas. Your agent, your chief agent, verifies the forms from the 290 constituencies, plus the IBC assigned commissioner to do that work. They look at the form. Mise from Nyamira, Bwana Odinga got how many votes in Nyamira? He got 80,000 votes or 100,000 votes. Against Mr. Ruto, 50,000 votes. Is that correct? Yes, the Azimio agent signs, oh, this is correct. Can it go to the server now? It goes to the server. Can the commissioner announce the result? Let them announce the result. They are given that paper. The same lady who was at Serena comes with this paper, announces the results for Nyamira. This is what Bwana Odinga got. Then, this is where the spin is, that thing that was sent was manipulated. And now the court asks them through Smoking Wanjala, show us in the 291 constituency plus Diaspora 1, where the results had discrepancies from what your agent presented at Bomas physically. We are not even talking about the server now. We are talking about the physical form and what was relayed in the portal. So mimi nakwambia hizi vitu ni sarakasi za kutuchezea tu akili, and ni watu wale, the people who will buy into that are people who they don't know the electoral process, and mostly are, I'm sorry to say, are very ignorant of how the process goes. So that is actually what transpires at Bomas. Now, another thing smoking us is, or in the Maina Kiai ruling. Maina Kiai ruling, you need to get it, Mr. Jakes. Get the Maina Kiai ruling. And that is what informed the decision by Martha Koome. Election is done at the polling center, counted at the polling center, finished at the polling center. If you have got any issue of discrepancies, that should be showing at the polling center, not at the server. Not at the server. So anybody, another thing, Jakes, anybody with malicious motive can hack into a server. How will you verify that? Kuna mtu anataka kuharibu election ya Kenya, he hacks into the server ya IBC. There are things that you can't really verify. Na tumwambia, that server can never be opened by any court in the world. It can't, and they know it. But they are lying to their ignorant Kenya, to their ignorant supporters that hiyo server kanaweza funguliwa. Itafunguliwa wapi? Na ilishaifunguliwa wapi? Wapi umesikia server imefunguliwa? Hata hapa Marekani, wakati Trump alienda akastorm mpaka Capitol Hill, the issues were the same. The same, and the company is the same, Smartmatic. And Mise, being a lawyer, should tell us what really happened to the lawyers who were peddling lies here in the US. Some were struck off the bar, some were sentenced, others are facing charges in court because of peddling lies about the system here ya Smartmatic. Smartmatics are only fair enough to say that Kenya hawana hiyo pesa. If they could sue one lawyer, hana hiyo pesa ya kuwalipa. So they wanaacha to this is a third world country, wachana nayo, they ponder with their own problems. Otherwise they would be suing so many people kuharibia kampuni jina.
Geoffrey, please allow me 1 minute. Allow me 1 minute to say something. You know, I have IT background, which gives me a little bit of understanding of system administration. You know, how servers work. You know, Nick, you've been at the ballot box. You know that, like you have rightly said, when the server works on the information that is fed on it. Maybe we need to have, what is a server? A server is a computer with files and files that is supposed to be available for the users who are allowed to access those files. So that is a simple definition of a server. And the server also can either store computers, users, and applications. So under users, computers, and applications, you have security management, you have computer security management, you have application security management, and you have user security management. So all these things is a combination of set of policies that are supposed to work without necessarily someone sitting there to be saying, oh, the same way, you know, Jack, when you're here, when we come from the background, you say, hey, this is Mzalendo, let me let him in. But the server is automated because the set policies have been programmed to know the kind of request and who has permission to do so. So I want to say something and maybe digress from what Mzalendo is saying. Mzalendo, a server can be opened, but what are we expecting to get in that server? Because what is these people giving us? They are giving us a space to store our information. It's a virtual space. So this virtual space, what are we storing there? It's a storage that is there, and then we buy a space, and we are within that space that we say this is what we want, and then they give us application and set of policies that will execute what we want as a user or someone who is seeking for the services. Now, when you look at within the server, there is something called Active Directory. What is Active Directory? Active Directory allows us
whether
to...
the first and second respondents can correct errors identified in Forms 34B and or amend the Forms 34B where the same differ with the results.
Sorry. I was mute. I'm saying this is the video Mzalendo you had requested. If I'm not wrong, it's about that the election ends at polling station. Can I continue?
Play it. Contained in the relevant Forms 34A after the... This brings us to the second question, which is whether the first and second respondents can correct errors identified in Forms 34B and or amend the Forms 34B where the same differ with the results contained in the relevant Forms 34A after the verification exercise envisaged by Article 138(3)(c) of the Constitution. To this, the answer is rather obvious. The issue was dealt with in the minor KI decision by the Court of Appeal, but for whatever it may be worth, we hereby reiterate that the first and the second respondents cannot correct errors identified in or amend the Forms 34B where the same differ with the results contained in the relevant Forms 34A. Suppose such discrepancies, of such issues to the election court. In this case, This opinion represents our understanding and answer to the two questions posed before us by the second respondents, and there shall be orders accordingly. Thank you very much.
Much obliged.
My brother.
Messi, as a lawyer, try to explain. The first respondent was, I think, Mainakiai. This was an appeal that was taken to the Supreme Court, and it's where the decision was kind of decided that the elections, once results have been tabulated in Form 34A and B, they cannot be altered, and the results are final. I don't know, as a lawyer, what do you understand from what I've just played, given it had so much legal wordings?
Honestly, I think in every case there's a question that is set, and then you have to provide answers to the question that has been set. Any court, whenever there is a case, there is always a question that is set. I mean, what are you? It's called prayers. What are you asking the court to do for you? So the prayers before the court. But I don't want. I'm not a lawyer in Kenya, so I wouldn't want to engage in giving an interpretation of that. But this is what basically I was trying to argue. I was giving a background that will help us understand what Mzalendo was saying. That when we look at the server, it is not something that is unique. It is something that we are used to. And Mzalendo said correctly that elections are won at the polling station. Mimi na Mzalendo, we have gone to the ballot box, tumetafuta kura na tunajua inaibiwa pale. Watu unangoja, uko na your agents wana escort Geoffrey Mburu, wanampeleka mpaka pale. Already the police ule mwenye analinda pale kwa polling station is compromised. Wale watu wote clerk and all that wako compromised. So ukifika pale unasema, Mburu anasema mimi sijui kusoma. So nani anamuescort? Mise anampeleka mpaka kwa booth, anaona ameweka Jex ndiye anavotia. Jex anatoka nje anampatia 1,000, mwananchi anaenda nyumbani. So once this has been, at the end of the day, when it's marked kwamba ni Jex ndiye amechaguliwa na mwananchi ameweka kidole pale, how do you alter these results? You see, that's the argument, because elections inaibiwa pale kwa polling station. So what I was trying to explain in terms of how computers work and how servers work is that the servers are configured in a way that they will allow the IBC devices, IBC users, IBC allowed applications to go to the server and deliver the information that they are supposed to deliver, and fetch the information they are supposed to fetch from it. What do? These devices and users and applications, when they go to the server, they leave what is called logs, because when they go there, they go in form of IP addresses, MAC addresses, and there is something called the user IDs, like either username or password or computer name or username or something like that. At the end of the day, what kind of server are we talking about? We're talking about dedicated servers that are supposed to be holding only applications, or are we talking about a server that is managing users only, or a server that is managing users and computers? So when we are asking us to open the server, it means you're telling us to come and open the server, but you don't know exactly what you want us to open the server to do. And that is the challenge, and that's why it's irrelevant to make to the conclusion Mzalendo is saying. It's irrelevant for you to ask us to open the server when you are not telling us, let's go back to the every polling station and retrieve the hard copies and see what results that have been transmitted or was recorded at the polling station. If you look at the elections of Nigeria, we saw at the portal there were even sometimes photos of individuals were uploaded as documents that are perceived to come from a polling station. We did not have such situations in Kenya, so that could bring dispute or could cast doubt in the manner that the results were transmitted, whether they were credible or not credible. So the issue of opening the server is redundant. There are many safeguards that were put in place, and that's why Election Act of 2012 that actually IBC put out, it provides a safeguard of an agent from every party or whoever wants to bring their agents there. Why was this there? It is the goodwill of IBC trying to say, we want to give you an option or an opportunity to verify before we transmit these results that they are actually the actual results that have been recorded at the polling station. So I think the question of asking IBC to open the server is basically redundant and cannot help us to make a determination whether the elections were credible or were not credible. Thank you.
Okay. Before I come to Mboro, I see Betzeki, you are in. I don't know if you can hear me, sir. Betzeki, can you hear me? You're in the show. If you can unmute the mic just next to your name. Betzeki, are you there? If you can unmute, I'll be able to have you communicate to us. Okay. Mboro, let's try to imagine this. In the event the servers are open and whatever whatever is being alleged happens to be true or a lie, I wouldn't wish to say that you know our constitution or anything, but what do you perceive would happen? Do you see us either calling for the president to step down? Just for example, if the president was to agree to listen to their demands and finally the servers are opened and probably whatever they are alleging happens to be true, how do we even cross that bridge?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, after keeping quiet for a long time, and thank you so much, the other speakers, because the submissions you have made, Mzarendo and my friend there, are very educative. And before I go to what Jakes has just asked, Mzarendo raised something very important. Who is going to open the server? And as he was speaking, I got an answer. And I was telling myself that with all due respect, our leaders sometimes take us for granted. Because Raila Odinga and the team, they are telling us they have already done the ethical hacking. You know, the word ethical means is rightful. You have done the right thing. So already he has opened the server for himself. So he is the one who is to open the server. Mzarendo, he has already opened the server for himself. Which other server does he want us to open? Now, if he believes what he did was ethical, let him go and do whatever he wants to do with the data that he has. You see? So some things, some of these leaders speak in public. They don't make sense. They just take Kenyans as people who are ignorant, fools, who can be deceived anyhow. Having said that, to you, Jakes, you're asking how these things are going to be achievable, even if we are to open the server. If you want to go for a safari and you start preparations, you can never start preparation to go somewhere where you don't know. you must know the destination.
Okay.
Does Raila and the team know where they're going? The answer is no. But they are preparing for a journey, and they have started a journey which they don't know the destination. They don't have a clear path of where they are going. Totally, they don't know. It's like telling people we are going, we go, we go. Like we used to do in the university. You would hear people saying, we go, we go. Others would join. Go, go. We go, we go, we go. We go. Where? You know, I used to ask myself, where are we going? You as Azimio supporters, I want to ask you a question. You have been told Ruto must go. Where is he going? How is he going? Do you even have an idea of how he will go? Do you even understand the process of removing him from power? If you believe, truly believe that you are capable of doing that, yet Uhuru Kenyatta 100% was supporting Raila Odinga, and he is the same person who attended the ceremony and handed over the instruments of power. You know, these leaders, he handed over the instruments of power and he waited there until the ceremony was over. What was he handing? The power, the authority, the leadership. Then he tells us, Ruto must go. These guys, they are joking. The issue of the server, the confusion that these people are creating. And that's why I'm saying, do they even have a clear path? Do they even know who is supposed to open the server? They had that opportunity in the court of law. And we have a lawyer here in this panel. And he has said very well that the judges set questions. So you as the defendant, you must be able to answer those questions satisfactorily. That is why we say you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. He who alleges must be able to prove. You have said the election was leaked. Prove it. How was it leaked? But you cannot go with the kind of evidence that they had there, faking documents. Do you know if it's America, those lawyers today, they would be behind bar. They would be in jail because there is what we call the ethical code of conduct, misuse of professionalism. Kenya, sometimes we joke. I don't know why even the judges were so lenient that they allowed faked materials. You know, the good thing is that everything that transpired in the Supreme Court was done on the glare of cameras. We listened, we watched, we followed, and we understood. Now, I want to ask you, the panelists and my viewers, does Raila Odinga truly believe even what he is saying, that in central Kenya, who can believe that he got 2.5 million votes? And I came here in Mutembei TV before the elections, and I told you people, in central Kenya, if Raila is going to get 500,000 votes, call me a liar. The moment he chose Mother Karua as the running mate. And I said, at least you'd have chosen somebody like Munya, because maybe the Meros would have been inspired by having one of them in power. Because at least Munya is somebody who is somehow influential. So even the mother effect, it was guesswork. They were guessing. Maybe people will say, this is a woman. Maybe people will say, Karua fought for us. But she has having favor. I came here and I talked about it, and I was kicked out of the show. So Central Kenya telling people that the rigging happened there. Right now, we would be seeing those 2.5 million people joining him for demonstrations. Are you seeing that? Because sometimes you just need to use common sense. Mother Karoa met with the Kikuyus at Nyamakema. And she even spoke in Meru. I don't know. She spoke Kirinyaga and other language there, trying to convince them. How many of them did you see going for demonstrations? Sometimes you look, even when you are addressing the people as a politician, I have a background in psychology. There is what we call interpreting, what we call non-verbal behaviors. The non-verbal cues. She was not even able to interpret the facial expressions of the people she was addressing. I was looking at those people. None of them was smiling when she was giving her submission. None of them was even clapping. They were so serious, wondering, what is she saying? Does she want us to go tomorrow, leave our businesses, go to throw stones? She left there saying she got support. How many of those people were in demonstrations? So what I'm telling Raila Odinga, please, even now, Jeremiah Kioni is deceiving you because he wants to appear irrelevant. That in Central Kenya, and you believe me wrong, that you had 2.5 votes. Kimani Gojiri, Kimani of Nyeri, after all what happened, and remember he was a staunch supporter of Baba, came on the media and said for sure, we were beaten hands down. Kanini Kega accepted. Even Sabina Chege said we were defeated because of Uhuru Kenyatta. Even Maina Kamanda, the one who called Ruto Mwizi everywhere, said we were defeated. Even this man who said he is a dad in Kenya, the people listen to him, he is dad in Kenya. The court guy, Francis Aturi, said for sure, Ruto has beaten us hands down. Now, apart from Central Kenya, tell me, you, my good viewers, how would Raila Odinga have won, having lost somebody influential as Moses Wetangula, who was in his camp? Speak the truth, Raila Odinga. How would you have won, having lost somebody like Musalia Mudavadi? How would you have won, having lost somebody like Boni Harware? How would you have won without Aisha Jumwa? How would you have won, having lost Alfred Mutua? All these people, even the Madera guy was your person. You have lost all these people. How would you have won without William Ruto? If you are strategic enough, today William Ruto would be your deputy. But because you have chosen to use force, instead of persuading people who supported you, you decided to use the system to force them to do things and to suppress them. In the 21st century, you keep on doing demonstrations because that is not the way to go. Now, the other question, the request number one, open the server. That's why I'm saying you must give us a clear path. How are we going to open the server? Is it the president? Because they are saying on the meetings, William Ruto, open the server. Surely, unless we are fools, that we don't know who opened the server. Number two, they are saying the Cherera 4 should be reinstated. By who? They have stepped down constitutionally through a legal process. Then you are here telling people there is going to be a miracle somewhere that they are going to be reinstated. How? Tell people how. That is what I'm calling the clear path. What are we going to achieve at the end of it? That is the request number two. That is why Ruto is saying, sure, he is saying we should sit down. How are we going to sit down? Number three, he is saying Ruto must go. And the Karua has said, and this was the narrative, and most of them believed on 20th, Ruto will not be the state house. Can I ask this? Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta, they had all the power, all the instruments of power, intelligence, the CID, the chiefs, the commissioners, regional commissioners, and everybody else who matters, the police commandants, the army commanders, all of them, and you saw them, they were going to bomb us, all of them. Between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, who had a higher chance of rigging the election of Kenya? Surely. Just ask yourself that simple question. Who was likely to rig in Kenya? Is it somebody who was already kicked out of power, or somebody who controlled all the systems of power? Surely, even if we are fools, we don't reason, we don't understand. Then if you were rigged with all these people, then I can say Ruto is a genius. Ruto must be a genius. If he rigged you with the former president supporting you, with all his billions, and also the money of Uhuru compared to what Ruto owns is nothing. Ruto has nothing. And now you are telling us that time you were not able to defeat him. You suppressed him. You fought him. You used everything that you could. You did everything. You tried to tarnish his name. You fought his supporters. All the leaders where the KRI was following them. Every intimidation happened to them. Now, you were not able to do it when you had the power and the instruments of the power, and you handed them to him. How are you going to do it now that he is already in power? How easy is it? It's not easy. Let me just try to summarize. What is the prayer number 4 that they are making? They are talking of the cost of living. Because for sure, for me, if they have good idea of what they are saying, if they give us, I am so open-minded. I don't die for anybody. If Raila Odinga is giving us logical issues, reasonable things that we can see the end results that are going to be beneficial to our nation, I have no problem supporting him. But can you tell me, the 4th issue he is talking about, which I believe is just a scapegoat, the issue of cost of living. And I'm asking myself, somebody pushes you in a pit, then he comes as a savior. Then he tells the people, I have saved him. Is it that hypocrisy of the highest order? Raila Odinga joined Uhuru Kenyatta when he was supposed to oversight and tell us when the government is misbehaving. But when he joined Uhuru Kenyatta, so many bad things, rooting of billions of Kenyan money happened. Billions were rooted for the sick through COVID billionaires. He never uttered a word, but now he is the savior. I can tell you for sure he cannot be my savior. He who comes on the table, come with clean hands so that we can eat together. But now, the person who is coming to tell us he is the savior, we have already seen he is not saving us. Because it is hypocritical. That is why I said here, Ruto supported Raila Odinga. When they kicked Ruto from the government and said he is corrupt and so many things, he was having the Ministry of Agriculture. He was kicked out. Ruto, with all his supporters, he never incited anybody to go on the streets. Yet he was capable of doing it. He kept quiet. And he said, I'll fight another day. I remember he said, let us meet on the ballot. Then he was pushed out again by Uhuru. He never called anybody, though he had so many supporters, which he is even having now. Not that he doesn't have. He never called anybody to protest, to destroy properties, to do all those things. Why? Because he is mindful of a country. Why? Because he has learned from the previous mistakes. So I want to conclude by saying, Kenyans, let us maintain peace. Let us not follow our leaders blindly. Let us show them that we are able to use our brains because we know them. They are not our saviors. They are not. The only thing we can do as a nation is to hope that probably one day, we are just hoping that one day we will have leaders that will have the nation in their hearts and do what is right. My advice to Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, because they are trying to do so many things to fight this government. You have mistreated William Ruto so much. When he was the deputy president, he kept quiet. Not because he's a coward. Now I'm advising you as a psychologist. Because in psychology, we don't read people's mind, but we interpret the behaviors. If there is somebody you should really fear, not somebody who is shouting. It is somebody that you oppress, he keeps quiet. You beat him with tear gas, he keeps quiet. You oppress his leaders, he keeps quiet. You take his properties, he keeps quiet. You call him thieves and so many other things, he keeps quiet. Do you know, history tells us, before 1982, President Daniel Arap Moi, and history repeats itself, was a very good president, a very good leader, approachable by anybody. But after the coup d'etat attempt of 1982, that is when Moi changed swiftly. When he realized, I'm joking with these people, but they are not joking with me. They are likely to take this power. If Ruto feels that his position is threatened, and I'm telling Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, please don't let history repeat itself. You don't know, because he has the power, what he is likely to do. We don't want to have another dictator. But how I know, and I'm saying this as a psychologist, and I told some people, I was doubting whether Uhuru was going to retain power for 10 years. Actually, he tried, because I knew his heart. He is not that hardened. But this Ruto, you see, this is a hardened person. This is a hard metal, an iron metal. You cannot take power from him the moment he has gotten it. It is not easy. It is not possible. So because we don't want to go that route of having a president who is always trying to protect his power, as he respected them when they had power, let them respect him back, even if they belittle him. And that way, as a nation, we will be in a position to move ahead. So that is my submission. And I want to tell Kenyans, we are being deceived. There is no clear path for demonstrations. Imagine even Marema himself, the one who led the South Africa demonstrations. He is wondering what Raila Odinga is doing. He was on the show, I think yesterday, and he was asking Raila Odinga, yes, I'm leading demonstrations, but I don't think we are fighting the same battle. You have is confusion. For them, they know what they are doing, and they do it orderly. There is no chaos. So and Raila was telling us he's doing like South Africa. Yet the same guy who is leading those demonstrations is telling Raila Odinga, no, our battle is not the same. US does not have a clear path. We don't know the end result. We don't see what you want. Actually, he told him, man, it is the time for you to say, I have tried. I have fought a good fight. I have finished the race. Raise another person. Don't be so selfish. Okay. We want to see him raise another person to take from him. Okay. That is what I can say for now.
Well, if that is what you can say for now, well, I tested to see how long you could speak, man. But anyway, kikiumana kabisa, try theology. You have a good. Ama mzalendo toka nimesema sana. Kikiumana jaribu theology.
Unajua anaitwa Mburu 1 hour. Unajua huko kwa Azimio kuna Moshi 1 hour. Anaitwa Mburu 1 hour. Mburu 1 hour. In fact, you need to change your title to Mburu 1 hour. But the good thing I like about Mburu talks facts.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hate him, love him. He will back his facts.
Kwanza, before I forget, for those joining us in Facebook, in the next 22 minutes, your link will fail because Facebook only allows 8 hours. We are 7 and 38 minutes in. We are almost having an interruption from your end. It will not be our fault. It's because Facebook only allows 8 hours. So if you want to continue streaming in, you have to go back and join in through YouTube. YouTube will continue. The other thing I want to say as a very special thank you to you who keeps joining us live. Do you know what? Just yesterday alone, if I can just give the very recent analysis, we were able to surpass over 12,000 people who viewed in live. Today, I've looked at the numbers, just now to Jamaliza, because the actual numbers will come in after we are through. From the small clips, if you follow Mutembei, you'll be able to see we have been able to have clips that have over 4,000, 5,000 cumulatively have added, and we have reached 23,000 people. So to you who joins us every day, Kongole asante sana. We celebrate you. Thank you for always tuning in to Mutembei TV. We can never appreciate you enough. Thank you so much. Thomas, I see you. I don't know if you're in. Thomas.
Niko, habari asubuhi.
Salama sana. Kidogo tu, wacha nisaidie pia nisalamia wawili ambao pia wanatujoin kupitia harafa fupi. Namuona Sports and Movies uko ndani, asante sana. David Ochieng na kuona uko ndani. Gitash, na siku moja uingie kwa show Mzalendo, na kuona unakuanga hapa tu nyuma ya tent. Gitash, siku moja ingia kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa part of the chats. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona George Onyulo, asante sana. Aaron Kipkoech na kusabahi, habari ya saa hizi. Gigi ni asante, thank you for your comments. Namuona Gitash pia bado yuko. Namuona Koech Baba Chumba, asante sana. Truth be told na kuona. Izesh Mfunyi na kuona. Kamnao na kuona. Rio Bay na kuona. R2K Real Talk na kuona. Bora Kazi na kuona. Ahmed Suleimani, asante sana. And the many comments ambazo zinaingia. As I've said, many people still follow this show even after it's wrapped up. So we thank you. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for choosing Mutembei TV as your number one station. Thomas, karibu sana.
Asante.
Leo tutachangia tu yale ambayo yalitokea leo, na sijui kama umekuwa ukifuata show na maoni yako ni yapi?
Unajua nimeamka tu dakika 15 zimepita sasa. Sijajua kitu gani kimeendelea, alafu itaanzia wapi sasa hapo.
Discuss maandamano ambayo yalitokea jana. Sasa ni jana kwa sababu babakisha dakika tu kidogo ifike saa 12. Jana kulikuwa na maandamano, tuliona watu wakiiba mali ya watu wengi, ama mali ya shamba ya Uhuru, tukaona kampuni ya Raila ikivamiwa, tukaona mambo mengi yalitokea jana, na zaidi ya yote maandamano yaliendelea kama kawaida. Wewe sijui maoni yako ni yapi kama Mkenya? Je, ni sawa kuvamia mali ya Uhuru kwa sababu hatuelewani na wao, ama maoni yako itakuwa vipi?
Ni kitu ya ujinga sana, ni kitu inaleta kwa taifa aibu sana. Inaleta kwa taifa aibu sana, kulingana ule mtu ameretire, ako nyumbani ametulia. Sasa ni mara ya kwanza, itakuwa ya kwanza mtu kwenda kuvuruga mali ya Kenyatta ama kijana Kenyatta. Hata kama kuna mashamba kubwa, huyu tu mtu akona mashamba kubwa na ameleta hii uhuru kwa hii taifa ya Kenya. Vitu hata kama ni wako na mashamba aina gani, takana kuheshimu. Takana kuheshimu mali zao. Kwa sababu ya hii maandamano, sababu sasa hii Uhuru kama ako nyumbani, sasa wanasema Uhuru ndiye amepanga, ndio sasa ndio remote. Hata ukiangalia kwa hao viongozi wanaongea, kuja akasema watakuja kuvamia mashamba zao. Sasa tena hapo wamejaribia sana. Sasa hapo wanapeana wananchi, kumbe sasa kama wanafanya hivyo kwa rais ule ako nyumbani sasa. najaa wao wananchi itakuwaje? Kama we just imagine kitu kama hiyo. Hao ni viongozi wa serikali. Wenyewe wamejiuza sasa hapo. Sasa unajua hata hii maandamano unapenda Raila sasa anakuwa na sasa na nguvu zaidi sasa. Unaona vinamaza hivyo. Na sijui leo wakukui leo watafanya aje leo. Leo unajua leo utaona leo. Juzi kuna huyu anaita Kioni. Kuna huyu mjamaa mwingine anakaa mzee akuja akasema jaribu kushika Uhuru uone. Na je vile sasa wameharibu mali ya Uhuru itakuwaje? Hiyo ni former president wala ameretire. Itakuwaje? Kumaanisha hata ukiangalia hii serikali ya wajambazi. Hata nikiona mtu anaongea na kama akiongea mambo sijui serikali hivi, fikiria unaongea kuhusu nini? Uko na macho unaona? Sio uko na simu ama uko na TV unaona kitu kinaendelea Kenya? Kama mtu anaongea kuhusu serikali iko sawa, unaona kabisa uko na hakika serikali iko sawa. Mtu asiongea akiwa nje, atakana aongea akiwa Kenya. Tena atakana aongea kama ni mtu hana chochote, hana anything. Usiongee kama uko na kazi, uko kwa ofisi, usiongee kama ama kwenye mama wewe mko sawa, mko na pesa. Ukiongea hivyo unajua serikali iko sawa kama mko na pesa mnapeana. Hiyo si hapo sawa, lakini wale watu wa chini hawana anything. Mtu akikuja kuongea kwa live aone kitu gani anaongea, anatoa maoni gani. Sasa ukiangalia maoni, ukipiga tu hesabu, mtu anakuja anaongea ati yeye serikali iko sawa. Hata tangu miezi 7. Miezi 7. Hiyo sasa tuseme tu miezi 7 sasa hivi. Hakuna chochote imefanywa. Hakuna anything. Na bado maandamano wakuja kusema mzee atashikwa jana. Wakuja tunamtishia atashikwa. Huyu mzee kabisa kuja kabia. Huyu mtu akushika kweli. Huyu mzee si wa kushikwa. Huyu mzee si wa kushikwa. Ukimshika utakuwa umeguza Kenya. Hiyo ni Kenya sasa umeguza sasa. Si ati unashika mzee. Ni Kenya wanaguza sasa huyu. Hii ingine ya pili kwenda kuharibu. Unajua sasa ile siasa hii siasa nimeona watu wa serikali umeanza kuona kama umeanza kuogopa ama umeanza kupata uoga sasa. Baada maandamano ya jana kumalizika bila fujo yote. Sasa hata kama imekuwa na fujo, polisi ni maza na fujo, si wale wananchi. Wananchi kama hujawatupitia gas, hata kama mbeba mawe watapita tu watakuguza. Lakini ukaanza kuwashambulia tia gas, ndio hapo vita inaanzanga hapo. Sababu hakuna je unipige kofi alafu pia nikuache kugonga. Lazima nikurudishie. Unanipigia nini? Sasa ndio uchungu wa wananchi. Unajua wananchi wametembea kwa maandamano alafu wamechoka, tena wao wanarushia tia gas. Na sasa unarushia tia gas, sasa hapo hawana maji ya kuosha uso. Unataka wananchi wakufanyie nini? Unataka wananchi wafanyie hapo maskari nini? Si ndio hiyo mawe, kupiga mawe, afadhali wagonge mawe kuliko kuna nini kwa tupia tear gas. Maandamano ya jana imekuwa iko tu sawa. Wale sasa wale wa kiserikali wametuma majambazi kuvamia kwa Uhuru, kwa Raila. Hiyo ni plani ya serikali sasa hiyo. Sasa imeleta aibu sana kwa taifa. Sasa hizo mavideo zimeenea kila kona. Na hapo si Kenya peke yake, kila kona. Hata sigani imetangazwa kwa Citizen. Hizo video ya huyu jamaa akiongea hata watavamia kwa mashamba zao imeenea hadi pale mpaka nchi za nje. Imeleta aibu sana mtu wa serikali kwenda kuvamia Uhuru, yaani mali za Uhuru pale Kenyatta pale. Ni kitu ya aibu sana. Hata mimi pia nadhani watu wamesoma, kumbe watu wakisoma nadhani akili iko chini, sababu ya yani hii serikali, nadhani hii serikali hivi omanza hivi. Sasa kama mali yako mwananchi wa kawaida itakuwaje? Alafu tena kuna wengine naunga mkono. Nadhani nashindwa hii serikali, wale watu wanaishi nao watu ama wanakaa nao watu, wanapatanga ushauri aina gani? kabisa, hawezi nadhani sijui wako na kitu imefunika macho ama buibui, ile buibui ya kutengeneza nini kama net imefunika macho. Na sijui kama serikali wanafikiria nini.
Thomas, tumeona wakichoma kanisa na msikiti na pia shamba tuliacha usiku. Sijui kama moto umeweza kuzimwa, na nikana kwamba polisi, maoni yangu haya, sisemi ni hivyo ilikuwa, polisi ni kama walipuuzilia wakati uhalifu wa kuiba mali ilikuwa ikiendelea. Je, unaona kama polisi wameanza kuchukua sides?
Si ndio hivyo? Sasa unafikiria nini? Ushaona mali ya Sirigapo ya Uhuru imeguzwa bila kukwako, mpaka askari afika hapo right on time. Lazima wafika hapo. Hiyo polisi wakuja kuondolewa hapo, hata imekuwa imeplan. Tena wamechoma. Je, sijaona hiyo ya msikiti na kanisa?
Iko kwa mtandao, tafuta utaona. Kanisa la PCA na msikiti.
Sasa hapo serikali, sasa hapo ndio watu wenyewe sasa wameanza vita zikudanganyi. Sasa hapo mtu akitangaza maandamano ya amani, tena mnatangaza vita. Sasa hiyo ni vita, si kwamba ati sasa kanisa imefanya nini? Msikiti imefanya nini? Na hii ni Ramadhani, mikichoma misikiti za watu. Asalama yote nenda kwa Ruto, si kwa nenda kwa na Gashagwa. Subiri asubuhi, utakwenda kwanza asubuhi saa 1 saa 2 kuendelea mbele, mtaona vingi kutakuwa. Na serikali ikata kuchukua hatua, utaona maandamano mengine kupata kushinda hii.
Thomas akuje kwa kamera, mbona tumuone anaongea kutoka kwa giza?
Anasema ndivyo tu ameamka, sijui kama ako mahali ako decent, lakini Thomas unaweza
hata nikifungua kamera naona vile nimefungua. Wewe nimeamka alafu hakuna stima, alafu unataka nionekane nini?
Haya basi. Fair enough Thomas.
Sawa. Umeshinda kesi. Lakini Thomas, swali la mwisho, ungekuwa na nafasi wewe kama Thomas kumwongelesha kinara wa Azimio na kinara wa Kenya Kwanza, kama Mkenya mzalendo, kama Mkenya mwenye maoni yako binafsi bila kuegemea upande wote, ushauri wako ungekuwa upi kwa hawa viongozi wawili? Kwa sababu mwisho wa siku anayeumia ni wewe na mimi. Mwisho wa siku gharama ya maisha inapozidi inakuzidia wewe na mimi. Sijui maoni yako ama ushauri wako utakuwa ni upi kwa viongozi hawa awaye yote wakati kama huu?
Wakati kama huu, hii nimeona shida ni kidogo tu, shida si kubwa, na kama iko na uzito kwa upande ya Ruto, tena iko na uzito upande wa Raila, lakini yani issue ni kidogo tu. Wakati umepanda gari matatu, kwa mfano natoka Goliba naenda tuseme tunaenda bypass Tawala BP. Nikipanda gari kama sina pesa cash, na mtamlipa na M-Pesa. Kimlipa na M-Pesa, makanga atasema Thomas, nipatie hiyo simu yako, nimeona kama message imefika, kama hiyo pesa imefika, so utamuonyesha. Vitu mbili tu peke yake. Vitu za chakula irudi chini, alafu service ifunguliwe. Si ati kitu kubwa. Hata tukisema Raila ataongea naye, hata ule mzee anaweza kasikia, lakini ile mzee anapigania ile kitu moja, wafungue server ndio ukweli julikana. Kama Ruto ameshinda, atasema kwa ukweli ameshinda kwa halali, lakini kama hakushinda, mia ameshinda, sasa takuwa ni yeye. Sasa unajua sasa hiyo ukweli ndio kwa maana wanataka kuipoteza. Raila kuja kashinda, sasa ni kitu kidogo tu, wewe kufungua server muone mimi nimeshinda. Sasa hiyo pekee yake imeleta issue.
Okay. Asante sana kwa maoni yako, na zaidi ya yote nakushukuru kwa kuamka na pia kujiunga nasi. Tunafurahia sana maoni yako. Asante kwa kujiunga nasi. Mtembei TV tunakubali maoni yote, haswa wewe ambaye unaongea nasi moja kwa moja. Najua wale ambao wako kwa panel najua pia wako na maswali kwako, lakini zaidi ya yote kabla wakuulize swali, namuona Mason Sanda ako ndani, Geoffrey Mungai uko ndani, Nelson Muinde uko ndani, na Paul Mwaura naona mko ndani, na zaidi ninaona zaidi ya watu 100 takriban na 20 wanatutazama live. Asante sana. So mimi nashukuru sana, asante. Tuko karibu kutamatisha kipindi. Lakini kabla tujafika tamati, kuna maswali 2 ama 3 kwa wale ambao wamekusikiza Thomas. Juka, uko tayari kuyajibu?
Ongea kwa Kiswahili.
Kwa Kiswahili ni sawa. Hawa wote ni wa Kenya.
Si ndio, lakini sikiza kidogo. Hii mada inakuanga, kuna wengi wanaisikia, lakini takane mnaongea lugha ya kitaifa. Hapa hatuka nini ama huko Uingereza mnaongea lugha ya kitaifa, na wengine wale unajua kuna wengine wakusoma sana.
Thomas, katiba inatambua Kiingereza na Kiswahili kama lugha ya taifa.
Lakini sasa unajua kuna wengine inapita kama maji
Kiswahili, lakini usiseme tuongee lugha ya taifa kwa sababu zote mbili ni lugha ya taifa. Nadhani hapo ni
kwa maana samani kwa hiyo, lakini kuna wengine wajui Kiingereza.
Na kuelewa na nimekukubalia. Sio hata mimi sijakuuliza swali na Kiingereza, nimeshikilia Kiswahili. Ni sawa. Acha nianze na Geoffrey. Geoffrey kaka, kuuliza kama unaweza muuliza swali na utumie lugha ya Kiswahili.
Okay. Nataka kuiweka hivi Umesema ya kwamba hakuna mtu anaweza akashika Raila Odinga kwa sababu wakishikwa itakuwa Kenya itaharibika, na hakuna mtu anaweza shika Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu akimshika kitaumana. Wewe kama mtu na maarifa ulio nayo na mtu ambaye anapenda nchi yake, ungependa katika society ama katika nchi yako kukue kuna watu, we say all animals are equal but others are more equal than others. Ungetaka katika
Swahili ni kusema atikuwa kuna wanyama ambao wanyama wote ni sawa, lakini kuna wengine wanyama bora.
Sasa ungetaka katika nchi kama ya Kenya, nchi ambayo iko na system ya uongozi, mpangilio kwa uongozi, nchi ambayo iko na the National Assembly, iko na judiciary, iko na executive, nchi ambayo iko na order, sijui ukitaka katika nchi kama hiyo kutuambia ya kwamba kuna stahili kukue ya kwamba kuna watu wako juu sana and they are untouchable, hata wanaweza fanya chochote na wasiulizwe. Na nikisema hivi sina ubaya na kwa njia yoyote, kwa sababu tumeona katika historia, na nikisema hivyo ni mimi ni mtu ambaye hufanya research sana kwa sababu napenda Kenya sana. Na nimekuwa nikijiuliza maswali mengi sana. Serikali ya kwanza ikaja, mtu yeyote ambaye alikuwa kwa uongozi wakati wa Kenyatta leo hii ni bilionea, ni mtu ambaye hawezi guzika, maana wote kazi kubwa iliyokuwa ikifanyika ni wizi wa mali ya umma. Mtu yeyote ambaye amewahi guzana na serikali ya Moi leo hii ako na mali nyingi kupindukia. Mtu yeyote ambaye alikuwa katika serikali iliyotoka, umesikia wametoka na mabilioni. Thomas, hauoni kama hawa watu, hata ikuwe ni Uhuru, ikuwe ni Raila Odinga, kama mtu ameiba mali ya umma anastahili kushikwa na pesa irudishwe katika nchi, bila kusema huyu akona supporters wengi ama wachache ama makosa ingine yoyote? Maana tunasikia mabilioni yamepotea, but the leaders we have made them semi-gods, hawezi wakaguzwa na mtu, na hiyo ndio tunaita impunity of the highest order. So hiyo ni swali langu la kwanza. Tunastahili kuwa na watu ambao hao hawawezi guzwa na sheria hata wakifanya nini? Is it good for the society? Je, inastahili kuwa hivyo katika nchi? Swali la
Wacha
pili,
nikujibu.
swali la pili ujibu pamoja.
Geoffrey, wacha ajibu hiyo, alafu ya
Okay.
pili jinaona usha nakili mahali ama?
Yes, that's okay.
Naona umeandika mahali. So Thomas,
yes.
jibu hiyo ya kwanza. Hapo mahali ameongea na kizungu, ameuliza je, kama mtu ambaye ako juu ya sheria.
Ukiangalia watu wote umetaja, lakini Raila unaona Raila si kwamba hawezi kashikwa, anaweza kashikwa, lakini kama amefanya makosa kubwa ama makosa kama kuna makosa amefanya anaweza shikwa, lakini kama hakuna makosa hajafanya utamshikia kwa nini? Unajua huyu mzee anapigania kuondoa ule uchafu iko Kenya. Hata juzi akiongea kwake kuja akasema kuna wale wakuja kafunzwa kwa wakati wa ukoloni, maskari wakuja kufunza wakati wa ukoloni kuumiza wananchi na kuumiza Sasa kwa maana huyu mzee anapigania sisi, anataka kuondoa hiyo uchafu hapa Kenya. Unaona upande uchaguzi ikuwe kwa halali. Unajua mtu akitupigania sisi tunaona kama ni makosa. Sisi tunaona kama amefanya vibaya. Kwa sababu hakuna una nguvu yoyote ya kwenda kutingiza nchi ama serikali. Una nguvu yoyote. Lakini ule mzee anatupigania sisi. Ukiangalia ukifuatilia ile historia zote ya huyu mzee amefanya nini? Makosa yake yote ushapata kama amefanya makosa kubwa akashikwa ama kastakiwa. Ni gani? Ashashikwa sababu ya maandamano peke yake tu. Kwa sababu anatetea, unajua hiyo kitu yule mzee anapigania. Wizi iko mingi sana. Ndio kwa maana huduma kwa wananchi inakuwa kidogo sana ya kujaza mifuko zao na matumbo zao. Hiyo tatizo inasumbua nchi. Watu wakisikia akisema ujinga ndio mingi sana. Mtu ni mjinga lakini amesoma. Samani besi mnyanga tunja sikuchaji hata imbaki 1% hata ndio inazimika.
Naomba pia nimuulize swali moja kama
anasema ya kuwa battery yake inakatika moto.
Yeah.
Thomas,
haraka
kidogo tu mise. Thomas, tutakuza tu kwa hisani ya wale ambao wanatutazama na kwa upendo tu wako wa kujikaza na kuwa na pamoja nasi. Kama tu umesema hakuna stima pole, nilikuwa nikuulize ucharge simu. Thomas, uko bado? Okay. Mise, sijui tutaulizana sisi kwa sisi, lakini zaidi yote
ni Thomas ni swali anataka tu kuepa, lakini
naona ni kama hatupati kidogo, lakini nimeona Facebook imekatika nilivyotusema ikiisha masaa 8 or rather after 8 hours Facebook itakatika, and I'm sorry I had told you that would happen. You can now join us live through YouTube. YouTube continues, so that's why you see when the numbers have gone down. But we are live in YouTube. YouTube, you just search Mutembei and we will be just there and you will be able to see us. Karibuni nyote, let's continue. We are almost winding up. We are almost winding up. So Messi, you had a question, but probably you can make it as a statement if possible. And Moro, you still had a question. You can make it as a statement, yeah? You can revert the question, eh? Namuona nani hapa? Kuna jamaa ameingia anajiita Simba na Tea.
Netaya. Simba ni taa.
Simba, habari ya saa hizi?
Salama sana ndugu.
Karibu sana kwa show, ingawa umeingia saa hizi. Sisi tumekuwa tangu ilipoanza. Zaidi ya yote, uhali gani?
Niko salama kabisa.
Sijui kama umekuwa ukifuata show.
Sikuwa nafuata, ni saa hizi tu ndio nimeingia, lakini mimi nafikiria
Una bahati kama ya mtende, sababu hawa wote hakuna aliyeingia na kupewa nafasi ya moja kwa moja kuingia na kusalimu watu. Kwa hivyo una bahati kama ya mtende.
Nimebahatika sana, lakini ndugu, mimi mambo ambayo nitaongea sasa hivi. Salama sana.
Endelea.
Nimekuwa kwa likizo sahizi kama kwa miezi 7 hivi kutoka kwa hii show. Nafikiria Mise anaelewa vile tulikuwa tunapelekana hapo nyuma.
Karibu sana
ndio, lakini kwa saizi nafikiria imekuwa
Mise ndio anapea wageni chai, so baada ya show unaweza muona kando ako na chai ya wageni.
Yeah, kabisa. Ndio. Mimi jambo langu ambalo limenihusunisha sana ni matukio ya jana. Lakini na ninakubali kwamba na kila mtu anaweza kubaliana nami including Mise, ni kwa nini Rais Uhuru kabisa alikuwa hakumpenda naibu wake arithi uongozi wa taifa, kwa sababu vyombo vyote vya madola ni kama ameziweka kwa mifuko kwamba haziwezi fanyia mwananchi kazi, kwa sababu uchumi unaharibiwa, mali ya watu. Maandamano ni kitu ambacho kiko katika sheria yetu ya nchi, lakini mambo ambayo iliongelewa na kiongozi wa wengi ni mambo ambayo nafikiria yanafaa kuwa handled very seriously. Otherwise, mimi ninaona nchi mahali inaelekea ni wakati ambapo kila mtu atajihami na kujilinda, na hiyo sio nchi ambayo iko na katiba, and especially katiba ya 2010 ambapo mali na wananchi huwa wanalindwa kulingana na mujibu wa sheria. Hayo ni mambo ambayo yanaleta wasiwasi sana katika nchi ya Kenya, na ni nchi ambayo inaonekana kama nchi zingine ambazo ni kama zilikuwa nyuma zitatupita, na inabidi saizi viongozi wote wakae chini waweke maslahi ya nchi mbele, kwa sababu shamba la Kenyatta ni shamba ambalo Uhuru alilimiliki kutoka kwa familia yake, na Uhuru Kenyatta alipigiwa kura na watu wake ambao wamekuwa incited, Biblia ikiwa inatumika, kanisa ikiwa inatumika kuharibu mali ya mtu. Hapana, katika hii karne mimi hapana. Asante.
Niulize swali.
Uliza.
Umeongea vizuri, ni mahali tu kidogo tu nimepotea kwa Kiswahili. Huko na Kiswahili sanifu sana. Vyombo vya madola, unaweza fafanua kwanza kabla niulize swali langu?
Vyombo vya madola ni zile asasi ambazo zimeshikilia uongozi wa nchi, ikiwa ni polisi, idara za CID na mashirika ambayo yanahusikana katika usalama wa nchi.
Asante sana, najua hata wasikizaji wamesoma kitu pamoja na mimi. Sasa swali langu ni kwamba umesema ya kwamba umeanza kuona kwa nini rais aliyetoka hakutaka naibu wake amrithi. Mimi ningetaka kukuuliza tu kama mtu ambaye anaelewa kuhusu mambo ya haki ama kutendeana haki. Najua tunasema haki na ukweli. Nasema ongea ukweli itakuweka huru. Na sisemi huongei ukweli maana unatoa maoni yako. Sasa nataka kukuuliza, je, unadhani ni haki vile Raila Odinga anavyomfanyia Rais William Ruto? Amechukua tu ushukani miezi 6 iliyopita, na hata kabla mwaka haujaisha umeanza kupiga debe, ukisema lazima atoke kwa uongozi, ukisema mtaenda kumtoa kwa kiti na mambo kama yale. Wewe unaona ni haki wanamtendea?
Ndugu, Ndugu Mburu, sikiza nikuelezee vizuri, kwa sababu nitaongea kwa Kiswahili all through na ninaongea hivyo mtu yeyote asiweze kukosa kunielewa vizuri. Katika ile petition ambayo ilipelekwa kwa polisi, nafikiria ilikuwa wazi na ilikuwa all over in the media. Kuna mahali walikuwa wamesema wanaenda kutoa rais kwa uongozi? Hapana. Ile kitu yenye walipeleka ni kufanya maandamano ambayo inahusu mambo ya gharama ya juu ya maisha ya kwa wananchi wa Kenya. So haya mengine yanaongelewa na wale ambao hawataki hili jambo lionekane wazi. Hayo ni mambo ambayo yanaongelewa na wale viongozi ambao hawataki kusikiza yale maneno vile yalivyo. Na ukiangalia katika yale maandamano, kila mtu, kuna wamama mpaka wakongwe tuliona wamebeba masufuria. Do you think hawana hiyo ujumbe?
Mimi nimeuliza hivi, Rais Kenyatta amekuwa kwa uongozi kwa miaka 10. Raila amekuwa prime minister wa Kenya kwa miaka 5. Amekuwa minister na vyeo vingine nyingi. Ruto amechukua uongozi kwa miezi 6. Tunaongea kuhusu hapa nikijua ya kwamba hata kuna wanasheria ambao wanasema usikue tu uko na haki, lakini pia kwa hata uonekane wewe ni mwenye haki. Huyu ni mtu, na wale ambao wamefanya human HR wanajua how we do the performance appraisal. Huwezi igiza mtu kwa ofisi hata kabla hajaweka serikali yake mipangilio ya kiserikali, unaanza kusema hajatenda. Sasa ile kitu nilikuwa kwa hiyo swali nataka kuongezea. Umesema Raila anatupigania na anaongea mambo ya vyakula. Ndani ya moyo wako kabisa. Je, unaamini hiyo? Kabla hata niongeze. Unaamini ya kwamba anatupigania kwa sababu ya bei ya vyakula?
Nitaamini ama nikose kuamini kulingana na yale maelezo ambayo yatakuja kwa saa hizo. Lakini ukumbuke kwamba Kenya iko na swala ambalo ni la kisiasa ambalo ni za kihistoria, liko underlined hapo chini. Haya mambo ya unga ni ya juu. So swala ambalo ni kuu hapa ni swala la kihistoria, na nikikuelezea vizuri, and I want to go straight to my point, ni mambo ya uongozi wa nchi, kwa sababu nchi iko na uhuru wa zaidi ya miaka 60. So utaminus miaka yako uangalie jamii mbili zimekaa katika uongozi wa nchi, na sasa hivi wanataka kuharibu nchi mzima kwa sababu ya shida yao.
Umejibu vizuri sana.
Hilo ndilo jambo la kihistoria liko hapo chini. Hii mambo ya unga ni ya juu. Na hawa watu hawataki uongozi kwa hii miaka 60 kufanyia wananchi kazi.
Umejibu vizuri. Na ile kitu hii majibizano ni mzuri, maana tunaelimisha ambao wanatusikiza. Kwa hivyo nikisema ya kwamba hii jambo ya vyakula, kwa sababu unasema hii ni ya juu, mimi nitasema ni ya unafiki. Kwa sababu chini ya chakula unasema kuna mambo mengine fiche. Na jinsi ya kutatua na hiyo ni ukweli. Wewe ni mtu haki kabisa. Kuanzia dakika hii mimi nimejua mtu mwenye anadiru naye ni mtu ambaye ako genuine kabisa. Sasa jinsi ya kutatua shida. Jinsi ya kutatua hii shida ambayo ni ya kihistoria. Je, itatatuliwa kwa hiyo njia? Kwa sababu kulingana na katiba, democracy is the rule of the majority. And unless we nikitumia Kiswahili, isipokuwa tubadilishe mfumo wetu wa uongozi kikatiba, hiyo mambo ya kusema kabila ile haiwezi ikabadilika. So kile ambacho wangekuwa wanasema, kwa sababu ninaona vyenye unasema ya kwamba ni ukweli, kumekuwa na watu wamekuwa kwa uongozi, na hiyo ni kawaida ya wanadamu, lazima kukuwe na vitu vinawagawanya. Hata kwenye wanaongea lugha moja kama Amerika wanagawanyika kivyama. So unless sisi tubadilishe mvumo wa uongozi, kuna makosa yoyote? Ruto kama amechaguliwa na watu na Moi pia alikuwa amechaguliwa na watu. Niseme hivi Abrons, unaitwaje hapo? Siwezi kusoma vizuri.
Anaitwa Simba Netaya.
Simba ni Simba. Acha nimuite Simba. Sasa Simba kwa mfano, tuseme ya kwamba mimi nimejitahidi sana na niko na maono ya siku moja ya kukuwa rais wa Kenya. Na niko na agenda mzuri. I have good plan and strategies of moving our country forward. Ama niko na mipangilio ya kutaka kupeleka nchi mbele. Kuna haki ikisemekana ya kwamba wewe Joyfrey, kwa sababu wewe ni Mkikuyu, hata kama umejaribu sana, umesoma sana, umefanya research zako zote, hatuzitabui kwa sababu Uhuru aliongoza kwa niaba yako. Je, ni haki? Mtu ambaye amekuwa na ambition kama Ruto ambaye ametoka kule chini, akikuwa na hakika nama na kujitahidi ya kwamba siku moja nataka niwe rais, na akuwe ako na qualities, na hapa ndipo sasa ukabila inaleta shida. Lakini watu wamwambia hapana, hautatuongoza kwa sababu Moi aliongoza kwa niaba yako. Je, ni haki? Sasa ndipo ninasema ndio kuna mambo yanatufinya, lakini bado kuna ile katiba tumejipatia sisi wenyewe. Unless hawa viongozi na sisi wote tuseme okay, kuna shida, tubadilishe mvumo wa uongozi for inclusivity. Lakini usikuje na unafiki useme yeye ni bei ya chakula. Na ndugu yangu Simba, unajua vizuri sana Uhuru ameacha bei ya chakula. Bei ya unga Uhuru akitoka ilikuwa 240, 250. Saa hii wakati tunaambiwa bei ya chakula iko juu sana, unga imeshuka, imetoka 250, iko 180, 200, 170 some places. And you do your research. Je, kweli hiyo ni haki? Si ni kumaanisha kuna kitu serikali inafanya?
But Mutembei mko bias. We are not. We are just
Mimi hiyo ndio swali langu. Mimi maoni yangu ndugu yangu ni kwamba hawafanyii Ruto haki, maana Ruto amewapatia nafasi ya kuongoza na ameikia tu kwa uongozi, nao wampatie nafasi aongoze at least miaka 2. Wakuja watuambie hajafanya vizuri, makosa yake ni haya. That is hiyo tu ndio mimi maoni yangu.
Lakini na
kidogo Simba na Teia, asanti sana, kidogo tu. Kwa wale ambao mnajiunga nasi, karibuni kwa show. Naona wengi mmeanza kurudi, wale ambao labda mko mtufuata kwa Facebook. King David, habari ya saizi? Karibu sana kwa show, natumai mzima. Naona ndio aidha unarauka ama ndio aidha unajiekelea, lakini zaidi ya yote karibu sana. Tutafurahi kuwa nawe kwa show. Zaidi ya yote pia asante sana Simon Lele Simoi, asante sana Famous Berry na kuona Nancy Mwakishao, mko ndani na wengine wengi ambao mwatuma ujumbe zenyu katika nafasi yetu ya ama sehemu ambao umetengewa ya kutuma ujumbe. Asante sana kwa ujumbe wako. Simba, naona unazidi kujaja. Asante kwa maoni yako ambayo yanapendeza na Kiswahili chako mfti. Nimependezwa na umesema sijui nini kuhusu madola. Kuna hata nishasahau ilikuwa
vyombo vya madola.
Vyombo vya madola. Asante sana. Uliona jana, wacha niulize swali David, ama nimpe David kidogo kabla sijauliza Simba swali.
Ngoja tufuate maswali. Unajua Simba alikuja, tulikuwa na maswali kisha tukampa nafasi kidogo. Kabla hatujapoteza huo mtiririko wa maswali.
Wacha nimuulize tu swali kwa haraka alafu pia mimi afuate. Swali langu la uwepesi na kwa haraka ni hili. Tuliona jana wakichoma gari ya polisi, tukaona wakirushia polisi mawe na mambo mengi. Maandamano haya mwisho wa siku ni ya amani ama pia hapo ndani kuna wahuni ama goons ambao wanajificha kwa jina la kuwa ni waandamanaji wa amani na wanatekeleza uhalifu?
Nafikiria nitakujibu kwa njia ambayo nchi zozote ambazo zimehusikana kwa demokrasia, maandamano kulingana na katiba yetu ni halali. Jambo la kwanza, polisi wafanye kazi yao, mwenye atakayefanya makosa na achukuliwe sheria kulingana na makosa amefanya. So, kati ya wale waandamanaji, ndio, kuna wauni. Hilo ni jambo ambalo siwezi likataa. Lakini kwanza kabisa, wakati unaona hakuna kitu kimefanya, umesuilia mtu, huyo mtu wako na hasira, do you think atarespond kwako kwa njia ambayo ni sawa? Hata ukienda kwake na Biblia hata kupatia nafasi. So polisi wafanye kazi yao na watumie vyombo ambazo na wamepewa kwa njia ambayo inafaa. Hivyo tu, yale maji yanafaa kukabidhi wale watu ambao ni wahalifu. Wale hawakuwa wahalifu, wale walikuwa ni waandamanaji kikatiba na walikuwa wanafuata sheria, kwa sababu Inspector General wa polisi ni kitengo ambacho kimesemekana kwamba ni chombo ambacho kiko huru katika sheria, lakini wanafanya kazi yao kulingana na instructions. Hawaifanyi kikamilifu vile polisi wanafaa kufanya, kwa sababu bottom line, kile ambacho polisi wanafaa kufanya ni utumishi kwa wote. Utumishi kwa wote, hiyo ndio ngao yao. Lakini haiwezi kuwa ni utumishi kwa wote kwa waandamanaji, mali ya Uhuru ikiwa inaharibiwa whole day. Sio eti hawajui. Utumishi kwa wote hapo iko wapi? Iko wapi?
Jack, sijui niende basi nikamuulize hilo swali.
Endelea.
Kwanza ndugu yangu Simba Neta Wakire Mbiore, I just want first of all nataka kuunga ulipoanza yale maneno yako ya kufungua, uliyasema kwamba haujui na uelewi kwa nini Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta hakumpenda kadri ya kwamba hakumpa vyombo vya dola rais ambaye ni William Samoei Ruto. Sasa pia huyu ndugu yangu anaitwa Geoffrey naye akakunyoshia swali hilo, kwa nini Raila hampendi rais ambaye ni William Samoei Ruto, hivi kwamba hataki kumpa muda naye pia apate kuendeleza ama kuonyesha umaarufu wa uongozi wake, tuone anatupeleka wapi kupitia uongozi wake. Lakini hapo ukapiga tani kidogo. Sasa wewe ambaye umetumia jina la mtu ambaye unamuenzi sana, ambaye ni Simba kiongozi, jana uliona juzi Simba alisema kwamba rais wa nchi ya Kenya ni William Samoei Ruto na ndiye kiongozi hivi sasa. Sisi zote tunafaa kuungana nayo kuleta maendeleo. Sasa nikuulize ndugu yangu, umesema kwamba lengo la muhimu ama hoja ambayo inaleta kupigana nchi ya Kenya ni kwamba jamii fulani ambayo ni mbili ndio uongozi umeshinda ukipatiwana kati ya jamii mbili, ambayo hivi kwamba ni jamii ya Wakikuyu na jamii ya Wakalenjin, kulingana na ulivyosema. Sasa nikuulize
ni hivyo, sio kulingana, hata wewe unajua ni hivyo na ni ukweli, sio uongo.
Haya, katiba, tukirudi kwa katiba imetupa fursa kwa kila Mkenya kujitoa na kutafuta uongozi ambapo atahitaji kura ya wananchi wote kutoka kila pande ya Kenya kupigiwa kura. Tukiangalia katika population ya Kenya, you notice that Kikuyus are 8.1, Luos are 4.6, around 4.3, 4.6, Kalenjins are around 6.3 million. Sasa kuna kuna ubaya gani kama kuna mtu ambaye amepata kuongea na Wakenya wakampatia fursa ya kuongoza nchi ya Kenya? Mbona ashtumiwe na amepewa ile hali, amepewa uongozi apate kuongoza? Hilo ndio swali la kwanza ningependa ujibu kabla sijakuuliza swali la pili.
Mite, nafikiria wewe huko unafuatilia mambo ya Kenya, hata kama uishi Kenya, unaelewa mambo ya...
Sauti yako imepotea kidogo ndugu.
Unaweza nipata? Unaweza nipata sasa?
Kabisa sasa.
Naweza nikakuelezea ukweli kwamba uchaguzi ambao tulifanya Kenya wa kidemokrasia ni mwaka 2002. Huo uchaguzi haukuwa contested na mtu yeyote, haukuwa contested. Hizi chaguzi zingine zote ni sarakasi, hakuna uchaguzi umewahi fanyika. So mambo ya figures na numbers hamna.
Asante. Swali la pili nilikuwa nakuuliza, sijui kama una habari kwamba hivi karibuni ambaye alikuwa among the presidential campaign anayejulikana kama Babu Owino alitokea kinaga ubaga akisema kwamba yeye pamoja kupitia ule muungano wa Azimio walikuwa wana mpangilio pia kupitia deep state pia kupanga na kuletea ushindi ambaye ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Akasema kwamba yeye alikuwa ametumia pesa zake na connections zake na hata alikuwa ameweka maisha yake yote katika uchaguzi huu, lakini akakuja kuwa na hofu kwamba anafikiri alichezwa ama Raila alichezwa. Sijui kama umeona huo ambapo amesema kwamba wao walipanga kuiba na walikuwa na mpango na connection mpaka pale IBC, lakini sijui kama umeona kwamba kupitia Kenya Kwanza, sijui kama umeona mwingine ambaye ametokea kusema kwamba wao walikuwa na muda wa ama mpango wa kuiba. Sasa je, ungesemaje kupitia hao ambao those people that have admitted kwamba walikuwa na mpango and they had connections with even the commissioners to steal or manipulate the elections in favor of Raila Amolo Odinga? Hayo sijui ungesema vipi?
I think mimi kitu ambacho ninasisitiza nikikuelezea ni kitu kimoja. Hakuna uchaguzi umewahi fanyika Kenya, na hayo yote yalifanyika, mimi sikatai. Kila mtu aliiba, ndio unaona hiyo uchaguzi haukuwa huru na haki. So election ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, kwa sababu yeye ameteuliwa na mahakama kuu kuwa rais wa Kenya, sio uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022.
So basi kwa hivyo mwizi anampinga mwizi mwingine. Sasa siwaache mwizi basi mmoja amalize term yake na alafu huyo mwingine aje wakati mwingine, kwa sababu they don't have the moral ground ya kumpinga kwa sababu kama pia waliiba. Naomba nisimamia hapo, lakini tafakari hayo ndugu yangu.
Mise, wacha kuuliza maswali ile uko na majibu tayari. Those are directive. They are called what? You know the answer already. Yes.
Yes.
Mimi, I want to stick to what Simba had already started with maandamano. Raila ana haki ya kuandamana. Nataka Simba, kuna article is it 24 or 25 of the Constitution of Kenya? I think it is 25 if I'm not wrong. If it is not 25, it is 24. One of those of the Constitution of Kenya that allows picketing. I want you to read
Article 37. Article 37.
No, I want you to
Article
read. I have
37.
said no. I don't want you to read an article that I've not mentioned. I want you to look for Article 25 of the Constitution of Kenya, and then you go to the Public Act of the Public Act. Why I'm telling you to go to this constitutional chapters, lazima ujue kabla, mimi sitakuuliza swali, nataka kuelimisha. Kabla ufanye maandamano, lazima uende kwa police station, uwaambie polisi, mimi nitaandamana hapa Kawangware, nitakuwa pale. Urudi pale Kangemi, urudi Kibra, uambie OCS, ule yuko, the guy who's commanding that station, that nitakuwa na maandamano hii area. Urudi pale Central Police Station, uambie huyu jamaa wa hapo Central, mimi nitakuwa na maandamano hapa CBD, because hiyo ni jurisdiction yake. Katika hii maandamano ya Azimio, uliona ni wapi? Juu walianzia Kangemi. Kangemi kuna police station. Uliona ni wapi waliambia huyo OCS watakuwa na maandamano hapo? Hiyo ndio swali nataka kukuuliza.
Nakubaliana na wewe kwa sababu Public Act hiyo ni amendment ambayo imeletwa kama hoja katika bunge, ikapitishwa ikawa sheria. Lakini swala ambalo nitakuelezea vizuri ni kujibu vizuri. Wakati polisi wamekuwa notified kwamba tutakuwa na procession, either maandamano ama picketing, it's very obvious, na polisi wanafaa kuuliza hayo maswali yenye sasa unaniuliza mimi. Hiyo ni kazi ya polisi. Wanafaa waulize yule mtu, unaenda kuandamana wapi na wapi, kutoka saa ngapi mpaka saa ngapi, unafikiria unaweza kuwa na watu wangapi. Wafanye kazi yao, wafanye kazi yao, kwa sababu wako na mujibu, ndio kwa sababu huwa wanakuwa notified.
Unajua, unajaribu kuepa swali.
Sijaepa.
Ndakurudisha pale. Sio kazi ya polisi kwenda kwako kukuuliza utaandamana wapi. Ni wewe uende kwa OCS katika kituo cha police station, uambie hapa hii area yako mimi nitapitia, nipatie ulinzi. Unaelewa? Sio kazi ya polisi kukuambia, kukupatia ratiba yako. Ni wewe ndio uende pale utapitia. Na pia hizi area zote, police station zote zina wakubwa wake, na pia wako na mpangilio sawa na hizo station zingine. So unaenda Kangemi, Kawangware, unaambia OCS ama OCPD, ndakuwa hapa, ndapitia hapa. Hiyo ndio swali nimekuuliza. Wandani wa Azimio walienda kwa station gani? Kama huwezi jibu, unaweza sema tu ndugu yangu mzalendo, hapo sina jibu. Usijaribu kujibu kama uko na hakika, kwa sababu ndakupatia uhakikisho.
Tuko na mjadala ambao ni wazi kwamba Oparanya ambaye ni katibu katika muungano wa Azimio wa Chakoya, ilikuwa in public kwamba walienda kwa ofisi ya commander wa Nairobi. Commander na OCS, nani mkubwa? Mbona kwani polisi hawana mechanism ya kufanya kazi yao?
Ndio maana na kurudisha kwa katiba inasema aje. Katiba isemi mambo ya rank ya polisi. Katiba inasema ufuate sheria. Haikuambii uende kwa mkubwa. Niambie ni wapi katiba inasema uende kwa mkubwa?
Hayo nitasema basi.
Kwa hiyo swali yako, unajua Wakenya wanapotezwa sana na hizi.
Nitakubaliana na wewe kwamba hawakuenda katika station yoyote. Huyo OCS kwa hiyo station penye walienda, hawa watu walikuwa wanaonekana hawakuenda usiku. Mbona hawajashikwa?
Basi unaona, hiyo ndio makosa ya kwanza. Hiyo ndio unajua polisi pia wana makosa, si ati wana makosa, but wanakuambia ufuate sheria. So sheria ndio itakulinda.
huyu amevunja sheria wakiwa kazini, mbona hawajachukua hatua?
Tunakuambia ukivunja sheria ya kuwa hukufuata maagizo ya polisi ama katiba vile inasema, tuna deal na wewe kama polisi ule alivunja sheria za polisi ama sheria za katiba za Kenya, ndio tufikirie mambo ya polisi baadaye. Wewe umekuja kwa territory yangu au kunipatia ilani ya kuwa utapitia katika hii territory, ni kupatia ulinzi wa kutosha, unanielewa, ulinzi wa kutosha, lakini sasa unaelekea kila mahali, na polisi wanafaa kulinda mali ya wananchi na kulinda na ku make sure amani imedumu katika hiyo area. Sasa hiyo ni makosa, hiyo ni makosa, na lazima tuangalie jinsi vile tunaweza deal na hiyo maneno. Kama watu wa Azimio lazima wajue watafanya picketing mahali fulani. Picketing is allowed in the constitution, inaruhusiwa.
Mzalendo. Nauliza utusomee tena hicho kipengee chenye umesoma kuhusu hiyo mambo ya polisi na venye watu wanapewa ruhusa. Kama unaweza tusomea tena venye umesoma kuhusu the police na and the demonstrations.
Yeah, naona kama Article 24 and Article 25, your interpretation, the application and the interpretation hapa inafaa Mzalendo utuelekeze vizuri, kwa sababu kidogo tumepotea. Tuelekeze vizuri hizi articles ambazo umepatiana. What is the application and interpretation? You are on mute.
You know, it's not like I'm reading them. I'm reading them from my mind. I know they are Article 25. Just hold on. Ni Google
niko nazo hapa, niambie.
Wewe zitafute na uende mpaka umalize hiyo article yote. Then you uende kwa hiyo Public Act.
We are looking at the limitation. Actually, Article 25 and Article 24 and 25 is talking about the limitation of rights and fundamental freedoms. Is that what you meant? Because if it's the article for picketing, it's Article 37.
Yeah, just read that. Just read that one.
Article 37 or Article 25?
Read Article 24D of the Constitution of Kenya.
So it says that the need to ensure
24D. You are reading 25.
No,
I want you to read
24D. I'm reading 24D.
Yeah, I think it's there 24. Yeah, if I'm not wrong.
24D says the need to ensure that the enjoyment of rights and fundamental freedoms by any individual does not prejudice the rights and fundamental freedoms of others. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that is exactly what I meant. So when you didn't inform the OCS in a particular area, then you're already interfering with the rights of the people who are living in that particular area. You're tayari umeshavunja sheria. That already, you've already broken the law according to the Constitution of Kenya. And me say, if I'm wrong, if that is what the law is saying, and then I go interfere with the people of Kangemi, nimeleta maandamano pale, alafu nawaambia I'm allowed to demonstrate because it is in the Constitution. Yet you are forgetting that there is something that also protects the people who don't want to demonstrate with you.
So Mzalendo, kuna kitu najaribu kushika hapa, kwa sababu pia tunaelimishana na ninaamini pia tunaelimisha watu wengi ambao wanatusikiza. So wakati mtu anastahili kupatiana notice, hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kushika. Inafaa, ulikuwa unasema inafaa kupewa nani hiyo notice? Nani? Yeah. Kuna kitu ulielezea vizuri sana na nataka kushika.
Notice haipatiwi ati mkubwa wa polisi. Notice unaenda kwa local police station ya hiyo area, utakuwa unafanya maandamano. Unanielewa?
Yeah, and where
Unapea
do you read that?
OCS or the guy who is commanding the station, OCPD, commanding that particular station.
Yeah, hiyo statement ya kwenye unastahili kupeleka notice tunaisoma wapi?
Hiyo statement.
Yeah, kwenye unastahili kupeleka kwa hiyo station. Where do people get that information? Which act? Is it an act of parliament? Is it where is it?
That is in the Public Order Act.
Public Order Act.
So I think it's one of the Public Order Acts because
jaribu kutafutia hiyo.
Maana
ni muhimu sana. Ni muhimu sana.
But Geoffrey, I think Mzalendo is right. Just if I might, it is any meeting that you plan to hold that is more than a certain number, the police must be notified so that they can provide protection for you, even if it's peaceful. Kama mtu amefaint, kama mtu anakufa, kama ni protection of property, they need to notify. But what I would like also Mzalendo to help me understand, because this maandamano they are national in nature, and those who are organizing it might not be in a position to go to every part of the country to provide that notice, but that can be provided through a single click of command through a chain of an office where it's trickled down to every commanding stations. So I would like Mzalendo at your time to also help us so that we can understand. But you are very right, and I want to agree with you that if you have a right in Article 37, like you have said, there is also a limitation in Article 25 and Article 24 that you cannot go beyond. Every right and freedom has a limitation, and I think that is very important that you bring it out. Those who are coming out to protest and demonstrate must also respect the rights of others, because their right to demonstrate ends where the right of protection of life and property of others begins. I think that is very important that we take note of that.
Yeah, sababu yenye ilikuwa inafanya niulize hivyo, because hakuna kitu kizuri kama wakati watu wanafanya jambo ambalo wanaelewa. Because the greatest mistake with our politicians, they only tell us about our rights, but they don't tell us how to exercise our rights. They also don't tell us the limitations that we have, because the rights are very important. The manner in which we exercise those rights, very important. The understanding of the extent to which we can go in exercising those rights, very, very important. So wakati Mzalendo ameongea hivyo, something came in my mind. And I asked myself, why do we have those clauses? Because the Constitution was not predicting a situation whereby one day somebody will wake up, because you have the right, and call for nationwide demonstrations. That is not what the Constitution was trying to do. It did not even predict that. Na diposa unasikia uende mahali unataka kufanya kama ni Kamukoji, kuna police station. Tell them we will have demonstration, tutapitia barabara fulani, and we shall end in this place, so that the police can offer protection to you, the demonstrators, because we can even have terrorists that day wanting to attack you, so that you may be protected by the police. So that also the goons, the criminals, because we have criminals who take advantage, so that also they don't destroy other people's properties, pretending that they are part of the demonstration. So that is why these limitations are put there. But when you wake up one day and tell people you have the right to picket, you have the right to demonstrate, and we are going to have the mother of all demonstrations, the whole world, the whole country. How do you expect the police to offer protection of properties, protection of lives? What if wakati huo mna demonstrate na polisi wamekuwa overwhelmed? We are attacked as a nation by the terrorists or by other enemies. What would happen to the nation? That is why we have these limitations on how to exercise our rights. And very important, niwapeleke tu mahali tumesomewa na Mzalendo, asante sana, because I like people who talk on the point of information. Watu ambao wanafanya research kabla hata hawaongee. One thing I don't do is to talk, I try not to talk what I don't know. Maana ukiongea chenye unajua, hiyo ukweli, hata watu wakatae kusikia, siku moja watasema, and Mzalendo was right, and Jake had a point. So nikaangalia hapo kwa katika Constitution of Kenya, Article 24, ambayo Mzalendo ametupatia. The headline is talking of, hata haianzi na rights, it is talking limitation of rights and fundamental freedoms. Limitations of rights and fundamental freedoms. And this is Article 1 is saying of, Article 1, Clause 1 of Article 24 is stating this. A right or fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights shall not be limited except by law. Which laws? Like the one Mzalendo is talking, the Acts of Parliament, the Public Order Act, and other laws of Kenya. So it is not just the Constitution. We have other laws that help to govern and to guide the police and other armed forces, and also the public. And everybody must subject himself to these laws. So it is continuous to say.
Can I make a point?
Yes.
Everything all you guys are discussing is found in one chapter called chapter 4.
Yes. 24.
And chapter 4 is basically about the human rights, and it trickles down to all the rights that a human being has: right to worship, right to movement, and all that. Now, chapter 24 trickles in a kind of brings out the limitation of these rights.
Yeah.
Then there in the Constitution there are what we call articles. I'm trying to imagine like a lawyer. I don't know if I'm correct. Miss, you'll correct me.
Yeah. You're talking about the Bill of Rights and Freedoms, and it's
yes.
as expressed in chapter 4, and as explained of its limitations in Article 24.
And you know, Mise, you know these articles of the Constitution. Me, I'm not a lawyer, by the way. Me, I'm a quack. Yani, I just come through these things. You need to look at Article 37. I think it is 37. Go through Article 37. It will summarize for you.
Just one moment. Article 37 was challenged in court. If you go to Justice Odinga and someone else, it was challenged in court where they were trying to explain what does it mean to picket. And of course, there are people who want
read the article in the beginning. Don't read the.
No, just one moment. I've already posted it. Here is the article. And it was taken to court, and Justice Odinga tried to explain what does it mean to peaceably and unarmed, what it means. So he was trying to bring out, maybe I can bring out that ruling in the post just now, but the court was trying to explain what it means to have a peaceful demonstration. So basically, and I think if it's not yesterday, Professor Kindiki rather, raised 10 points that the government is seeking to amend so that this law probably can be modified. For example, he was saying, what happens after the demonstration? Who take care of cleaning up the town after you have dirtified the town. He was saying, do you give the notification that Zalendo is talking about, which police needs to be informed, like, so there is a lot. And slightly, this is where there is a loophole in the law. And I am not talking as a lawyer, but this is what anyone can use, but it is using it selectively. There are other laws that comes before Article 32, that Article 37 rather, that also guarantees rights to those who are not picketing, to those who are not going to this maandamano, because they have a right.
Jakes, which year was this? Jakes, which year was this? Which year was this? This ruling?
That's what the ruling. I'm coming
which year?
I'm posting it just now.
Yeah, because you know, if it was before 2016, then there was another ruling in 2016 where it involved baba ule wa kutupa mawe alikuwa anaitwa nani, Ferdinand Waititu.
Baba yao.
Baba yao alikuwa anaitwa Baba Waititu, and the Attorney General had a case, a similar case in 2016 thereabout.
But let me ask
that
you,
one was,
Jake.
That ruling was on 30th July 2019.
Jack, let me ask you.
Then you're
Jack, now that you have put Article 37 here, Article 37 has the letter and the spirit behind going to demonstrate, and then there is the letter and there's the spirit. But at the same time, it has a limitation, and the limitation is very simple: unarmed, peaceably and unarmed. So if you go unarmed, which means
if you go armed, you have already broken that law. Armed means if you come with anything that threatens the life of anyone, anything. Yes, and that is what Justice Odunga was trying to explain this article. What brings the limit to this law? Because by the end of the day, this law, as it is, it's ambiguous. That how at what level do you say someone is peaceable? Right? At what level do you say this person comes in peace? At what level do you say this person is unarmed? So Justice Odunga, not that I've gone deep to the ruling, but I will. Justice Odunga was trying to explain this article. If every one of us can go, it is the ruling that was done in there is 2016 and there is 2019. July 2019, it's where it was declared. And probably if I can try to read it kidogo. Imefunguka. This one was it was in the Milimani courts. It was case against Njiru Wambogo was the petitioner, Inspector General of Police, the cabinet secretary, the Minister of Interior was also as respondent, Attorney General was the third respondent, and it was in the matter of threatened contravention of fundamental rights of freedom under Article 27, 28, 29, 37, 39, and 40 of the Constitution 2010. It's a ruling of how many pages? 6 pages. So I can maybe share the link, those who care to read, and you will see what Justice Odunga said.
Before you go there, before you go to the link, I'm looking at the article which you have posted there, Article 37. Are you seeing the ambiguity in the last part of that article, which says, and to present petitions to public authorities? So what I want to tell the public is that if you are to understand the laws of the country, you can't just read we can't just read the Constitution alone.
Yeah, you have to read it with something
together with other articles.
Now, what I've shared there,
so that we can know, Yes.
Nani, Mzalendo, just click there. You'll see that ruling of Justice Odunga on what we are talking about. That just click on that.
Yes, we will click on it. But what Mboru is saying is that you don't read the law like that. There are other.
Yeah, you don't read it selectively. It is a whole thing. You know, the problem is they come with a selective part of the constitution and they run with it, and that's how they try to convince mwananchi, and then eventually mwananchi hapo katikati anapotelea.
That is why we have a show like this one, to eliminate, educate, and give them the right information about the constitution and the issues of picketing.
I can see Martin Otieno, you are in. Asante sana kwa kutujoin. And Simba na Teya, naona uko na swali. Uliza tu as we go on. Simba, endelea. Unmute. Unmute.
Okay. Nafikiria unaweza nipata sasa.
Jaribu kung'oa hiyo earphones ndio iache kuwa na echo.
Hata nimeing'oa. Nimeing'oa tayari.
Endelea.
Kitu yenye Profesa Kindiki hata kufanya ambaye ni waziri wa usalama wa nchi kulingana na amendment ambazo anataka kuleta. I can tell you from here, kitu yenye Kindiki anajaribu kufanya constitutional mutilation yenye already Wakenya wameambiwa haiko tayari kufanyiwa marekebisho yoyote. Appealing kitu yenye iko enshrined in constitution kwa wananchi kudemonstrate discipline. Now, strategy ambayo inatumika na polisi, kwanza hata yule mtu kama ako armed ama ana armed ni swala moja. Wamebarricade all the way za kuingia center, hakuna mtu anaingia in the first case. Wanafungia watu kwa slum kwamba hawawezi toka. Huyu mtu umejuaje kwamba ako armed in the first case? Kabla hajaanza maandamano tayari umemwanza na tear gas. Umejuaje ako armed na atakuwa hatari kwa hayo maandamano kabla hajaanza? How?
Okay, kidogo tu ninaleta hiyo yenye Kindiki alikuwa anajaribu kuleta kama mapinduzi ya hiyo sheria. But Martin Otieno, kidogo ni kuingisha kwa show. Sijui maoni yako ni yapi kwa yale tunajadili na maybe kwa yale ambayo tumeshajadili hapo awali. Martin Otieno, muda ni wako sasa.
I can hear you.
Martin, endelea.
Kutokana kulingana vile tumeona jana, tunaona a lot of destruction, a lot of tear gas, so we don't understand the meaning of maandamano. It seems as if it's not a right to every Kenyan, because I saw people are blocked from attending the maandamano.
Okay.
So can you clarify if it is unlawful?
Yeah. Okay. Kidogo tu clarify tu saizi. I've gotten the clip that I wanted to play just now. Just allow me to get it so that we are at par. Just one moment. Just one moment. Oh my. But Mburu, you are saying something even as I get the video.
Yes, I wanted to ask Simba a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, because Simba said that the proposals of Kindiki are tantamount to constitutional mutilation. I wanted him Yes, I wanted you to explain how is it a constitutional mutilation? Because I haven't heard anywhere where the cabinet secretary proposed for the constitutional change. It is not the constitutional change. It's just an act, maybe an act of parliament. He is not going to touch the constitution. How is it a mutilation of the constitution? Because right now the Constitution of America has stayed for so many years. It has never been touched.
You know, Mburu,
Yes.
just to add on what you're saying, there is something that we are not reading in all this act of demonstration. There is something, there's a word that is coined there called intimidation. Intimidation. Wewe fanya vile yote vile unataka, but don't intimidate. You know that word weighs a lot in picketing. Don't intimidate. Don't try to intimidate anybody. So this this article of the Constitution, actually it needs an amendment, because what we have been seeing Azimio doing, then it's unlawful. Everything that they've been doing is unlawful, because even when Baba said that we carry an handkerchief, the reason why he was saying that people carry an handkerchief, a white handkerchief, is because you want to go there peacefully. But if you go there in a demonstration and you start intimidating, telling the security forces, mutaona moto, that is already an intimidation.
Mzalendo, nikuulize. Nikuulize. Nikuulize Mzalendo. Nataka ni
Uliza.
Mzalendo. Yes, tunaelimishana hapa. Nataka tuwe waangwana kwa kuelimishana. Kimani Ichung'wah amesimama mbele ya deputy president, ametaja vile watu wako na mashamba makubwa na wataanza na hiyo, and of course walianza nayo. Hiyo ni nini? It doesn't amount to intimidation?
Kimani Ichung'wah never called for a protest. He was not even picketing. This is a political statement. We are talking about the rule of law and the articles of the Constitution. This is just like you and me going out there and saying things that are unlawful. So whatever he said is unlawful. He should account for whatever he said as a legislator, because he's not protected by any law unless he's within the premises of
today
parliament.
Revealed plans by the government to amend the law governing the manner in which demonstrations. Interior Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki today revealed plans by the government to amend the law governing the manner in which demonstrations are conducted in the country. The statement sent to Newsroom said the government was considering changes to the Public Order Act, touching on 10 regulations of picketing and public assembly.
Well, the proposed regulations will include notification procedures, duties of security agencies to protect the rights of those participating in the assembly, the demonstration, picket, or petition. Also up for consideration would be the demarcation of assembly, demonstration, picket, and petition zones.
Now, the duty of public agencies and institutions is to set aside a zone for persons who wish to present petitions to public authorities. The duty of organizers of assemblies, the demonstrations, pickets, and petitions to provide the hours, routes, and other relevant information to assist law enforcement agencies to escort them and provide them with security.
Well, it goes on to suggest a proposal on consent requirements from persons whose activities are likely to be affected by the assemblers, demonstrators, picketers, and petitioners, as well as obligations of the organizers of assemblies, demonstrations, pickets, and petitions to ensure that the activities remain peaceful, unarmed, and generally within the law, including compliance with the duty not to infringe on the rights of others.
Now, the limitations on the numbers of assemblers, demonstrators, picketers, and petitioners at any particular occasion could be considered. In addition, the responsibility for cleanup costs and for the payment of damages to those harmed by activities of assemblers, demonstrators, picketers, and petitioners will be proposed as changes.
Well, the Interior CS was categorical and said that it is not feasible for security organs to allow masses of people to roam streets and neighborhoods of their choice, carrying stones and other offensive weapons while chanting political slogans and disrupting the daily activities of others. He went on to say law enforcement agencies would not tolerate the reported plans to repeat the violent, chaotic, and economically disruptive protests that took place in Nairobi and Kisumu.
Mboro, I don't know if you have heard all that.
Yes, and I can say something about it. I was thinking about that. The question, and that's why Mzalendo bado hajanijibu. Out of that, is that tantamount to mutilation of a constitution? Is he covered?
I think yes, Geoffrey.
Under the constitution.
You know, in Kenya, there is a procedure of amending the constitution through a popular initiative that has to be signed by at least 1 million registered voters. So to just propose that procedure of not following the procedure of amendment of the constitution, that is mutilation, because the constitution itself talks about how it should be amended. So there is a way. You cannot come up. I mean, the proposal is good. The proposal should come through the right channels, which I think if you don't follow, then that is tantamount to mutilation of the very same constitution that you want to amend. I think that is maybe an interpretation of others. And even when we look at that interpretation, when we look at Article 37 in itself, I think I will get a chance to speak on it. The interpretation, you know, there is something we call civilian interpretation. Anyone can go in and interpret the Constitution and in the way they understand it. But what is the work of the court and the Supreme Court, or rather the courts are there to interpret the laws as they were intended to function by the letter and the spirit. But otherwise, kila mtu anaweza soma constitution na ielewe vile anaielewa na afanye kuinterpret. But most importantly, what you're saying, and I think what you're emphasizing, Geoffrey, that we need to take to consideration, the constitution does not work in isolation of other laws or bylaws let's say, for example, if you have bylaws, for example, let's take for instance the County of Nairobi. The County of Nairobi can come up with its bylaws that will govern how the city, how the county is governed, but those bylaws must not contravene or work or contradict the constitution. So when drafting those bylaws, they must take into consideration that does, in one way or the other, does not contradict or mean otherwise to infringe the rights and freedoms of other people.
Yeah, this was my reasoning. The cabinet secretary does not have power to make any law. The only thing he can do, and the ministry, is to make proposals. Then those proposals are going to be put into the perspective of the Constitution through a legal process by the body mandated to do that. So what I was asking is, because sometimes we are quick to say things, the first question that should come in our mind is what this cabinet secretary covered? Is he covered? What he's saying, is he covered by the law? because we have just read here about the limitations. And just quickly, let me just read for these people, so that people may understand these things. Like we said, we have other bylaws, we have the Acts of Parliament, we have the Order of Public blah blah. So many laws that all of them, they talk of having an orderly society. And when we talked of the limitations of rights and fundamental freedoms, we read Article 24. Just clause 1, that a right of fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights shall not be limited except by law, and then only to the extent that the limitation is reasonable. So long as what the minister or the cabinet secretary is proposing is reasonable and justifiable in an open democratic society based on human dignity, based on equality and freedom, taking into account all relevant factors, including factor number 1, the nature of the right of fundamental freedom, the importance of the purpose of limitation, the nature and extent of the limitation, the need to ensure that the enjoyment of rights and fundamental freedoms by any individual does not prejudice the rights and fundamental freedoms of others. And that is what Jakes was saying. I think Jakes was telling us here. One of the questions that is coming in the mind of the cabinet secretary, there are damages. Properties are going to be damaged. Who is going to compensate those people that lose properties? The city is going to be made dirty and untidy. Who is going to bear the cost of cleaning the city? Such kind of things. People's businesses are going to be disorganized. Who is going to be accountable? How do we ensure that our demonstrations are peaceful? Like just as I stopped there, I was asking myself, because I have had recently, now the opposition or the Azimio team, you are saying that you are carrying out peaceful demonstrations. Is that what you have been saying consistently? Because your language and your actions must be in line. You have been saying Ruto must go. Is that peaceful? You have been saying we are going to march to the State House. Is that peaceful? You have been exchanging words with the police authority, telling them they can do nothing and all those kind of things. Is that peaceful? So the Constitution, when I read all these things, I look at the Constitution looking at a society as a civilized, democratic, peaceful society. So here what we should be telling people, because we have read so many articles and clauses, demonstrators, because tomorrow we might be the ones demonstrating. What I have understood today is that if I am caught holding a stone and I'm taken to the court of law, then I'll be a candidate of jail. So all the demonstrators should know, because I have seen people with stones, with so many things, should know that even the police, if you are peaceful and you are not fighting anybody and they start fighting you, the same Constitution will hold them accountable. The same laws will hold them accountable. So demonstrators, do your part. Make sure you don't have those stones. Leave stones, don't have stones in your pocket. Make sure you don't have those sticks and other things. Then you can say, you see, we had nothing. It is the police who attacked us. That is the only way we can have an organized society. But I don't think the secretary is mutilating the Constitution, because he has not proposed anywhere that the Constitution is going to be changed. Thank you.
Just one moment. As you have seen, the numbers have just gone up. What I've done, I've refreshed Facebook and people have come in. So we have over close to 200 people watching us live. Others ndio wanaamka, wale ambao wanaamka karibuni sana. Hii ni ile show tu ya usiku haijaisha. Hii ni ile show ambayo ilikuwa usiku. We are still on live. Thank you for those who are coming in. Naona comments zenyu, namuona nani hapa. Ibrahim A. Ibrahim Sokor, I can see you. Namuona Bernard Charles uko ndani. Philemon Koech na kuona. Mount Zion na kuona. Shadrack Chilchil uko ndani, asante sana. Richard Makiandi na kuona, asante kwa kuwa part of the show. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Black bado yuko ndani, asante kwa kuwa part of the show. Evans Omariba, asante kwa kutujoin. Joel Obana, asante kwa kutujoin. Continue liking, sharing and being part of the show. Link ndio hiyo hapo chini. You can also join in. Though we are almost wrapping up, it has been 9 hours of this live show. But anyway, asante sana kwa kutujoin. You can join in. Kama unaenda kazini, let me know if you're going to work, if you're in Kenya. And wherever you're watching us from, please let me know hapo kwa comment section. Aha. Mzalendo, you had something to say, but tumeacha Simba, tumevamia Simba na sheria na mambo mingi, hata hajajitetea Simba.
Simba tushawachana na yeye juu kuna
hapana. Mzalendo, usiseme eti mshawachana na mimi, kwa sababu kuna mambo hapa ambayo nyinyi mnataka kufagia chini ya carpet, lakini ukweli ni kwamba
sawa, endelea
Simba. Tutaongea tu, sisi ni Wakenya, tunapendana, ni kuelimishana. Mimi nasema kuna mambo ingine mimi siwezi jua, wewe unajua, unayajua na unayafahamu. Unaona kama sahii Jex amecheza ati Kindiki anataka kubadilisha sheria ya picketing ama kuandamana. Unajua hiyo iko katika iko under the Bill of Rights, and you need like a referendum to change that. So kuna vitu zingine which are not attainable. So unaweza kuwa unatamani kubadilisha hiyo sheria, lakini katiba ya Kenya is very very comprehensive. It is something that uwezi amka tu kama ati uko na power na useme ati hii kipenge ndaibadilisha. Kuna ingine inahitaji ukuwe na which wa 24%, ni 24 ama ni ngapi? I don't know. Ya counties ndio uweze kubadilisha.
At least 1 million.
Oh, that is 1 million. That is 1 million, mise. 24 something of the counties.
Yes,
we have 47 counties, so you need 24. Ni kama tu mambo ya elections. So kubadilisha sheria zingine, you need like a support of almost that kind number of what Messi is saying. So under article 257 or 256, kitu kama hiyo of the constitution.
16 ndio inaongelea kuhusu amendment of the constitution.
Article gani hiyo? Niambie my brother.
Chapter 16 ndio inaongelea kuhusu amendment of the constitution, na iko na njia ya parliament inaweza amend ama wananchi kupitia referendum.
I want you also to look at article ni sawa. Look at article 256.
Article 256 na 257. 256 nasema ni parliamentary initiative na 257 ni popular initiative, na hapa sasa ndio story na referendum inaingilia. So before hii referendum ikuje, kunakuwa na a proposed bill ambayo inaletwa kwa parliament, inajadiliwa, inapitishwa na more than I think 2000 something, and then from there inarudi kwa counties zaidi ya 24 zikipitisha. Kutoka hapo na haitaamendiwa, kutoka hapo ndio inaenda inafanyiwa referendum. Of course pia Senate wataidebate, but itafanyiwa referendum, and then ikipita president ana sign, inakuwa law. I think as a layman that's how I understand it.
Wow, you are absolutely very very right. So ikipitishwa tumefika uchaguzi ingine.
Yeah, you are just to add quickly, you are on point that that is how you're talking about how a bill is drafted and passed to be a law, and even the amendment, and we'll talk about it. Still, I have a problem with you, Jex. with section
please don't
37.
have a problem with me.
With section 37,
please.
with 37, with section 37, we'll come back when Mzalendo is done.
Yeah, you can put it. You can put that section 37 there. I also wanted
Is it
to.
section or article? Article 37.
It is Article 37.
Article 37. Article 37.
So, unaona, you have a problem with me, lawyer, lakini pia
No. We want to make sure that we are not digressed to think that our constitution has a problem through a pedestrian or selective interpretation of the constitution. That is the problem that we are having. So I would like us to interpret it like pedestrians and see how do we understand it from another perspective without using legal jargons, so that we know whether or not the article has a problem for us to warrant for amendment or not. I mean, that's what I would like us to look through. Once you give me that chance, I would like to speak about it.
Wakili, with all unajua tunaambiwaga lawyers are the most learned people, but I don't know why you are not a surgeon. And you did theory and history. So maybe you explain to us what these law articles mean. Me, I'm not a lawyer. Sometimes I'm a politician.
Now,
I will report what politicians say most
kidogo
of the
tu,
time.
if I understand it correct, the constitution is a whole book, right? Now, in the let me use the Bible. It's easy. The Bible has chapters. We have we have the whole book. It's called the Bible. Now we have the whole book called the Constitution. Now the whole book is divided into 66 chapters. Now the 66 chapters ndani kuko na what we call verses. Now kwa Constitution pia it's divided, iko na over 16 chapters. So chapter 4 ndio hiyo tunaongelea kuhusu Bill of Rights. Na hapo chini ya Bill of Rights inakuwa na articles. Na article can have A or 1, 2, 3 like that. So article 37 is what talks about maandamano or picketing. So it is an article under a chapter 4. We normally talk about chapter 6 about integrity. We talk about chapter 1. It talks about sisi kama wananchi and kidogo tu I'm trying to summarize just like a layman. Chapter 1 inaongelea kuhusu sovereignty, sisi kama wananchi. Here is where we normally say this constitution we give it to ourselves. Number 2 inaongeleanga kuhusu the republic, kuhusu Kenya. Kenya as a republic, what it define our borders and all that. And then chapter 3 inaongelea kuhusu a citizen. Who is a citizen? How do you become a citizen? By birth, blah blah blah, and hizo vitu zote. Chapter 4 inashuka chini inaongelea kuhusu after you're a citizen you have rights. That is what we call the Bill of Rights. And then chapter 5 ni kuhusu land and environment. Hapa ni mambo na mashamba and all that. And then chapter 6 yenye inapenda kutajwa ni leadership and integrity. Chapter 7 ni representation na the people. Na zinaendelea hivyo. And then bado tuko hiyo constitution, kuna what we call first schedule ambao ni ya counties. Hapa ndio counties wanaongelewa. We have second schedule ambayo inaongelea national symbol. Hapa ndio tunasemanga president is a symbol of national unity, kuko na coat of arms among many other things. That schedule ni about national oath of office and affirmation. Hii sasa ni zile viapo ambavyo viongozi huwa wanakula wakichukua oath of office and what happens if you go against the oath of office. Schedule 4 inaongelea kuhusu distribution between national government na county. So schedule 4 na schedule 2 na schedule 1 ni kama zinakaribiana kuoana. Schedule 5 inaongelea kuhusu legislation to be enacted by parliament. Sasa hapa ndio unasikianga an act of parliament inaingia kwa schedule 5. And then schedule 6 inaongelea kuhusu nini? Transition and consequential provision. Transition ni kama venye tuliona Uhuru akipatia Ruto power. So hapo kwa hiyo chapter, kwa hiyo schedule 6 inaelezea such things. I don't know if as a layman I've explained. Messi.
Well done, well done. You did very well. I think you have given a good breakdown of what articles are, sections, sub-articles, chapters, and you've given in summary. Well done. I think Mzalendo, we should come one day through this forum and empower such young men like these ones and send them to law school somewhere because they have this knowledge that we can use, you know, instead ya kuchanga pesa.
You are the lawyer in the house. I'm just trying to explain.
Yeah, instead ya kuchanga pesa ya maandamano, I think we can empower such young men like this one. But let me say something quickly as you
Makiadi anasema soma. Makiadi anasema nini? Anaogopa kuja kwa panel. Kwa nini? Anakaa huko kwa background, si akuja atuelimishe ile anayojua.
Kazi ya Attorney General ni
let
mingi.
Me say something. Let me say something about.
In short, Messi kidogo tu as I answer that question. In short, AG ni kama lawyer wa serikali, or he speaks for the government in terms of legal aspect. Yeye ndio utetea government in case wamepelekwa kotini, and of course yeye ndio legal advisor to the president among many other functions. Na huwa anamsaidia kuinterpret the constitution. Juu tunaweza chagua president mwenye hana idea about the constitution. As a layman, again, I've tried to explain. Maybe Mboro has an idea.
Asante sana Jex. I hope amepata majibu vile alikuwa anataka.
Jex, nilikuwa nataka hii, wacha ikue hapa niseme two things. And let us try to analyze this one and see where is the problem. I just want to pick two words here ambayo ulisema ina utatanishi. Peaceably and unarmed. You know, so I just want to go back and let's look for the definition of peaceably. The definition is disposed to peace, not contentious or quarrelsome, quietly behaved. Underline that, quietly behaved. Now let's
go that is peaceably.
Yes. Now let's go to unarmed. It says free from strife or disorder, not equipped with or carrying weapons. So basically, inasema, if I come as I am like this, quietly passing, you know, sometimes demonstration doesn't need you ufungue mdomo hata uongee. Unaona? So unajua umeona watu wakidemonstrate na wamefunga mdomo. Maybe they wamechukua nini inaitwaje? Sellotape na wakafunga kwa mdomo. So they demonstrate and pass a message. To demonstrate means you're passing a message. But what is being misconstrued here, a lot of people come with different motives. And this is where we have a problem of interpretation, because we are trying to apply the interpretation selectively to suit our motives and intentions for going or attending the demonstration. Kuna watu ambao wanakuja wakiwa na nia ya kuiba, na kuna wale ambao wanakuja wakiwa na nia ya kuja tu kupimana na askari kwa sababu it's a game they enjoy. Kuna wale wengine wanakuja ile tu yani kuonekana kwa TV walienda maandamano, na kuna wale wengine wanakuja wana nia nzuri ya kuja for a good cause. So defining for the police to define this motive, it is very difficult for them to define. That is why the moment wanakuona in a group of 5 chanting or mmoja amebeba mawe, all of you are classified as people who are armed. So that is what I think I wanted to put across, that there is no, I don't find fault in this Article 37 of the Constitution unless and otherwise it's used selectively to mean or suit a certain group of people. Thank you.
Kidogo tu as I respond to you, I'm going to display the petition. I wish you people had read it, but hapo chini si ndio the judge comes with the findings and the rulings. So let me display as I read. I'll be pasting it as I continue. Hapo chini nasema hivi, this is what Justice Odunga declared. A declaration be and is hereby issued to the effect that the fundamental right under Article 37 of the Constitution of Kenya to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to the public authority is conditional on the protester and demonstrator conducting themselves peaceably and unarmed. Hadi hapo tuko pamoja. The next paragraph ndio nina post. Inaendelea kusema, and the police officer working under the first respondent are duty bound to immediately stop protesters or demonstrators if they are armed with any form of weapon, including stones or any offensive weapon of whatever nature. That was the first declaration. The second declaration, declaration B, was this. Akasema ya kuwa that I'm posting it just now, you'll see it in the next second. Akasema hivi. I hope I'm also answering the question by Mboro. The next declaration akasema, a declaration be and is hereby issued to the effect that the petitioner and the non-demonstrator, that is the third party, enjoying equal rights and freedom during demonstration, since their rights and fundamental freedom are not suspended during this time. Niendelee? Do I continue?
Wachia hapo.
Endelea, but we don't know what your argument is, though. Endelea.
My argument, my argument was from where we were discussing the nature of the demonstration, what should be, and what Mboro was saying about stones and what. You see, hapa anasema what. In short, I'm trying to explain what he meant by peaceably and unarmed, according to Justice Odunga, and how he interpreted that part.
But they get suspended when they are armed. If they come with stones,
yeah, when they are armed, that right inakuwa null and void.
Yeah.
Yani, if you come to demonstrations and you already have stones, because hapo ameshaongelelea, if you already have stones and all, you already violate that right, so it becomes suspended.
Yeah, but what is not explicit there is the spirit and the letter. The law says don't do it. The spirit says, oh, you know, you can do it because of A, B, C, D. So that is, I mean, how do you determine at what time, how much time do you need to make determination of the motive of these people coming to demonstration, whether they are coming to hata kusema maneno peke yake, chanting we are killing you, those are issuing threats, which means you need protection. Then at this point you're not peaceable. You know, it's a dicey place and interpretation.
And Messi, I like the definition that you read about peaceably. Can you read it again, because it will help many young people, because many young people have gone to jail and they are wondering, why am I here? I was just picketing. I was only carrying a stone. I was only making those chants and all that.
Yeah,
so and because I think it's okay to demonstrate. Maana kesho labda sisi wenye sahi tuko saidi ya serikali ama sisi wenye tulikuwa tuna support serikali, kesho sisi ndio labda tutakuwa the other side.
And you know, Omari, the lawyer, uses this constitution to release them. Wanauliza polisi, hebu toa evidence ya kuwa huyu alikuwa ametayarisha maisha ya watu ama alikuwa ana-interfere na watu wengine. So at that point, the police cannot prove that because they don't have evidence.
But if the police, also you have to know there are technicalities here. There is rules and procedures of evidence, how the evidence was extracted, whether the source of the evidence is credible or not, So it is it's a technicality, and like you said, it is very difficult to demonstrate or prove the motive of this person was not disposed to peace, not contentious or quarrelsome, or this person was quietly behaved from or strife or disorder. Let me tell you something. Now, with the CCTVs that we have everywhere, it is possible for us to be able to extract the evidence from this footage and argue cases in court. The question is, do we have enough staff within the DCI or the police and enforcement agencies to be able to extract this evidence and prosecute thousands and thousands of youths? It's almost impossible. That is also another challenge, I think, that is posed to the enforcement agencies. So it will take time and years, which is also a Western.
Okay, kidogo tu so that pia tusinyime wenye wameingia. Simba, kubali tu nianze na Dennis. Dennis, asante kwa kujiunga nasi. Karibu sana kwa show, ingawa umeingia show ikiwa imeendelea masaa 9 sasa, tunaelekea 10 hours ever since we started. But I know you have been following, or you have tuned in and have listened to what we are trying to bring home. So, sijui maoni yako ni yapi?
Yeah, I've just joined. I haven't been following. So, but literally, you're discussing about demonstrations. I've had you read what Constitution says. That is good for the book. But there is also reality on ground and what people know about, they say, demonstrations. And there is also the part of the people that are demonstrating, and there is the part of police. There is where I saw police blocking demonstrators from leaving their residential areas so that then they are able to have the procession and proceed to wherever they would have wanted to present their petition. So the police barricaded the roads. So this whole issue has a lot of misunderstanding. What the Constitution says is okay, but do the police and the people understand what they are supposed to do? That is a subject for discussion, because there is a failure on the side of the police, and there is failure on the side of the demonstrators and the mobilization. But that said and done, I would have wanted you to clarify on the role of police or when it comes to demonstrations, because if it means that the police are to be notified, of which, as per the demonstrations that we had, they were, and then they declared a constitutional entitlement illegal or something like that. Is it the work of the police to nullify or to cancel demonstrations, even when they've been notified early enough? And then if the police do not have that mandate, then what are we talking about? Because if you get it wrong in the first place, you get it wrong all through. What do demonstrators understand about the police? Because I saw demonstrations that were held in South Africa. They were very peaceful. The police were escorting the demonstrators, and it was okay. But again, partly in Kenya, we had the same in Mathare last, the first demonstration. And even yesterday, when Raila, Odinga, and his colleagues were going around, it was peaceful. Maybe business was closed, people fear because of where we've come from, but all the same, it was peaceful. So there is this tendency where the police are enemies of the people, even without a reason in this country. If people see police, they just run away, or they are not friends with police officers. So this is something that needs a lot of time, a lot of involvement, so that then the police can be friends with the people, and that the police have a way of communicating other than use of canisters and use of force, because that is the only way police in our country communicate with ordinary people. Use of force. They are not diplomatic. I've seen in some countries, police do not have to come and arrest you. They just summon you. You go there, you present yourself to the police, and you are told this is what you've done, this is what is supposed to be done with you. You are supposed to go to court and such kind of things. Because if the police have information about you as a citizen, they necessarily don't have to use force, because they have the capacity and the infrastructure to arrest you, to apprehend you in case you do not obey their summons and such kind of things. So there is a disconnect between ordinary people and the police, and a lot of work has to be done so that the people also do not misunderstand the police. But as it is, even the police know that once you see 2, 3, 4 people gathering, which is not a crime, they throw tear gas canister, which is wrong, because people have a right to assemble. So we need to draw a line between rights, constitutional rights, and limitations on both sides, because I understand those that picket, there are those that will not be picketing or do not subscribe to what is happening by the demonstrators. They also have their right, and they deserve to go about their day-to-day business, because the demonstrators have their rights, and those that are not have their rights, and they should go about their business. So this is something that requires some proper understanding, so that we do not have one group provoking the other, like the police provoking the demonstrators, like we saw. So there is failure on both sides. Otherwise, let me leave it there.
Thank you so much. Even as we near wrapping up, I want to appreciate the many who tune in and join in, and above all, comment hapo kwa comment section. Ninamuona Ann Mombi ametuma ujumbe, asanti. Blake na kuona umetuma ujumbe, hujapoteza sana, karibu. Namuona Samson Kareuma uko ndani, John Araka uko ndani, asanti sana. Thank you for being part of this lovely show. You guys make everything happen. Asanti sana. Even as we are wrapping up, I'll begin by giving Mise the closing moment and everyone else. Dakika mbili mbio mbio tukifunga, alafu tumalize show. Mise, go ahead.
Asante sana. I think I just want to go to the year 2008. Kiraitu Murungi in Parliament made a statement that I want to look and reflect on the current situation of Kenya. He said that we are unable to fight corruption because we have converted corruption into a planned political instrument for beating down political opponents to destroy their career or the career of those we don't like. And this echoes the words or the sentiments of my friend Simbanetaya, who said that he doesn't understand why Uhuru has not or does not like William Samoei Ruto, and even hajampa vyombo vya madola kama sijamnukuu vibaya. Kwa hivyo nakumbuka, I also want to go on record that William Samoei Ruto has been a president, also, or rather politician, who has had challenges. But somehow you will find that every time people planned against William Samoei Ruto, he found out a way that the very same people who want to oust him, and I recall that there was a motion that was brought to Parliament to censure, or motion of vote of no confidence, and the motion was squashed, but because the people believed in William Samoei Ruto. And it is the same Mother Karua, who was then the Minister of Justice, who was asked by the Member of Parliament, then Kiraitu Murungi, to show the people what were the practical measures that she had taken in combating or fighting corruption as opposed to making public noise. And so today I want to pose to the same question that the Prime Minister has had, our able, or rather the man that was contributed to the progress and democracy of our country, has had the chance to be in the government as the second in command. And I want to ask, what measure did he put in place to fight corruption as opposed to complaining or joining us who are not able, who do not have even the powers to influence or even call for the mass to come and bring change that he has so desired. There was a gentleman who left here, his name was Thomas. He said kwamba Raila anapigania kuondoa uchafu, lakini pia tunaona kwamba Raila amesaidiwa katika kupigana na kuondoa uchafu. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi tukampa credit peke yake. Kuna wale ambao wamesimama naye kidete, kama mojawapo akiwa William Samoei Ruto. Kwa hivyo vile ndugu yangu Geoffrey alisema, haiwezekani kugeuza ama kuleta mabadiliko within 6 months. Mabadiliko ya kiuchumi inahitaji muda, na historia inatuonyesha kwamba hata zile nchi ambazo zimenawiri kiuchumi, tuanzie mojawapo ikiwa ni nchi ya Marekani. Tukiangalia in the year 2008, there was a recession, the greatest recession that ever happened, but it took almost 4 years with all the resources that the country had, with all the will that people had. It took almost 4 years, a whopping 4 years, for us or for that country to start realizing the economical impact or leadership of one Barack Obama. Kwa hivyo la mwisho ni kusema, kama matakwa ambayo bwana Raila Amolo Odinga ameleta, kwamba mojawapo ni kuleta electoral reforms. Je, hivi kwamba Raila amepuuza zile the other governments of arms of government ambazo zimewekwa pale ili kunapokuwa na hitaji tunapitia pale, kama vile Parliament, Senate, mbona hatujapitia pale, na mbona tujaenda kwa mwananchi wa kawaida tulete haya mapendekezo? Haya mapendekezo yapitie katika Parliament ama Senate ili yageuzwe kuwa sheria, ili yapate kutusaidia kama wananchi, kama kwamba sisi tunapenda ukweli, ama lengo letu, ama lengo la kinara wa upinzani ni la ukweli, la kupigania mwananchi ambaye ni wa chini. Hivi mwisho nataka kuuliza, na niliuliza hapo awali, kwamba anayekuwa wa karibu sana na wa undani sana ambaye ni Babu Owino ameonekana akisema kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga ama kundi la Raila Amolo Odinga walikuwa na njama ya kuiba kura pia, na wamesema hadharani kwa vyombo vya habari. Je, hawa wanahitaji kuchukuliwa hatua? Na kama wanahitaji kuchukuliwa hatua, mbona inaonekana basi kwamba kinara wa upinzani yeye anataka kukaa ama kujipendekeza kwamba yeye ako juu ya sheria, na yeye anatunga sheria zake zaidi ya viongozi wengine? Kwani yeye aheshimu sheria? Hilo ndio jibu ningependa aswa sana ndugu yangu Simbaneta haya nishughulikie atakapopata fursa ya kuliongelea. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Mzalendo, maoni yako ya mwisho kabisa, kauli yako ya mwisho. Mzalendo, ulilala?
Oh, sijalala ndugu yangu bana. Sijalala. Nilikuwa nasikia maoni ya Mrs. Sijui kama unanisikia.
Nakusikia kabisa, endelea.
What I can say is that as a country we have a very rich and historical culture, and we don't want a situation where politicians use the socio-economical aspects in our society to divide us. We know people who are living around the slums are economically disadvantaged compared to people living in other areas. That is why politicians are all the time having political rallies around these slum areas, because
Mzalendo, for the first time umepotea. James Mboro, maoni yako ya mwisho, alafu tutamaliziwa na Simba.
Nimepotea.
Uko umepotea.
Okay.
Malizia tu.
What I was saying is that we have a situation where politicians in our country keep on using the situation or our status, meaning the social economical status of where you are living, especially people living around Kibra, Kangware, Kangemi. Those are the kind of situations that we are seeing in our country today. And the demonstrations are normally around these areas. You don't see demonstrations in Lavington, you don't see demonstrations in Runda, and you don't see demonstration in other areas where they are probably not politically affiliated. There was a situation in our country where we came together in 2002 and in 1992 to repeal Section 2A of the Constitution of Kenya. That was a universal agreement by all Kenyans that we needed this section out, and we needed Moi out, and we needed to have multi-party democracy. So after multi-party democracy, we have got other social issues that have been coming. We have been tackling them as a country and as a nation. But what has happened, or what happened recently after these elections, it is unfortunate that we saw the president's farm being raided. That is quite unfortunate. We went so low. And you also heard that in Kibra, the mosque has been burnt, and the PCA church was also burnt. That is also unfortunate. These things, they start in a small way, and we want to tell politicians they start in a small way, but they will become very big such that you will not be able to control them. And to the people who are not politicians, let me tell you, if they finish with the Uhuru Kenyatta, they are coming for you. If they finish with Raila Odinga, they are coming for you. It will be very, very big, and we might not be able to control it. So let us be very, very careful as politicians. Let us be very, very careful as clergy with the statements, and as media. I congratulate Mutembei media for being very, very objective, and let us avoid things that will ignite the country. In 2007, we came so close. In 2023, we are almost there. So let us do things that will help our nation and build the future generation. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you so much. Mboro, allow me to finish with you. Simba niambie maoni yako. Najua utakuwa mfupi wa maneno, naye Mboro anaweza zidi kidogo, lakini atamalizia tu. So Simba, niambie.
Wacha kwanza nishukuru sana kwa sababu I hope mzalendo ashaongea mambo mengine ambayo nitaongea. Kwanza wacha nikwambie kwamba rais wa Kenya nimesikia mise hata naona vizuri akisema William Ruto is only 6 months in government. Mise, please, Ruto is not only 6 months in government. Ruto is over 30 years in government. That's one point. Number 2, kukuambia hilo nakuambia kwa sababu nikiwa najua kabisa kwamba kuwa in government inamaanisha wakati ulianza kufanya kazi na serikali, na Ruto hakuna wakati amekuwa kwa upinzani, ilikuwa tu 202 peke yake. After 202 Ruto was back in the government under the Sukate government. So mambo ya kutuambia kwamba Ruto anahitaji time, forget about it. He should deliver to the people as he promised them, period. Regardless of the infrastructure ya cabinet ama vile anafanya, we don't want to care, kwa sababu amekuwa hapo cabinet zikiwa zinatengenezwa, zikifunja, akifutwa, akireinstatiwa na Kibaki. So huyo mtu hauwezi sema ana time ya kupanga government. He understands. Number 2, Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta, na nirudie nikisema kwamba kuna sababu ya kutosha, kuna weakness ya kutosha aliona in William Ruto in his first election in 2013. Ndio wakati ilipofika kwamba angemkabidhi nani uongozi, hiyo weakness, it's now what we are seeing now, and we can see it very clearly kutokana na machafuko ambayo yamefanyika jana kwa boma la retired president, kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo vile dynasties wanavyomalizika vile tuliambiwa, kwa sababu hiyo ilitumika as his election pledge to the hustlers, kwamba dynasties mali yao tutachukua, tutawapatia, na hustlers walikujia vile waliambiwa. So he's fulfilling his own promises. It's a fact. Nikitoka hapo nataka nikwambie sababu nyingine ya pili Uhuru Kenyatta aliona he was not fit. Ni mambo ya Western Hotel, shamba ambalo lilikuwa la Kenya Aviation Authority. Amejenga pale hoteli yake, na nafikiria kwa sababu already shamba ya Uhuru Kenyatta nayo imefahamiwa, mimi sitakuwa huko, lakini nafikiria hiyo nayo watu wanaona pia watafanya. Hustlers will go there and eat also, na hakuna shida, kwa sababu that is the infrastructure of his governance. Mteshi land, Ruto alipatikana akiwa culpable, he was fine, na alitumia ujanja akasema he was misled, which was not the case. Mteshi land is in Ruto's constituency in Sugoi, mahali ambapo anaishi. Hakuna vile unaweza kuwa misled in your own farm ununue shamba ambalo haulijui. Ndio sababu alipatikana culpable na mahakama. Nitoke hapo nikuje kwa electoral justice. Wakati tumeondoa the Cherera 4 kwa sababu kulikuwa na contention hapo kwa hiyo electoral commission, kumbuke ushahidi ni kwamba Maraga found kwamba hakuna kitu yenye inaitwa elections in Kenya. In 2017 he nullified the election. That was a proof. Lakini licha ya kunullify that election, wakawacha Chebukati pale chief architect wa hiyo commission, na akaendelesha hiyo hadi saa hizi. That's why wanasema saba asifunguliwe. A fact, mimi nataka nirudi nikwambie kwamba what is going on, and kindly mimi nataka niambia Kinamburu in the mountain, kitu yenye imetumika pale ni hatred and political witch hunt, misleading the poor people from the mountain. I don't think watawekewa pesa kwa mfuko. After 10 years, the Mount Kenya region haitakuwa any different. Instead watakuwa even poorer. Mimi sitasema jambo lingine kwa sababu Uhuru Kenyatta came in government in 1997 through a nomination wakati mzee Moi aliambia Makto a step down. He handpicked him. Na kutoka huko alikuwa ni kipenzi.
Sorry, just one moment. He told Makto to step down.
Yes.
Okay, let me verify that, but go ahead.
Yes, I know it. So wakati even if haiwezi kuwa Makto, ilikuwa ni Makto. I'll step down in his name, jina ya Uhuru Kenyatta ikawekwa pale. So wakati huo in 2002 hiyo ndio wakati peke yake, kwa sababu kwa sababu ilikuwa free and fair, ndio wakati alishindwa. Lakini kutoka huko kote hakuna uchaguzi umewahi fanyika Kenya. So mimi ninataka nikuelezea ukweli ni kwamba so long as tuko na hii kitu yenye tunaita mambo hii ambayo inatokana na ya kihistoria, kwa sababu ya historia yetu, unless tuwe na inquiry, commission of inquiry yenye itasolve hiyo problem, na tuwe na viongozi ambao watakuwa wako na haja ya nchi, ndio tu tutakuwa na amani Kenya. Otherwise what we are seeing is anarchy, and possibly only time will tell. Thank you.
Mboro, go ahead.
Wow, asante sana Jex na Bwana Simba. Hata kama sio wakati wa kujibizana ama kuendelea na discussion, ama tu niache tu kujibu kwa saa hii tu nifanye my submission, kwa sababu wakati na muda umesonga. Lakini kesho naomba, kwa sababu debate inakuwa nzuri wakati tuko na watu wa pande zote, na nimefurahia sana vile tumekuwa pamoja hapa. Wewe ni muungwana, unafanya submission yako vizuri sana, lakini kuna zile sababu ambazo umesema ya kwamba Uhuru hakuona haja ya kuachia Ruto uongozi, na ni vizuri, maana hayo ni maoni yako. Lakini pia sisi ambao tulimuunga Uhuru mkono tuliweza kufikiria na mawazo yetu, na tukaona ya kwamba kuna sababu Uhuru hakuwa na sababu ya kutozingatia makubaliano, na diposa tukaunga Ruto mkono. Tukasema ya kwamba ni kwamba kwa sababu wanaona ya kwamba baba zao walikuwa viongozi wa nchi, or they were the founding fathers of the nation. They feel like the country belongs to them. It's like they have inherited the country and we are their subjects. Kwa hivyo mtu mwingine yoyote akitoka huko chini, wanaona kana kwamba hafai, naona ni kumuonea wivu. Wanashindwa, huyu sasa naye ni nani? Nani anayemjua? Sisi ambao wazazi wetu walikuwa viongozi, na sisi ambao tulikuta pesa, sisi ndio wenye uongozi. Sioni sababu yoyote. Sababu kama ni usafi wa corruption, si ati kwamba Uhuru na familia yao hawana corruption. Ni nyingi. Kisikia mtu watu wako na ekari zaidi ya 1,500 shaba kwa nchi moja, whereas many people own nothing in that country. Kitu ambacho huwa nauliza watu, kwani Kenyatta si alikuwa ameajiriwa kazi na Wakenya? Kwani alikuwa analipwa pesa gapi? Hiyo pesa iko na uwezo wa kununua hiyo mashamba yote. So kabla tuseme wengine venye wako, lazima tuangalie vile wako. Niliangalia hapa na nikawaambia, na hiyo kitu hata imekuwa online. Mzungu mmoja alikuwa na shamba kubwa sana ya mchere huko saidi za Nyanza. And he said that he was compelled, or he was being forced by the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga to give a bribe for him to continue investing in that county. It is there online. Na akasema ya kwanza ni wa hapa Marekani, akasema ya kwamba shida kubwa yenye inafanya wasubuana ni kwa sababu wanasema Marekani, you cannot do that. Hapa Marekani huwa wanafuata mtu mahali mpaka anawekeza, hata kama ni nchi gani, if you are involved with bribery unafuata mpaka huko.
Dominion.
Sasa tena unajua mambo ya molasses, it was a government parastatal. How did it add to Odinga's family? We have so many questions. So when we are talking of integrity and the character of our leaders, none of them have the moral authority to point finger to William Ruto. So I am not trying to justify anything that William Ruto has done, but what I'm saying, we should not only be fair. Maana wizi haiwezi kuwa wizi, na sijasema hajaiba, maana mimi sio serikali, mimi sio judiciary. Wizi isikuwe wizi kwa sababu ni mtoto wa masikini ama kwa sababu yeye hakuwa na nguvu ya kujitetea, lakini ikija ni kwao, sio wizi. Tumesikia ya kwamba president aliyetoka through a message, text message, WhatsApp message, disorganization of the highest order, anatuma ujumbe kwa controller of budget, anaamrisha pesa mabilioni itolewe against the law. Na hiyo mambo iko kwa media, you can check there, that in the last 3 months of the general election we lost billions of money, billions, not millions. Na ndiposa ninasema hivi, wa Kenya mjiulize, kwa nini hawa watu wako na fujo hivi? Huenda ikawa wanajaribu kuenda kwa serikali ili yale waliotenda yasije yakachipuka. Kwa sababu mimi kama kuna demonstration nataka demonstration ya kujua pesa ya wagonjwa ilienda wapi. Nataka demonstration ya kujua hizi bilioni ni kina nani waliiba. Nataka demonstrations ya kujua hii barabara ambazo tunasikia the cost was inflated mara 3 ya vile cost inastahili kuwa. Hizo pesa zilienda wapi? Tunataka such kind of demonstrations. Lakini kile tu ningesema ni kwamba Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta, give Ruto government chance to govern the country. Just as William Ruto had the supporters and he had the ability to mobilize them against your government, but he never did it. He was honorable enough. Even when you intimidated him, he never reacted. He never overreacted. He gave you chance to govern the country. Yes, your fathers were the forefathers, but believe that also other people have the right, regardless of where they come from, so long as they are citizens of Kenya, to rule and be given time to govern the country. Raila Odinga, to you, because I know you have many supporters, I would like you to retreat. Go come up with a good plan. Go come up with a good reasons as to why you are telling people to go to the streets. I have listened to your reasons. They cannot pass the integrity test. They are not reasons enough why we should disorganize our country. They are not reasons enough why people should not go to work, because you are telling us things that are not possible. You are telling us you want servers to be opened by Ruto. Ask yourself, does even the president know how servers look like? Is that his work? Where are you supposed to take that prayer? Is it to the president or to the judiciary? Is it President William Ruto who decided that he is going to become the president? No. We have independent institutions that are supposed to tell us after we have voted who is our president. Please don't confuse the society. So when you are telling us the election was rigged, who is going to tell us that? It is not you. It is the institutions that we have given to ourselves as a nation, organized, democratic society. You have told us, Raila Odinga, that you want the Cherera 4 to be reinstated to the IEBC. Who does that? Under which legal framework is that going to happen? Are you expecting a miracle? Because they have been removed through a legal process. If you know of a legal process that can reinstate them, please go follow that, because the streets cannot do that. Don't tell us about the cost of living, because we know why we are where we are. We are not ignorant. You are involved together with your handshake brother Uhuru Kenyatta. Please don't think that we don't know what happened. We know you have also benefited from the previous government, but now you have decided we are going to make Kenya ungovernable until Ruto will not be in a position to perform. We understand you better and we reason better than you can think. Only those that are critical thinkers can buy into what I am saying. Thank you so much. God bless you. The police, finally, as I conclude, please, whatever you do it under the law. Don't shoot people. Don't kill them. Follow the law. Demonstrators, be peaceful. Don't be deceived by your leaders. If we do that, we shall have a nation that we can call our home tomorrow. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay. Thank you, people, for watching us. Thank you for being part of the show. You have been wonderful. Thank you for you have been kind. It has been several hours since we started, actually 10 hours ago, and you made this possible. Thank you for the many who are tuning in. Thank you for the 100 who are still on. Asanteni sana. Thank you, Ann Mombi, for sending in your comment. Fatma Nasimiu, I see you. Kamnao TV, and many others commenting. We can only have this on Mutembei TV. The show ends here, but the conversation keeps on going on. So let us know what you're saying. Continue liking Mutembei, seeing our programs. Whenever things are happening, you can be sure Mutembei TV will be there to cover it live for you. So follow us on Facebook, follow us on YouTube, and see what is happening in our country. For those far from home, this is where you can link up with home and you can enjoy live shows right from Mutembei TV. Thank you for tuning in. We wrap up and we usher you in to a new day on Tuesday. Those who have woken up and those who probably are retiring to bed, I wish you a good night. To the many watching me, I wish you a fantastic day. May God bless you. To our Muslim brothers, I wish you Ramadan Kareem and have a fantastic, fabulous day. It is only in Mutembei that we ask you to keep it home and continue having a good day and continue having a nice time wherever you're watching us from. God bless you, wonderful people. It's always a pleasure to have you. It's always a pleasure to be part of this show. God bless you. God do you good. Goodbye and goodbye. Bye-bye, lovely people. Asanteni sana. We love you.
God of all creation. With one accord.